Pokémon. The trainer begins as a bounty hunter. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 126, Rainbow Badge and Beauty Street. First encounter. The vine monster was immediately knocked out, and after rolling violently on the ground for several times, its eyes turned into whirlpools. The vine monster loses its ability to fight, and Blaziken wins. Please send out the next Pokémon. Listening to the referee's announcement, Ayaka felt that she was almost numb. If it was her own Bulbasaur, she would not lose so miserably even if she lost. Come back, vine monster. Go, Sakura. Ayaka quickly changed the Pokémon to fight and cheered up. Sakura, Vine Whip, Blazina, Flame Vortex. Needless to say, when the two skills collided, the former's Vine Whip was directly burned to ashes, and Sakura was surrounded by the Flame Vortex and wailed. As the last trace of fire on the field dissipated, Sakura's body was covered with black scorch marks and had lost its ability to fight. Caldeja lost the ability to fight, and Blaziken won. All the Pokémon of Gym Ayaka lost the ability to fight. The winner of this gym battle is Tetsuya Tamaki from Viridian City. The referee dutifully raised the flag and announced the result. The two took back their Pokémons, shook hands, and Tetsuya walked out of the venue and went to the front desk to receive his badge. The battle with the Rainbow Gym actually fully explained why he didn't cultivate the grass Pokémons with less investment at the beginning. The main reason is that the grass Pokémons are really not strong enough in the early stage, not only reflected in the scarcity of skills, but also in the disadvantageous attributes. If the fire Pokémon can rely on further energy intensity to counterattack the water Pokémon to a certain extent. In the early stage, the grass Pokémons will basically be defeated when facing the Pokémons with restrained attributes. You can't expect them at low levels to extinguish the flames with the wind brought by the whip or leaf blade. Because they lack sufficient offensive and explosive means in front of the enemy, they are not very suitable for the needs in the early stage. You must know that even the basic leaf blade, most grass Pokémons have to reach level 20 to master it. Only a few, such as Chikorita, whose body structures fit perfectly, can master it at the beginning. However, Tetsuya felt that it was time for him to cultivate a grass type or electric type Pokémon. Otherwise, according to his current team configuration, he will be completely defeated by opponents who specialize in water. The battle against the Cerulean Gym was only because of Sakura's lack of strength and advanced preparation. Otherwise it would be difficult to win. The rainbow badge in his hand kept bouncing up and down, and Tetsuya thought about the previous communication with Professor Yamanashi. I don't know if the professor can do it, he thought. If not, it's not a big problem. He has already prepared for the second, third, and fourth hands. Opening the badge box, Tetsuya put the rainbow badge in. Speaking of it, the appearance of the rainbow badge really fits its name. It looks like a flower with colorful petals. The green petal is larger, which should mean that the Rainbow Gym specializes in grass. Put it together with the diamond-style gray badge, the water drop-style blue badge, and the sunflower-style orange badge. They nodded with satisfaction. Very good. Now the goal is halfway accomplished. He looked at his watch. It was 5 o'clock in the afternoon. This gym battle didn't take too much time. They hesitated for a moment and walked towards the famous Beauty Street in Rainbow City. The Beauty Street in Rainbow City is where many breeders gather to open shops. Here, there are small shops that specialize in helping to design the appearance of Pokémon, as well as breeding houses responsible for taking care of Pokémon breeding, and even more importantly, there are chat salons for breeders to communicate. The most important thing is that from time to time, there will be extremely outstanding top breeders who will give lectures in the Beauty Street. If you are lucky, you can also be selected as a lucky audience to go on stage to ask questions. Therefore, there are endless people here every day. Especially at this time, many people will bring their Pokémon here for care. After the care, go to have a good meal. I believe the Pokémon also enjoy this carefree life. They walked all the way and found that the queues at the door of each store were surprisingly long. After a sigh, he could only obediently line up in front of a therapy shop that was said to be very good. Hello, guest, you can tell us in advance the type of elves you need to be cared for, and we will have a targeted breeder to provide service. Seeing that Zay fell behind the line, a smiling waiter came up. Zay told her about his 3 elves, and the waiter recorded it on the watch. Okay, I understand. Please wait for about half an hour here, and someone will come to call you. Then, he handed Zay a number card. He suddenly felt that this scene was very familiar. Is this queuing for an internet celebrity restaurant? It must be said that no matter which world you are in, the service industry is almost the same. It's just that the breeders in the elf world are more respected by people. It's just that this service needs to be improved. It would be better to put some snacks next to it. Watching the video, they stood and waited for half an hour. Next, please get ready, guest number 34. He exhaled, and it was finally his turn. Handing the number card to the waiter at the door, Zay walked into the therapy shop. In a separate room, a girl dressed in a Yamato Nadeshiko style sat very gently, surrounded by many various tools. Hello, please release your Pokémon. Zay was a little surprised when he saw the familiar face of the other party, but he also released his Pokémon immediately. Zyamo, Bidio, Dangoro. The girl looked at the 3 Pokémon in front of her, and a flash of surprise flashed in her eyes. Your cultivation is very good, sir. She praised. She thought about it. Even if she cultivated it herself, it would be difficult to do it like the other party. At least in her opinion, the state of these 3 Pokémon is very perfect. Whether it is skin, hair, or mental state, they all show their extraordinariness. Miss Zyaksu, you are too kind. Zaya smiled reservedly. The person opposite was Zyaksu, and she was not surprised why Zaya could recognize her. As the most talented female breeder in the alliance in the past 10 years, Zyaksu's reputation is very big in the Chengdu area of Kanto. No, even if my teacher is here, he will praise you like this. Zyaksu's tone is very gentle. The movements of her hands were also very fast. Let's take care of this child first. Has he just finished challenging the Rainbow Gym? She called out to Flame Chicken. Flame Chicken sat down obediently. The breath of the girl in front of it made it feel very comfortable. Come on, be good. Stretch out your legs. Zyaksu talked to Flame Chicken like coaxing a child. Flame Chicken obediently stretched out its legs. Zyaksu took the tools and carefully checked it. Please invest, collect, recommend, and vote. I want anything! Exclamation mark. Thank you for the 200 starting coins from Earphones Share Yu Yiban. Thank you for the 100 starting coins from Shen Wenji. Thank you for the 100 starting coins from Yibian Shua Yichu. Thank you for the 100 starting coins from Wu Xiaong. Thank you for the 100 starting coins from Zizimeo for the character Sharona. Thank you for the 100 starting coins from Guotang Yaojing. Thank you for the 100 starting coins from Liushuxiaonan. Thank you for the 100 starting coins from Fujoshi Zuchanzi for the character Flame Chicken. Thanks to for the 200 starting coins. Thanks to for the 100 starting coins. Chapter 127 Nursing. We are fighting against the vine monsters, right? Zyaksu said to herself as she carefully cleaned the legs of Flame. The Rainbow Gym's vine monsters and Stink Blossom are their signatures. Vine monsters' vines are often cultivated with small spikes that are different from those of ordinary Pokémons. This is also based on the special structure of their bodies. As she spoke, Zyaksu's hands had a few more black spikes. Flame grinned slightly, feeling a little painful. The intensity of Flame Chicken's flames is also very high. After burning the vines, only a little bit is left. It's great. Zyaksu patted Flame Chicken's shoulder and motioned it to turn around. After checking Flame Chicken's hair, well, this kid should have just evolved not long ago. It's time for the first molting. ZHE was drinking tea on the side. He didn't know whether Zyaksu was talking to him or Flame Chicken, and he hummed a few times in response. The white feathers on Flame Chicken's head will be replaced once a year, becoming more gorgeous, which is also one of the proofs of its growth. Zyaksu lifted up the sharp claws of the Flame Chicken wrapped with bandages, took out the tools and carefully arranged them. The claws need to be about 10% longer than those of normal wild flame chickens. The third one on the right hand needs to be 15% longer, and the first one on the left hand needs to be 5% shorter. ZHE also spoke. This is why he sat here. For Pokémon, many habits developed in training and battles are best known to themselves and their trainers. If there is a problem with care, it will also have a certain impact on the battle, so the trainer and breeder need to communicate. Xiaoxu nodded slightly and skillfully used measuring tools and grinding tools to care for the flame chicken. The flame chicken squinted comfortably and glanced at the trainer. Why didn't it feel so good when its boss was cared for? There is no way. Xiaoxu is a professional after all, and Zay is still a wild way to put it bluntly. The knowledge is a combination of a little bit of here and there, and men are not as careful as women in this regard. They certainly saw the look in the eyes of the flame chicken and knew what it was thinking and squinted his eyes in the same way. It seems that flame wants to become stronger more quickly. What a good kid. Then we won't stop training tonight. Flame's legs shook subconsciously. It always felt something was wrong. But at this time, Xiaoxu had finished caring for its paws and started massaging it. The comfortable feeling made Flame instantly forget everything. Zaya looked at Xiaoxu's technique and began to learn from her. This should be the massage technique within the alliance. After passing the breeder assessment, it is much better than the basic massage techniques he currently knows. The whole system seems very complicated. If Zaya himself is not a hacker, it would be difficult to remember. Even so, he was a little dazzled. Xiaoxu sighed and wiped the sweat from her forehead. This child is really well cultivated by you. She repeated the words at the beginning, but this time she was more serious. In fact, breeders also subdivide different development directions. Xiaoxu believes that the strength hidden behind the cuteness of Pokémon is a real beauty. During the nursing process just now, she found that the flame chicken was very consistent with her concept, so she couldn't help but say it again. Of course, Zay waved his hands modestly. After nursing the flame chicken, the next thing was the mantle rock. The two of them chatted casually. No wonder the forum has such a high evaluation of this store. It turns out that it is a store opened by your teacher, Xiaoxu. They sighed, and after getting familiar with it, the address was not as distant as at the beginning. Xiaoxu is a 9th level breeder, and she is also a very talented one. It actually surprised him that she appeared here. So just now I asked out of curiosity. It turned out that the owner of this store is Xiaoxu's teacher, a veteran breeding master. Yes, I come here to help the teacher when I have nothing to do. The soft sand slid on the mantle rock, taking away some of the fatigue, and Xiaoxu answered casually. Don't you plan to open a store yourself? Zay remembered that in his memory, Xiaoxu seemed to have opened a store in the future, and asked. Xiaoxu chuckled. Not yet, I think I still need to study for a while. Who knows, maybe I'll get inspired one day. Listening to Xiaoxu's words, Zay also agreed. You know, although the 9th level breeder is already the pinnacle that many people can never reach in their lifetime, for geniuses like them, only continuous learning can make them go further. At this time, rashly distracting yourself is actually not worth the loss. That's great. Zay sighed. Ha. Xiaoxu laughed and then felt bad. Sorry, I don't mean anything else. I just think this kind of sigh shouldn't come out of your mouth. Just now she also learned that Zay is only 16 years old this year and he is still a little brother to her. But this little brother has such a powerful breeding and training ability, which makes her even more curious. Nothing, I just envy your life. Zay shrugged. What's there to envy? In fact, I also want to go out and travel, learn more about elves, and I envy your adventure experience in the wild. Xiaoxu replied. Xiaoxu, you don't raise your own elves, right? This shouldn't be a problem for you. They asked Xiaoxu curiously. I plan to raise it later. Before that, I need to make adequate preparations for the child, otherwise it would be irresponsible to it. Xiaoxu's answer seemed natural. After helping Zay's mantle rock clean up his body, he immediately pulled Pidgeot over to start taking care of it. Zay immediately began to talk about the requirements. For Pidgeot, a bird elf flying in the air, feather care is very important. For the feathers of both wings, the left side needs to be about a quarter of a knuckle long. It prefers to keep its balance this way. Then, Zyaksu, you need to help me trim the tail feathers and head feathers here and there. As for the claws, Vegeta prefers. Listening to Zay's nagging words, Zyaksu was also working very seriously. For a while, there was no more chatting in the room, only Zay's voice and the sound of tools rubbing against each other. 2 hours later. Thank you for your hard work, Zyaksu. After paying the fee, Zay thanked Zyaksu who was standing beside him. It's too insincere to just say thank you. Hearing Zyaksu's joking words, Zay was a little at a loss and hesitated for a moment. Then, shall I treat you to a meal? Seeking investment, collection, recommendation, and monthly ticket. I want anything! Exclamation mark. Thank you for the 100 starting coins from Earphones Share You. Thank you for the 500 starting coins from Yiki. Thank you for the 100 starting coins from Reng Shipping Shenggyun. Thank you for the 100 starting coins from Shibu Sharon Waju. Thank you for the 100 starting coins from Wei Heoan. Thank you for the 100 starting coins from All Good Names Were Used by Beasts. Thank you for the 100 starting coins from Zishang. Thank you for the 100 starting coins from Disturbing 316. Thank you for the 100 starting coins from I'm Your Little Cat. Thank you for the 100 starting coins from Dudeo Huan. Thanks to Zyaksu and Zuka for the 100 starting coins. Thanks to Galzake for the 100 starting coins. Thanks to Zuandewo for the 200 starting coins. Thanks to King Mingayuxias for the 500 starting coins. Thanks to Tanjingying Hangan for the 100 starting coins. PS. Hey, how do you communicate with girls? My girlfriend is chasing me. I don't know. Chapter 128 Game Hall. So this is the place you said to digest food after a meal? Zyaksu pointed at the building in front of her and asked Zay with a strange look on her face. After finishing the care of the elves, Zay invited her to dinner with her more or less prompting. Of course, she readily agreed. During the meal, the two had a deep and simple exchange of knowledge related to elves breeding and found that their views were very similar. Zay has always adhered to the idea that elves should not only be strong, but also handsome. The 3 elves in his family are representatives of high appearance, especially Blaziken and Pidgeot. Dangoro may be slightly inferior now, but after evolving into a giant rock monster, Zay thinks it still has that kind of majestic beauty and looks like a rock dragon. Dangoro. Zyaksu also has a similar idea. She said that the elf she wants to raise most is a Vulpix. The evolved Ninetales is not only powerful, but also looks great. It can be used as a pet before it evolves. They said that Eevee is not bad either. But Zyaksu felt that the 3 evolutions of Eevee, fire, lightning, and water, were not particularly good looking, and if they were not evolved, Eevee would not be particularly suitable for battle. Tetsuya suddenly remembered that only 3 evolutions of Eevee had been discovered at this time. Even the evolutions of Ice-type Glaceon and Grass-type Leafeon had not appeared, not to mention the evolutions of Psychic-type Sun Eevee, Dark-type Moon Eevee, and a new attribute Fairy-type Sylph Eevee in the future. But I remember that Ice-type and Grass-type are special rocks, and Psychic-type and Dark-type should correspond to day and night, right? What are the requirements for Sylph Eevee? He was a little confused. In his previous life, he really didn't know much about the specific evolution conditions. Zyaksu's voice interrupted his thoughts. I finished eating, and I'm a little full. He subconsciously took over the conversation. I know a place that should be quite suitable for digestion after a meal. So, the two appeared here. Zyaksu said speechlessly, is it appropriate for you to bring me to the game hall? ZHE looked at her in confusion. Is it not appropriate? I have wanted to come here to play for a long time, and playing games must be good for digestion. Zyaksu choked. ZHE said to himself, and you have never been here to play, go in and try it, it's fun. After that, he took the lead and walked in. He didn't realize that Zyaksu's fists behind him had clenched and then loosened. Zyaksu looked at the huge game hall in front of her and hesitated. She was born in a commoner family. Since she was accepted as a student by the teacher, she has always focused on studying. Although she has been in Rainbow City for several years, she has never come to the game hall to play, or she doesn't even have many friends. The ones she contacts most are her teachers and elves. The reason why she and ZHE got along so well this time is that the two have similar backgrounds, similar ideas about elf training, and even similar personalities. At the same time, it is not ruled out that the two are both very good looking. Hurry up. ZHE walked for a while and felt that the people next to him didn't seem to react. Turning around, he found Xiaoxu still standing there, so he greeted her. "Ah, Oklahoma." Xiaoxu responded subconsciously and followed Zay into the game hall. Dong dong dong. Biu biu, look at my cherries, it's jet of flames. Ding dong dong. In the game hall, the sounds of various game machines surrounded his ears, and it was a bit noisy for a while. Zay came to the front desk and looked at the exchange of game coins. 100 alliance coins for 1 game coin, which is not bad. Ordinary dolls are also very cheap, and you can exchange one for a dozen or dozens of tokens. Game coins and tokens are not the same thing in the game hall here. Game coins can be purchased with alliance coins, and then play various projects. Each identity card is limited to 10,000 game coins per year. Tokens are obtained by putting game coins into slot machines to bet on prizes and guessing. It is only limited to slot machines. Other project machines are just for entertainment. Tokens will not be spit out after passing the level. As for the conversion probability between the two, Zay thinks that those who understand will understand. And no matter what, the game hall will definitely not do a loss-making business. It's a bloody profit just from the dolls. "Sir, you are a trainer, right? Here is a list of prizes specially prepared for trainers." The waiter handed over a piece of paper with a smile. The paper was filled with various prizes, including but not limited to charcoal, mysterious water drops and other props. You need 20,000 tokens to get started. Zay thinks that this amount will take a sack, and it is almost impossible to do it. "Don't you have Pokémon eggs?" They asked, pretending to be indifferent. "Sir, you are joking. The law of the Alliance does not allow it," the waiter answered skillfully. He was used to such stupid people asking questions every day. "Haha, it's just a joke, don't mind it." Zaya laughed, then took out his ID card and 10,000 Alliance coins. "Please help me exchange 100 game coins." The waiter took the ID card and money, operated it for a while, and handed the ID card and a box with 100 game coins to Zay. Zay thanked the waiter and turned to find Xiaoxu. Xiaoxu had been attracted by the game beside her when she came in, and she was still watching behind others. Zay patted her shoulder and whispered in her ear, "How is it? Not bad, right?" There was no other way. It was too noisy inside. If she didn't say that, she wouldn't be able to hear it at all. Xiaoxu's earlobes were slightly red. She nodded, and there was excitement in her eyes. "Come on, follow me." Zay called Xiaoxu and came to an idle game console. This game console is similar to the whack-a-mole game in the previous life. Xiaoxu just saw others playing this game. After putting a game coin in it, they gestured to Xiaoxu to play. Xiaoxu picked up the hammer next to her, and her body and eyes showed her eagerness to try. Zay took this time to think about the conversation just now. There are no Pokémon eggs. Does that mean that Team Rocket has not yet moved in here? Did they get the Alliance to agree to exchange Pokémon eggs here through unknown means? Or did they not exchange Pokémon eggs in the game hall in this world? If it is the latter, it cannot rule out the possibility that Team Rocket has already moved in here. Then he smiled casually. What does this have to do with him? He just asked casually out of curiosity. I still have to restrain my curiosity in the future. If the Rockets really move in, it would be dangerous for me to ask this. He warned himself secretly. Of course, he felt that with his current strength, most of the Rockets' rubbish could not deal with him, and other strong carders would not pay attention to him. At least that's what he thought. Yeah. Xiaoxu cheered. Please invest, collect, recommend, and vote for me. I want anything! Exclamation mark. Thanks to reader 202101515471514819937 for the 100 starting coins. Thanks to Jobsmp for the 100 starting coins. Thanks to Stephanie C165 for the 100 starting coins. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 129 Night. Come on, there's a battle game over there. I want to play that. Zyaksu dragged Zay around in the game room, extremely excited. It was unknown who was the younger one, but Zay felt that she was much more excited than him. Sure enough, the nature of human beings is to love fragrance. Just now, she seemed reluctant to come in and play. Time passed slowly, and the number of people in the game room gradually decreased. It was so comfortable. Zyaksu took the bottle of drink handed over by Zay, and drank half of it in one breath. She hadn't been so happy for a long time. Thank you very much. Suddenly, Zyaksu turned around, and said to Zay, "Huh?" Zay tilted his head in confusion. Nothing." Zyaksu chuckled, stood up, and stretched. Under the moonlight, the beautiful figure hidden under the loose clothes only revealed the tip of the iceberg at this time. "I'll go back first. Contact me if you have anything." She made a gesture of dialing a phone, and walked towards the beauty street. Tetsuya watched her leave and stretched himself. He had a lot of fun tonight. He hadn't relaxed so thoroughly in a long time. He counted his remaining tokens. In the end, the two of them had nothing to play, so they just threw them all into the slot machine. 12 tokens. Wow. Tetsuya remembered that he had thrown in at least 40 game coins in the end. This ratio was too exaggerated. This number of tokens was enough to exchange for a doll. He hesitated at the front desk and finally specified a Vulpix. The workmanship was quite good. The doll he got was more exquisite than Tetsuya could imagine. He saw the trademark and saw that it was made by the Ender Group. Oh, that's fine. This is indeed the style of the Ender Group. Good quality and low price, especially when it doesn't involve elf breeding. Putting Vulpix in his backpack, Tetsuya decided to wait until Zyaksu raised Vulpix before giving it to her as a gift. He didn't realize the problem of really doing this. That is, he didn't know how long he would have to wait. At this time, Tetsuya had left the game room and returned to the room in the Elf Center. After releasing 3 Pokémons, the man in 3 Pokémon soon fell into a deep sleep. Good job, keep it stable, and don't let it escape. In the early morning, in the grove next to Rainbow City, Zay's admonition came. He was training Mantle Rock and Blaziken to control energy. The dust and flames in front of the two gradually changed at will under their control. Beep, a crisp bird song came from the sky. Pidgeot flapped its wings and landed, and it seemed to bring a gust of wind towards Mantle Rock and Blaziken inadvertently. Zyamo. Dangoro. With the instability of the energy form, the two Pokémons shouted angrily. Zaya rubbed Pidgeot's head. "Don't make trouble, they are training." Beep, Pidgeot made a light cry. "I'm making their training more difficult. It's too easy without interference. They are not like you." Zay patted Pidgeot. "You have been in the elite for much longer than these two little guys, and they don't need interference to exercise now." Pidgeot waved his wings. "Okay, whatever you say is what it means." Then the whole body of the Pokémon leaned on Zay. "What are you doing?" ZHE said angrily. "You are such a big Pokémon, and you lean on me every day after warming up." Pidgeot didn't care what he said. It was very tired after flying for so long in the morning, and it was a good time to rest. Zay had to hug it. Fortunately, Pidgeot was about the same height as him and weighed only more than 50 kilograms. With his physical fitness, it was more than enough. If it was some Pokémon with exaggerated bodies, they might not be able to do it. Flame Chicken frowned at its big brother. "How old is it? And it still rubs against me every day." Pidgeot changed to a more comfortable posture. "You rubbed more than me before you evolved." Mantle Rock was silent beside it. "It had nothing to do with me. The atmosphere in the woods was positive and warm." Ding. The watch sent a message. "I'm already at the Pokémon Center. Where's the gift you mentioned?" Laughs. Zyaksu. "I'll be there soon. Wait a few minutes." Zaya quickly replied, then stopped exercising, and put the 3 Pokémons back into their respective luxury balls. He trotted back to the Pokémon Center, and saw Zyaksu sitting in the rest area. She looked even more elegant in her light green dress. There were a few trainers around her, and they could vaguely hear them talking. "Miss Zyaksu, I'm your fan. Can you sign an autograph for me?" Ms. Zayaksu, hearing about it is worse than meeting it. Your beauty and wisdom are so dazzling. I don't know if I. Zaya raised his eyebrows. She is really popular. Zayaksu dealt with them with a distant smile, which is why she prefers to stay in the breeding house. This kind of people always make her feel a little uncomfortable. If Zaya hadn't said that he had a gift for her, she wouldn't have come here. What? You ask what to do if the Pokémon she breeds needs treatment? Sorry, the Joy family and the Alliance have prepared a special logistics team for each master trainer, and the Joy inside is more capable than the Joy in the general Pokémon Center. As the only apprentice of her teacher, and with such high potential as a trainer, Zayaksu can naturally enjoy this treatment. Money ability, it is so simple and unpretentious. While dealing with it, she saw Zhe also walked into the Pokémon Center from outside. Here, Zayaksu raised her hand to signal, and smiled apologetically at the trainers around her. Sorry, my friend is here, let's talk next time. Then she hurried away. Miss Zayaksu, why don't you leave a contact number? A trainer who didn't give up wanted to say something, but Zayaksu obviously didn't hear it, or pretended not to hear it. Seeing Zayaksu walk to the door of the Pokémon Center, and walk out with a young man talking and laughing, they were also helpless, but they still had basic manners. After looking at each other, they didn't know each other, and after a few greetings, they dispersed. Zay was pulled out by Zayaksu as soon as he entered the Pokémon Center. He was also a little confused, but combined with the situation just now, he could understand it to some extent. Okay, where is the gift you mentioned? Zayaksu went straight to the point. Here. Zay took out the Vulpix doll from last night from his bag. He realized the problem this morning, so he sent a message to Zayaksu early in the morning saying that he would give her a gift. But he didn't expect her to act so quickly. Wow, so cute. Zayaksu's eyes immediately emitted a different brilliance when she saw the doll. Reddish brown fur, brown pupil-less amber-shaped eyes, big pointed ears, and 6 orange curly tails. A 4-legged fox spirit was vividly displayed in front of her. Please invest, collect, recommend, and vote for the monthly ticket. I want everything! Exclamation mark. Chapter 130, True Newtown. The two chatted for a while. Because Zayaksu still had work to do at the breeding house, they said goodbye to each other and left quickly. Not long after, another message came from the watch. This is the reward for last night. Laughing. Zayaksu. Then there was a transfer notification of 5,000 Alliance coins. Zhe also smiled and accepted it very straightforwardly. Next, his own shopping plan has to start. He looked at the tall department store in the distance and walked towards it. The Rainbow City department store is the largest store in the Kanto region. It has a wide range of goods and is one of the economic pillars of Rainbow City. It is also one of the purposes of his visit to Rainbow City this time. The corresponding other regions are the Manjin department store in Chengdu Manjin City, the Shujing department store in Hon Shujing City, the Vale department store in Sinnoh City, the R9 shopping plaza in the Unova region, and the Royal Super Value supermarket in Alala. Zhe still has 20 million cash on him. According to the plan, it should be enough to complete his own shopping list. The first and second floors of Rainbow department store are home furnishings and human food respectively, which are not the purpose of Zay's trip, so he went straight to the third floor. Starting from the third floor, there are products related to elves. Hello, good wound medicine and wound medicine each 10 bottles, and then potion sets, including antidote, burn medicine, anti-anesthetic, thawing medicine, sleeping pills 1 bottle each, 5 sets, and also 2 bottles of panacea. He came to the counter and reported his request in one breath, and the clerk skillfully put the supplies Zay needed into his shopping cart. The role of wound medicine and potion sets is self-evident, and they are prepared for simple treatment and removal of abnormal conditions. The amount of spray potion to be used depends entirely on the severity of the elf's injury. Basically, it is not a big problem to use a bottle of potion 4 or 5 times. It is not like in the game, where a whole bottle of potion is used directly. But these are general potions. For some abnormal conditions caused by some special elves, these potions may not be so useful. At this time, the last panacea is needed. The panacea is a masterpiece of a breeding master. Before this potion, if a Pokémon was in a particularly serious abnormal state, the general treatment potion could only serve as a delaying effect, and the specific treatment had to be restored by Miss Joy at the Pokémon Center. After years of painstaking research, the creator of the panacea used the essence extracted from various medicinal materials and mixed them in different proportions to create this potion that can cure all abnormal effects. It is said that even the burns caused by the mythical beast Moltres can be cured by this potion. Of course, the authenticity of the rumor is unknown, but the effect is indeed exceptionally good. Due to the preciousness and scarcity of the raw materials, the panacea is not only rare, but also extremely expensive. In the entire Kanto region, only department stores in Rainbow City and Golden City sell it. Fortunately, ZHE came early, and the panacea is still in stock. According to his understanding with the clerk, the panacea for one day is usually sold out at noon. The products on the 4th floor are all kinds of Pokémon food. There are simple solid food, energy cubes that further enrich nutrition, and different specialties from different regions such as Baofan, Kamahan Senbei, raw fish cubes, juice milk, etc. And there are also a wide variety of brands. There is nothing much to say about energy cubes. You can't let your elves suffer, so of course you should choose the ones with the best quality. ZHE also selectively bought some other elf snacks such as Baofan. After all, elves will occasionally be picky about food, even if they eat too much of the same food. Big milk cans and milk from Melly sheep are also indispensable sources of nutritional supplements. The first choice is naturally from several famous ranches in Chengdu, such as Manjin Ranch. Chengdu is the first region to have a large-scale ranch for breeding elves. Among them, Melly sheep not only sell well for their milk, but also shed regularly, which is the best material for making carpets, and is deeply loved by families. Many locals have made their fortunes by relying on this. Next is the 5th floor. The goods here are cultivation type potions such as speed potions, strength potions, defense potions, resistance potions, and attack potions. These potions are usually made by breeders, and generally only breeders above level 6 will configure them. Therefore, the price is not cheap. The recipes that Zaya usually prepares for his own Pokémon play a similar role to these potions to a certain extent. However, he does not have the relevant potion formula, let alone the qualifications for sales, so it is impossible to make money with this. The 6th floor sells the service of skill teaching. You can pay someone here to teach your Pokémon different skills, and there are also related venues. There are also the most trainers here, because not everyone's Pokémon is like Zaya's 3, with extremely high talents and able to comprehend many skills. And even Blaziken needs a good teacher when learning skills of other attributes, such as the rock collapse learned from Xiaogang before, and the sword dance taught to Blaziken by Scyther. The 7th floor is relatively deserted because it is a place where evolution stones are sold and the price is too high. The 8th floor is some trainers' necessities for survival in the wild, and then the 9th floor. While he was shopping crazily in the mall, his watch lit up. This message comes more frequently today than in the past week, Tetsuya muttered as he read the message. After reading it, his face was suddenly filled with joy. The application to the Alliance was approved before, so you can come to the Oak Research Institute in Pallet Town. Dr. Yamanashi. Nice. Tetsuya clenched his fist and waved it in the air, attracting the attention of everyone around him. He immediately replied to Dr. Yamanashi's message. Okay, thank you, Doctor, I will be there around noon. After restraining his excitement a little, Tetsuya continued shopping happily. But this time, his shopping list has added a lot of things. After shopping, Tetsuya couldn't wait to ride Pidgeot from Rainbow City to the vicinity of Pallet Town. From a distance, he could barely see a windmill-like building standing on the top of the mountain. The house at the foot of the mountain was emitting curling smoke, and the atmosphere was extremely peaceful. Petitioners in the air and trainers on their backs, please land on the ground immediately for identity verification. The voice came from a loudspeaker on a tall pillar, patting Pidgeot's back to signal him to land. ZHE didn't want to be attacked as an intruder, and he was also secretly amazed that the security forces around here are more stringent than those in ordinary big cities. Please invest, collect, recommend, and vote for me. I want anything! Exclamation mark. Thank you for the 100 starting coins from number 31,415,926. Thank you for the 100 starting coins from Fencing Sword Saint. Thank you for the 143 starting coins from Pang Yun. Thank you for the 200 starting coins from Pretending to be Stupid. Thank you for the 100 starting coins from Bookfriend 160,715,074,128,055. Thank you for the 100 starting coins from Earphones. Thank you for the 100 starting coins from Zion Xiangson. Chapter 131. Remarks on the release. Please ignore the incorrect descriptions. It may be my negligence. Just in case, I hereby declare it. It will be put on the shelves around 12 noon tomorrow. The time may be a little delayed. As long as the back end is opened, it will be released. I will release 10,000 words first. First of all, the gratitude. First of all, I still want to thank the readers who have supported the author and this book in the past 2 months. Because this is also the first novel I wrote, there is a 40,000 word chicken in the back end that was blocked by me, and I couldn't read it myself. The results are unexpectedly good. I personally think it should be okay, and I'm honored to be loved by so many readers. Also because it is the first book, the previous plot and writing style have more or less some problems, and many readers have raised them. Mengxin said that you can raise them, and I will convince you. So at the beginning you will find that I will reply to many readers' comments. There were even a few times when I debated with readers. What I'm proud of is that I persuaded a reader to continue reading my book. I don't know if that big brother is still here. He must be here, otherwise I will be embarrassed. Of course, I will try my best to modify and supplement some places that do have problems. It will be mentioned below. The purpose of writing this book is actually to satisfy my personal fantasy about the elf world. It may not be as beautiful as shown in the animation, which will make many readers dissatisfied. Don't find fault with me. If it really doesn't work, you can challenge me offline. I'm kidding. I'm a loser and I can't beat you. I'm very sorry that you pretended not to see it, but you must continue to read the book. For example, a reader commented in the beginning of the 14th chapter why there are still intrigues in the elf story. I was confused. I read it again and didn't find any place that I felt was intrigue. You can't say that the protagonist is a ZZ and has no plan for his situation in future. But I can completely understand the reader's thoughts. As I said in my post, for many people, PM is actually a beautiful memory. Maybe I haven't caught up with the latest few parts, and I don't know much about many new elves, but I still love Pokémon. Pikachu and Old Spray are really impressive. Maybe many people want to see the simple bond between people and elves, and the interaction between elves. If the novel I wrote satisfies your fantasy of the elf world, I'm honored. If not, I'm sorry, but in the following content I will try my best to improve this novel from all aspects, and try to satisfy readers. Read it for me, understand? For example, the daily interaction with elves, etc. I'm learning. PM novels are like other fan fictions. In fact, there is a certain reading threshold. Unlike other types of novels, the author has the final say in setting the worldview, so it is also very difficult to write. I was quite nervous when I started writing, fearing that this setting would not satisfy people, so I would often read the content and readers' comments several times when I had nothing to do. There are also many contents in the front that are actually Easter eggs, which appear in the form of background introduction or one sentence, such as table tennis in Vermilion City, such as the battle between Radha and Butterfree on the Saint Anu, or other characters. I hope that readers who have watched the animation and played the game can find some fun in it, and readers who have not watched or played it can better understand the general worldview of the elf world. All the plots have not been unfolded yet, because the protagonist's strength is not enough, but it will be soon. When he passes the breeder exam, the knowledge system over the years and the integration of Zero will bring extraordinary help. This nearly 300,000 word content also has the help of all readers, laughs, including votes and rewards for the author, which are the best motivation. Then thank Penglay, Napeng Yides, backquote, heart. The following small part is the content that has been posted in the author's words before. Readers who have read it can skip it. There is a dividing line Dividing line. Then some readers may wonder why some elves are described very clearly. In fact, it is considered that many readers, like the protagonist, do not know all the PM, and even their memories are vague. For many people, PM is actually more of a memory. Reading novels is also more convenient than watching animations and movies, and there are many such readers, not to mention the role of related living habits or body structures. Simply posting pictures may not be able to explain, and there is a word limit for comments, and it is impossible for you to read the novel and read the comments at the same time. Of course, I will try my best to shorten these descriptions to the simplest few words, and avoid some popular elves' appearance introductions, such as Pikachu. It won't be very long. If there is, I will try to control the number of words, because the starting point seems to be 200 words counted as 1 point, and less than 200 words seem to be not counted. After I put it on the shelves, I will limit the number of words, to prevent everyone from suffering. Dividing line. Supplement. Then as for the pictures, I saw that some readers seem to have added them in the front. First of all, thank you for your support. You can also post them, and give a thumbs up, if you have nothing to do, because I'm used to typing and reading novels on the computer, and it is not convenient to make pictures. If you have any suggestions, or feel something is wrong, you can post in the book friends circle, but don't curse or say that you want to abandon the book, otherwise you will be deleted and banned. If you say anything illogical, you will be banned for 7 days at most. The following is a statement about the problems in the previous part of the content. It is mainly focused on a few issues. After all, I have read novels for so many years. My first Kidian account was Shanda, but it was still an yides, so I will subconsciously avoid it. However, with so many words, it is inevitable that there will be problems. I can only say that I will try my best. The first one is the problem about Junsha that many people have mentioned. I have recently revised it, and it should be much more normal. If you are interested, you can go back and take a look. If you are not interested, you don't have to read it, because it doesn't affect it. The second one is about the setting of potential, because some readers like to talk about potential, and there are definitely readers who think that creatures like Pokémon have infinite possibilities and there is no need to define them. In fact, in this novel, the concept of potential is not limited to a very serious degree. It does not mean that your future will be like what you are born like, and it cannot be changed. It's just that high potential will bring you great help in the early stage, which is inevitable. If you don't cultivate it well, it will be useless. If you don't cultivate it well, you may lose points. Just like the protagonist's promotion of his class from the past to the future, it depends entirely on his own efforts and coincidences, and cheats. But you can't really knock down Rayquaza by just yelling at the green caterpillar, that's to an elf, so you still have to talk about potential. There are always outstanding and unoutstanding in each biological group. The third is about the description of Zyaragang at the beginning. I admit that this is my negligence, but later I made up for it a little by throwing it to his grandfather. After that, when he comes back, the description of Zyaragang will be infinitely close to the image that everyone knows. If any readers are interested, you can write a small drama by yourself. I won't write it in detail. The fourth is about the problem of combat power, that is, the setting of the gym leader. Some readers think that the combat power system is directly raised, because according to the words and the animation, many things cannot be explained. How should I put it? I'm only expressing my personal opinion. I think the 10-year-old trip in the animation is already unexplainable. When writing fanfiction, there are some changes. Otherwise, the combat power is too low, and it is impossible to write. I think it is not an exaggeration to say that the 4 heavenly kings and the champions are stronger. After all, they are all geniuses. It is not an exaggeration to say that they are only stronger than one Pokémon. It is in the official version. In this case, you will not believe it if you say that he is only stronger than one Pokémon. There will actually be a big difference between the king level of the gym leader. It has not been written yet. The difference between the strong and the weak will be very obvious. If we follow the strength of each gym leader, that is, the elite or barely quasi king, the strength of these strong people will be too far apart, not in proportion, and will be more deformed. Moreover, if we do it this way, then the protagonist can open a gym by himself. Good guy, I don't need to say more about how to write it next. This writing method becomes the kind of power struggle. After all, we watch Pokémon to see feelings and bonds. I personally don't want to write too much about this kind of thing, including the fact that it has been downplayed before. And this is also related to part of the protagonist's future actions. After all, every novel still has to have a main plot. It can't just be about traveling, right? I won't talk about the specific spoilers. The fifth point is the money system. As for whether it will collapse, don't worry, it basically won't collapse, or even if it collapses, you can't see it. Laughs. Of course, I will avoid the collapse. In fact, it's the same. If you reduce the price and income by 2 or 3 zeros, you can still see it. For example, buying a luxury item costs tens of thousands, and working for half a day to earn a few hundred. Isn't this equivalent to spending 10 million yuan on cultivation, and the protagonist spends hundreds of thousands on a task? Of course, it can't be said to be exactly the same, because it also involves the life of the lower class who are not trainers, but it can be barely understood this way. You will definitely not invest all of it when buying these, but cultivating elves is different, right? In addition, because of the existence of elves, powerful elves are indispensable for ascending to a higher class, so the price of the related cultivation materials will inevitably be much higher than what humans need. It's just that the numbers written are large to indicate the difficulty, not as exaggerated as you imagine. The sixth point is about original characters. Because the elf world is definitely very grand, it is inevitable that original characters will appear. Of course, there won't be many. I will sort out the settings that readers have set in the character building and try to use them. It takes time, so don't be anxious. I'm talking about the first one, to post the read every day. Don't delete and repost the characters every day. The order of my sorting is based on the time you post. The later you post, the later I will use it. Originally, you were at the front. Thanks for your support. The seventh point. Is there anything else? I don't know. If you have any ideas, you can mention it here, or post it in the book friend circle. I will post a single chapter to explain it from time to time in the future. Don't ask about the settings that haven't appeared. It's not good to spoil. For example, the heroine. For example, the setting of dual characteristics. I personally think it is explained relatively clearly. I'm the dividing line. The above is all the summary. In short, thank every reader for their support during the 2 months of the new book period, and I hope you can continue to support it. After that, the number of words in each chapter may vary between 2600 and 3200, with 2 updates a day, and they will be posted at midnight. It is also convenient to see the ads. Finally, there is the boring reward. At present, the collection is a little over 30,000. Let's set a higher baseline, 12 to 1. That is, if the first order exceeds 2500, I will add more. For every 200 more, I will add a chapter with at least 3000 words. It depends on my performance. No more, no less. If it doesn't pass, just ignore what I said. Anyway, I have made sufficient preparations. Actually, I think it would be good to have 20 to 1, but you have to have dreams. There will naturally be more chapters for awards and monthly tickets, but this depends on the results. If the results are exaggerated to 10,000, your award of 1,000 points can become a reason for me to add more chapters. Of course, this kind of thing is just a dream. After 2 weeks, when the results are stable, I will give you the specific rules, and I will remember them for now. I will record the rewards, and I will definitely not miss your extra chapters. Don't worry about this. My reputation is great. If you miss it, tell me. The same goes for monthly tickets. At the end of each month, I will make a summary with detailed data on how much I owe and how much I have added. If there is any shortage, I will make up for it soon. Don't worry. As of now, I still owe 13,000 words. Minus the extra 5,000 words that will be posted tomorrow at noon. There are still 8,000 words left, which will make up to 10,000. I'm awesome. It is about 4 chapters, and I will make up for it. Finally, I beg for the first order! Exclamation mark. I beg for support. Thank you all. Chapter 132, Pure White, a symbol of departure. At the moment, when Pidgey had landed on the ground with Tetsuya, a Junsha in police uniform appeared in the seemingly empty woods. She was estimated to be about 40 years old. Of course, because of the special characteristics of the elf world, the appearance of people here is younger, and Tetsuya is looking at it from the perspective of this life. According to the concept of the previous life, this Junsha should be a beautiful young woman in her 30s. Hello, please show your ID. Junsha saluted Tetsuya. Tetsuya was secretly surprised by her agility. He almost didn't notice the appearance of Junsha just now. At the same time, he took out his ID card and handed it to Junsha. Junsha took out an instrument from her bag and scanned it with the ID card. The instrument flashed green. Okay, Trainer Tetsuya Tamaki, I'm sorry to bother you. I hope you have a happy memory in Pallet Town. After another salute, Junsha gave Tetsuya a very official blessing and returned to the woods to continue hiding. Tetsuya looked around and was amazed. He was indeed a professional. In just a moment, he lost sight of Junsha. If the two were enemies, he would have been subdued by Junsha in a real-life park. This was normal. After all, his experience in the wild was only 3 or 4 years at most. Even if he was gifted, he could not say that he could catch up with the efforts of others who had worked for more than 20 years or nearly 30 years. However, he was still quite confident in cultivating elves. He took back Pidgeot and released Mantle Rock. Since he had landed on the ground, he did not plan to fly up again. He simply walked to Pallet Town, which should not be far away anyway. Dangoro. Mantle Rock called out slowly after it came out, which seemed to have no meaning. But Zhe looked in the direction indicated by Mantle Rock without a word, and after careful observation, he also found Junsha's whereabouts. He patted Mantle Rock and led it towards Pallet Town. Mantle Rock's instructions were extremely hidden. It was just that the position of the spikes on a certain rock on its body had shifted. At the same time, Zhe also asked it to move many other spikes at the same time, to prevent the enemy from seeing the flaws just in case. Only he and his elves knew the specific warning direction of the Mantle Rock. So at this time, Junsha did not realize that Zhe had discovered her. Of course, a large part of the reason was that Zhe's identity certificate was guaranteed by Dr. Yamanashi himself, so she was relatively less vigilant about the other party releasing the elves. After all, if Dr. Yamanashi was also bribed, then the Oak Research Institute would not be breached, and it is estimated that the internal information would have been leaked clearly. Zhe slowly walked along the road with the Mantle Rock and recalled the introduction of Pallet Town in his mind. Pallet Town, formerly known as Pure White Town, means that Pallet Town is a pure white color that symbolizes the journey. In order to commemorate the achievement of Dr. Oak's great-great-grandfather, Oak Shinshin, who ranked 931st among 10,000 trainers, Pure White Town was renamed Pallet Town. It is a rural town located in the western part of the Kanto region. It was originally a very inconspicuous place, but it became well known because of the appearance of Dr. Oak. It was even more named the Town of Beginning after the establishment of the Oak Research Institute. Not only because many of the league's direct trainers received their illustrated books and initial Pokémon here, and started from here. At the same time, it also means that the Pokémon Illustrated book, a great invention jointly developed by Nishino Morivi and the regional doctors led by Professor Oak, has made a great contribution to the new generation of the league embarking on the starting road of trainers. Walking along the extremely quiet road, they soon saw the appearance of Pallet Town. The whole town is full of rural atmosphere. There are only a dozen households, and each household is separated by a huge area of grassland. The traffic road in the middle is just a dirt road. It has a sense of the roads are connected, and the chickens and dogs can hear each other. At the end of the path is a small mound. The Oak Research Institute, the landmark building of Pallet Town, is located above the mound. Behind it is the eye-catching windmill that Zaya saw in the sky just now. Outside the town stands a stone tablet with the 3 characters Pallet Town written on it. Zaya walked into the town and took back the Mantle Rock on alert. It was morning at this time, and the residents of Pallet Town were sitting outside in 2s and 3s, chatting about family matters. I was a little surprised to see this strange handsome boy. It was not the time for new trainers to receive their initial Pokémons yet, and few people would come to this remote town. After all, the Oak Research Institute was located here, and the protection measures of the Alliance were in place. Generally, outsiders had to apply in advance to enter, and the procedures were quite cumbersome. But they were quite simple and kind, and they greeted the boy kindly. He must be another outstanding young trainer. Are you here to look for Zucheng? He is in the Research Institute in the back mountain. You have to apply in advance. An old man who looked quite old smiled and pointed at the back mountain and greeted Tetsuya. Okay, thank you, old man. I have already applied. Tetsuya grinned and thanked the old man. The old man nodded slightly. Okay. When I was young, I thought Zucheng would become a great man. Look, he is so great now. At that time, he was just a naughty child, just like Hanako. The old man chatted with the family members around him. They seemed to be used to this. Although they may have heard it many times, they still listened patiently. They gradually walked away, and the old man's already weak voice soon disappeared in his ears. Walking on the road, I couldn't help but sigh that this place seemed like a paradise on earth, which was much quieter than the city. The houses of the people in the town gradually disappeared and were replaced by a straight road leading to the Oak Research Institute. Zaya couldn't help but speed up his pace with excitement. When he came to the door of the Oak Research Institute, several guards were on duty there. When they saw Zaya, one of them came forward. Hello, this is the Oak Research Institute. Do you have an appointment application? The guard asked very politely. Yes, my name is Tetsuya Tamaki, and this is an invitation from Dr. Yamanashi. Tetsuya took out his ID card again. The guard took the ID card with both hands and operated the instrument beside him. Okay, your identity has been confirmed. You can pass. The guard returned the ID card to Tetsuya and reminded him, Drive Yamanashi registered your Pokémon as Pidgeot, Blaziken, and Blaziken. If you have other Pokémon, you cannot bring them in. There will be someone to check them, and you need to keep them with us temporarily. Okay, thank you, but I didn't bring any other Pokémon. Tetsuya smiled and nodded at him, indicating that he understood. The guard made a gesture that should be a release, and the guards in front of the gate opened the door. Tetsuya smiled at them and walked into the first gate. After passing 2 more checkpoints, he was finally able to enter the institute. Hello, Trainer Tetsuya Tamaki, right? Sensei Yamanashi has already told me that I will take you to his laboratory. A researcher in a white robe, who had been notified by the guards, was already waiting at the door. When he saw Tetsuya coming in, he couldn't wait to pull him in. I don't know who you are. Tetsuya was interrupted by the male researcher in front of him before he finished speaking. My name is Kauhu, one of Sensei Yamanashi's students, and I'm currently working at the Oak Research Institute. My mission is to take you to Sensei Yamanashi. Don't ask me about the rest. I don't know. Researcher Kauhu dragged Tetsuya forward and gave him a simple explanation. Tetsuya was helplessly dragged forward by him and soon arrived in front of a closed door. Researcher Kauhu swiped his ID card, verified his identity through the instrument, and opened the door. Okay, you can go in. The teacher is inside. I have something to do, so I'll leave first. Researcher Kauhu left in a hurry after saying that, leaving Tetsuya standing alone. Tetsuya sighed. This is too rushed. Is this a researcher? Walking into the room, the door slowly closed, and he saw the back of Dr. Yamanashi working busy in front of the computer. Tetsuya greeted him, but Dr. Yamanashi did not respond at all, because the reaction of researcher Aoki just now had prepared Tetsuya mentally. He had expected this scene to some extent. Shrugging helplessly, Tetsuya looked at the messy table in the laboratory and began to tidy it up. He put some garbage that was obviously food in garbage bags and chose not to move other paper materials, even if they looked very messy. After all, many people will put things in a messy but orderly manner, which looks terrible to outsiders, but they can find the target at once. He didn't know if Dr. Yamanashi was the same, so it was better not to move it just in case. Not to mention that, if some research materials were accidentally mixed up, it would be a big sin. After a simple cleaning, Tetsuya looked at the time. It was almost noon, but Dr. Yamanashi did not seem to come back from work at all. He could only wait anxiously on the side. He didn't dare to go out. After all, if he went out, he probably wouldn't be able to come back in 10 minutes, 20 minutes, half an hour, an hour. Time passed little by little, and Tetsuya felt that he was too hungry, but Dr. Yamanashi was still working. He took out a piece of kamahine senbei and a bottle of juice milk from his space backpack and started eating. Fortunately, these things were common to humans and elves, and he bought a lot in the morning. Otherwise he would have to continue to be hungry. Crunch, crunch. Tetsuya chewed the food. Senior, I have finished the data analysis here. How is yours? A steady and magnetic voice sounded, and the owner of the voice also walked in. Tetsuya hurriedly put down the food in his hand and greeted the other party. Hello, Dr. Oak, I'm Tetsuya Tamaki. Dr. Oak was also stunned to see a strange but familiar face in his senior's laboratory, and he quickly reacted when he heard Tetsuya's self-introduction. Oh, Tetsuya. First meeting. Welcome to the Oak Research Institute. Dr. Oak greeted Tetsuya with a smile. Come on, have some instant noodles with me. It looks like the senior will need some time to finish. Professor Oak opened the refrigerator next to him, took out 3 instant noodles, and started to make them. The senior has always mentioned you to me. Hahaha, now you really look like a pretty good guy. Professor Oak laughed unusually heartily. Tetsuya took the instant noodles from Professor Oak a little at a loss, and hurriedly thanked him with some excitement. After all, this is Professor Oak. In the previous life, I didn't think anything of watching the animation, and I was even a little puzzled about some people in the animation being so excited to see Professor Oak. After living in this world for so long, Tetsuya felt that he could understand them very well now. Professor Oak, would you like to order kamahine senbei and juice milk? Tetsuya took out the food from his bag dryly. He always felt that eating only instant noodles was not healthy enough, but he also felt a little embarrassed. Hahaha, Hone's Iron Cake? Give me some. The taste of this fruit juice milk has never changed. Your taste is very similar to mine. Professor Oak took the 2 foods from Tetsuya very straightforwardly, tasted a bite and sighed. Iron Cake? Tetsuya didn't react for a while. Yes, kamahine senbei is also called iron cake, but this is a saying from a long time ago. It is said that a long time ago, Professor Oak took a bite of senbei, a mouthful of noodles, and took a sip of the drink, and began to tell Tetsuya about his past experiences. Tetsuya listened carefully, nodded from time to time, and the old and the young had a good conversation. Ah, Oak and Tetsuya, when did you arrive? Just when the two were discussing the genetic instability of EV, of course. It was actually Tetsuya's one-sided inquiry. Dr. Yamanashi finally finished his work. Turning around, he saw the two, and asked in surprise. Just arrived. Tetsuya answered quickly. What do you mean just arrived? I've been here for almost half an hour. You must have been waiting for a long time. Dr. Oak mercilessly exposed Tetsuya's words. Tetsuya smiled awkwardly. Senior, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but why can't you hear others calling you? Dr. Oak criticized righteously. Dr. Yamanashi rolled his eyes. The second brother of the two of us doesn't talk about the eldest brother, but you are also like this. Well, it's actually good. Research still requires concentration. Tetsuya didn't know what to say. He knew that Dr. Yamanashi's real personality was still quite eccentric, but was Dr. Oak like this too? He seemed unable to interrupt the conversation between these doctors, and said something weakly at the side. Don't scare the kids. We are like Frankenstein monsters. Hey, you're still trying to lecture me, Oki, don't you understand? Senior, you are my elder in terms of academics, but you are not as good as me in handling things. You can't say. Looking at the two older doctors bickering in front of him, ZHE was a little confused. What am I doing here? Should I be under the car, not here? Thanks to Let's Rock Together for the 100 starting coins. Thanks to Falling Leaves Fan Hangan for the 100 starting coins. Thanks to Bookfriend 201808180511262113 for the 100 starting coins. Thanks to Bookfriend 2021052220114247 for the 100 starting coins. Thanks to Bookfriend 20210704080024791 for the 100 starting coins. Thanks to Lehao for the 100 starting coins. Thanks to Yifeng for the 100 starting coins. Thanks to Situ Yixin for the 1500 starting coins. Thanks to After All Is Empty for the 200 starting coins. Thanks to Goodnight for the 1500 starting coins. In fact, this is what I think is the starting point. Chapter 133. Am I a direct descendant of the Alliance? Ahem. It was still Professor Oak who noticed Tetsuya's appearance first. He coughed to remind his senior to pay attention to his manners. What are you coughing for? Professor Yamanashi said unhappily, picked up the cup noodles on the table, and ate them naturally. At the same time, he took the juice milk handed over by Tetsuya. He still liked this kind of sweet food. As for the fresh snacks like Kamahino Senbei, they were not on his menu. Then he took out a red machine from his pocket, sucked the noodles in his mouth, and handed it to Tetsuya. Professor Oak looked at this scene with a smile on his face. He knew what Tetsuya was doing here when he just came in. After all, the channel for Professor Yamanashi to apply for Tetsuya was provided by the Oak Research Institute. Whether it was from the information, the feedback provided by the Pokémon school before, or the narration of Professor Yamanashi, plus the short chat and communication just now, Professor Oak felt that Tetsuya's character, and talent were all very good. He also felt that he had not helped the wrong person this time. Tetsuya excitedly took the red instrument with both hands, and didn't know what to say for a while. Is he a direct trainer of the Alliance? Thank you so much, Dr. Yamanashi and Dr. Oak. Thank you very much. In the end, he could only utter such a sentence. The two doctors smiled. They could naturally see Tetsuya's excitement and gratitude, and they also understood his current mood. Okay, now you have the Pokémon, and I have also communicated and replaced the Pokémon for you according to your request. I will take you to get it later. Also, remember to pay the money to activate it at the Pokémon Center later. Dr. Yamanashi reminded casually. Tetsuya was even more grateful. Yes, the red instrument he just took over was the Pokémon that symbolized the identity of a direct trainer in the Alliance. In fact, according to Tetsuya's identity file, he can also apply for it when his strength reaches the Qua-seeking level. After all, not everyone can get recognition from Joai, Nibijim and Dr. Oak's institute at the same time, and his background is relatively clean. But at that time, the significance of the Pokémon was not so great. He was able to apply in advance through the Oak Institute this time, which was also due to the credit of the Craniopagus fossil sent to Dr. Yamanashi before. After Dr. Yamanashi's operation, it was relatively smooth to convert this credit into identity. But for the other three families, according to common sense, even if he paid the full amount, he should get a Bulbasaur from Kanto. After all, he is from Tokiwa City. The Grass Master, Grass Main Force, in Tetsuya's dream is more inclined to the pure grass geranium or monarch snake, rather than the grass and poison dual system Bulbasaur. From the appearance, Bulbasaur is more like an enlarged version of a toad. At first, Tetsuya thought it was walking on all fours. It was not, until he came to this world, and learned that Tetsuya knew that Bulbasaur moved forward by jumping, just like a frog. This really made him a little unacceptable. In addition to the positioning problem in the team, after hesitating for a long time, he still asked Dr. Yamanashi whether he could change to the initial form of chrysanthemum leaf or vine snake corresponding to geranium or monarch snake. Dr. Yamanashi agreed at once, as if it was just a small matter. But Tetsuya was still quite panicked, and said that Bulbasaur would be good if it really didn't work. Dr. Yamanashi said it was okay, this kind of thing was very simple, and chatted for a while, and then hung up the phone. Now it seems that his request has been granted. Dr. Yamanashi looked at Tetsuya's excitement, and knew what he was thinking. Actually, this request is very simple. Every year, there will be new trainers who make such requests. After all, everyone likes different Pokémon. For new trainers, only if they truly love a Pokémon can they truly treat them well and cultivate them. This is especially important for the initial Pokémon. It's just that your time is not consistent, which is not a big deal at all. It just so happens that a doctor from another region exchanged places with us before, so this time it just happened to be used for you. Even so, Tetsuya was still very grateful. This kind of thing is easy to say, but Dr. Yamanashi has no obligation to help him. It is normal if he doesn't use this place to exchange with him. He is not a new trainer who has just debuted, and Dr. Yamanashi's theory just now cannot apply to him. Thinking of this, Tetsuya hurriedly took out the women's perfume set he had bought in Rainbow City before. By the way, Dr. Yamanashi, I heard you say before that your granddaughter wanted perfume. I just bought some local specialties in Rainbow City this time. Take a look. Heh, you kid. Pointing at Tetsuya unhappily, Dr. Yamanashi also took the perfume set. On the one hand, he knew that this was Tetsuya's expression of gratitude, and he did help. It would be a good thing to accept it. It was not a very valuable thing. On the other hand, although his granddaughter acted rather cold outside, she was still very close to him as a grandfather in private. Recently, she kept pestering him about perfume. After all, she was also quite busy, and she didn't have time to go to these places when she occasionally came to Kanto. The perfume of the Rainbow Gym is a world famous product, and it is quite difficult to buy in Sinop. I'll send it to that girl later. Now I can't urge me every day. Dr. Yamanashi thought to himself. The smile on his face grew. Tetsuya's gift was quite appropriate. It was not expensive, but it showed his concern. Considering the relationship between him and Dr. Yamanashi, it was quite appropriate. Tetsuya looked at Dr. Yamanashi as he slowly ate noodles and drank soup, and then took a sip of juice and milk. He was so anxious, but he couldn't urge Dr. Yamanashi to eat faster. Dr. Oak laughed secretly on the side. He looked just like the two little guys. Sure enough, no matter what age people are, when they meet their favorite elves, their eagerness is beyond words. He shook his head and said, forget it. Let them do it themselves. He still has things to do. Dr. Oak said goodbye to the two and left. Tetsuya was still looking at Dr. Yamanashi eagerly. Dr. Yamanashi glanced at the closed door and put down the cup noodles in his hand. There are some things that you know very well, but you can't say them to his face. Tetsuya had a premonition that Dr. Yamanashi seemed to want to say something to him, so he sat up straight, like a good student. Dr. Yamanashi glanced at him and laughed secretly, but decided to explain it to him, his face gradually becoming serious. Your application was successful this time, partly because of the fossil you had, and partly because your file records are very clear, as well as the guarantee from me, the Nabijim, and the Joy family. Your funding came from bounty missions in the Firestone. Some unknown transfers were explained by the Nabijim as their investment in you, and also included a personal investment of 2.2 million from the Joy family. The initial Pokémon Rattata came from an egg in the wild, and Pidgeot was captured using Rattata. After Pidgeot evolved into Pidgeot and entered the Elite, you explored a previously discovered ruin near Viridian City and obtained a fire chick egg from it, which also contained a part of the breeding plan. After the fire chick was born, you bought breeding materials for it, and the stone ball was given to you by the Nabijim. The league's review of every direct trainer is still very strict, and you can be said to have occupied the right time, place, and people. Tetsuya's eyes were slightly confused. Transfer investment? Was Pidgeot captured in a battle with Rattata? The fire chicks originated from a ruin? And there is a breeding program? How come I don't know that? But looking at Dr. Yamanashi's meaningful eyes, Tetsuya quickly reacted. Thanks to good luck, the ruins collapsed after I came out, and I was almost buried alive in it. Listening to Tetsuya's words, Dr. Yamanashi nodded slightly. Okay, not stupid, although a bit old-fashioned, but the Alliance doesn't care so much, just face it. Also, Dr. Yamanashi, I found a hidden ruin on the road from Vermilion City to Azta Town before, and the murals inside record a lot of things. Tetsuya hesitated for a moment, and decided to tell this matter first. He has now reacted to some extent, and it seems to be more beneficial. Well, Dr. Yamanashi pondered for a moment. You can mark the location when the time comes, and I will notify people to go there to investigate. Okay. Tetsuya agreed immediately. Dr. Yamanashi chuckled and looked at him. Are you waiting impatiently? No. Tetsuya shook his head hurriedly, but his eyes were still fixed on Dr. Yamanashi. Dr. Yamanashi was a little dazed by his stare and said unhappily, "I'm impressed, kid. Come with me." After that, he stood up and went into a small room inside his laboratory. Tetsuya stood up and followed behind him, wondering which Pokémon he would get for the 4th time. Judging from Dr. Yamanashi's reaction, it must be Chikorita or Snake. He wanted both of them, he thought wildly. Ouch. He bumped into Dr. Yamanashi's back without noticing. Tetsuya smiled at Dr. Yamanashi, who turned around and looked at him. Dr. Yamanashi was also very helpless. This was his 4th Pokémon, but why did he still act like a rookie trainer? But this was also one thing he was very satisfied with Tetsuya, that is, his love for Pokémon was very obvious. He pressed a red button, and a shrunken red and white ordinary Pokéball slowly rose from the instrument in front of him. Okay, this is the Pokémon you want. Go up and open it. Tetsuya nodded excitedly. Strictly speaking, this is his 5th Pokémon, but this kind of happiness still makes him unable to control himself, not to mention that he now has a kind of nervousness of opening a blind box. Rubbing his hands with expectation, Zay walked to the instrument and picked up the Pokéball. Clicking the button to zoom in, he threw the Pokéball. "Come out, my future partner." Ding, with a crisp sound of the Pokéball and the flash of red light, a green Pokémon appeared in front of him. Bulbasaur really jumped away. I checked the information. I couldn't believe it either. In addition, don't say that the protagonist is mentally retarded or a top student. That definition does not mean that he has left school. In fact, he was also a student in his previous life. Even if you add the experience of this life, it's not much better. It's impossible to consider problems so comprehensively, and there is really a big gap between IQ and EQ. Sometimes 20 plus 16 really doesn't equal 36. And in my setting, the protagonist also needs to grow up. Or do you prefer to see the type of person who is reborn with more wisdom and almost demonic? And it's just a little bit stupid in relative description. Fingertip universe. If you traveled through time, I guarantee you would faint from excitement. If you want to travel through time, deduct 1 point. The Space-Time Administration has started investigating the case. Funny. Oh, I was going to stop here and post the remaining 3,000 words in the evening, but then I thought better of it. Chapter 134. First meeting with Xiao Mao. Tang Tang. A sweet and tender voice came through. Tetsuya's heart melted when he looked at the cute little guy in front of him. Fire chick. What is that? Can it be as cute as Snacky? The Pokémon in front of him was Snacky, a grass snake Pokémon. Most of its body was green, but there was a large area of cream color. There was a yellow stripe on its back until its tail, and at the end of its tail was a large leaf with 3 forks. The yellow part beside its neck was like a small wing, and it looked like a lily behind it. Although it had the appearance of a snake, it also had limbs, and there were 3 small fingers on its green arms. Snacky blinked its big eyes and looked at the trainer in front of it. As early as when it was in the breeding base, it was told that it would have an excellent trainer. Tang Tang, is that you? The big leaf on Snacky's tail shook. Tetsuya squatted down and stretched out a finger. Yes, I will be your trainer in the future. Please give me more advice. Snacky tilted its head. It seemed not bad. After hesitating for a moment, he stretched out his little hand and touched Tetsuya's fingers together. The cool feeling made Tetsuya's spirits tremble. Oh, it seems that you get along quite well. Professor Yamanashi smiled at the side. He was not unexpected for this scene. You know, Snake is an extremely calm and smart Pokémon. It often does not obey the orders of immature trainers when it comes to getting along with trainers. But for Tetsuya, he is certainly not as reckless as ordinary rookie trainers, so he can naturally get the recognition of Snake. At the beginning, he also had such an idea, thinking that Snake in the Unova region was more suitable for Tetsuya than Chikorita in the Johto region, so he contacted Professor Yu in the faraway Unova to get Snake. Anyway, Professor Yu and Professor Oak are old acquaintances, and they often exchange the 3 starter Pokémons. To be honest, Dr. Sora and Johto has a better relationship, because Dr. Sora is an excellent student of Dr. Oak and the distance between the regions is better. But when Dr. Sora saw the state of Dr. Oak, Dr. Yamanashi could only hold his forehead and say forget it. The lengthy and redundant instructions made Dr. Yamanashi lose his patience to listen. And now it seems that it is indeed as he expected. Chikorita's personality may be too docile for Tetsuya. In addition, the combination of handsome guys and beautiful elves is really eye-catching, and Dr. Yamanashi nodded with satisfaction. This child is a girl, you have to take good care of her. Tetsuya nodded. Speaking of which, this seems to be his first female elf. There is no difference in physical signs between Pidgeot and Mantle Rock, and the ratio of males and females in their respective groups is also half and half. His two happen to be male. As for Flame Chicken, female Flame Chicken accounts for about 1/8, and the feathers on their heads are also smaller than those of males. When you see the lush feathers on the head of his Flame Chicken, you know it must be a male. Okay, you go get to know each other first. Looking at the man and the elf staring at each other, Dr. Yamanashi simply drove them out of his laboratory. Before leaving, I didn't forget to record Tetsuya's ID card, so that he can swipe the card to come in later. Although it was a closed passage, Tetsuya felt the wind blowing. Then let's go to the backyard to walk around and bask in the sun. Tetsuya sought the opinion of the vine snake. Sunbathing? The vine snake's tail was a little raised, and then it felt that it was too much, but still nodded excitedly. Tetsuya smiled. The vine snake would use its tail to bathe in the sun for photosynthesis. It would be more energetic under the sun, and at the same time it would absorb the energy of the sun to make itself grow stronger and move faster. So it naturally longed for the sun. In fact, many grass-type Pokémon are like this, otherwise how can they be said to be relatively simple and cheap to cultivate? It is precisely because even without too much cultivation, they can gradually realize their potential by slowly absorbing the sun. It's just that without interference, the time will be so long that you can't accept it, and there is not much compatibility in the early stage. Of course, as the 3 starter Pokémon designated by the Unova region, the vine snake does not have the latter problem. With its agility, natural high perception and strong control of grass energy, Viper is extremely good at using the whip, and its flexibility is even better than using its body. It can master the skill of Grass Blender, which is only learned by a few Pokémons in the early stage. The power is 65, which greatly makes up for the problem of insufficient attack power in the early stage. The cultivation method of Viper is different from that of the previous Pokémons, otherwise there is no need to consider the problem of fighting. For Pidgeot, Blaziken and the future Gorgon, each of their evolutionary forms corresponds to a stronger body, more powerful energy, and more skills, and there will be no big changes in the fighting method. The second stage of Viper's evolution is Green Ivy Snake. Although it is still a grass snake Pokémon at this stage, it still has arms. However, once it evolves into the final form of Monarch, the whole body will lose its hind limbs, and the forelimbs will degenerate into leaves. Not only will the fighting method change, but there will also be huge differences in the way of movement. As its trainer, it is necessary to consciously cultivate the ability of Vine Snake and Green Vine Snake to dodge attacks with vines or slide with a body in battle. It is even necessary to train its vine whip to perfection, so as to ensure that it does not temporarily lose its combat power when it evolves to the last stage. Tetsuya was thinking, and he and the jumping vine snake unknowingly came to the back garden of the Oak Research Institute. It is called a back garden, but it is actually an outdoor research area with a terrifyingly large area. It is roughly divided into 7 or 8 areas according to different Pokémon attributes and living habits. There are areas dedicated to rock attribute living, deserts for ground attribute, and fire attribute Pokémon, grasslands, and several large ponds. It is a completely artificial pond, and it looks like the area is comparable to that of an ordinary inland lake. It is definitely expensive. Tetsuya looked at the wide scenery in front of him and couldn't help but feel in a good mood. Little guy, how about I hold you and sit on my shoulders? Suddenly, Tetsuya had a sudden idea and said to Vine Snake, who was enjoying a sunbath on the side. He actually wanted to do this a long time ago, but the predecessor of the Vine Snake, Flame Chicken, was too naughty when he was young, which made him lose interest at all. Pidgeot did it when he was still a Popo, but he didn't try it many times, and the bird's claws were still a little uncomfortable. As for the stone ball-shaped mantle rock, it was a bit heavy, and Tetsuya gave up after trying it a few times. His shoulders were a bit sore after sleeping for a few days. but Vine Snake is suitable. Although his Vine Snake is well developed, it is still small and exquisite with a height of 0.65 meters and a weight of 8.5 kilograms. The average height of Vine Snake is 0.6 meters and the weight is 8.1 kilograms. Vine Snake opened its eyes and hesitated for a while. Tetsuya looked into its glasses for a while. Tang tang. Vine Snake's eyes immediately curved into a crescent shape, as if it was very funny. Then I hold it? Tetsuya asked Vine Snake's opinion again. Vine Snake nodded decisively. Tetsuya picked it up and put it on his shoulder. The Vine Snake stretched out a vine from its little hand and fixed itself on Tetsuya's body consciously. Sugar. It seems that the sun is more comfortable this way, the Vine Snake sighed. Tetsuya sat on a bench nearby for researchers to rest. The angle was quite good and the sun was quite strong. He used his fingers to tease the Vine Snake. Sugar, sugar. The Vine Snake's little hand danced on Tetsuya's fingertips with the vine whip. Tetsuya's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. Although the three major families issued were carefully prepared by the Alliance, there are always differences between each individual. From the current performance, this Vine Snake not only has good data on the zero panel, but also has excellent control over skills and body. Other things can be tested later. Now let's enjoy the afternoon sun. Tetsuya and the Vine Snake squinted their eyes at the same time, feeling comfortable. Oh, by the way, Tetsuya opened his eyes, and he should let the Vine Snake know its predecessors. Just when Zay moved his hand to his waist and was about to release 3 Pokémon, a sudden shout interrupted his plan. Grandpa, Zaozi, the last one, stole my things again. What nonsense are you talking about? We caught this Pokéball together. I caught it. It was me. 2 children, only 7 or 8 years old, walked into the back garden with their bodies bumping into each other. They were holding 2 fishing rods in their hands, and in the middle was a Pokéball that was entangled together. The researchers around them seemed to be used to it and ignored them at all. They stopped and looked at them curiously. Is this Zyomeo and Zyozhi? There was no way. Zyoz's clothes seemed to have been bought in more than a dozen sizes. Now the one in front of him was a miniature version of ZHI. Combined with the content of the other boys shouting just now, it was easy to draw a conclusion. After all, in such a small place, it is not easy to really meet other children. Wow, big brother, I haven't seen you before. Is this your Pokémon? What is this? So cute. Zyozhi was the first to discover the existence of Tetsuya and Snake. Tetsuya could only sigh, as expected of you, with sharp eyes. Humph, this is Snake, one of the 3 starter Pokémons in the Unova region, the absolute main force of the grass type, very strong. Zyomeo snorted coldly at the side. Slightly Zyozhi made a face. You are the only one who knew, did I ask you? Snake was frightened by Zyozhi's rush at the beginning, and its body hid behind Tetsuya. Then it heard Zyromeo's praise for it, and it landed on the ground along Tetsuya's body with a vine whip very proudly, and raised its tail. Yes, it is it. It is very powerful. Tetsuya looked at the scene in front of him speechlessly. He always felt that it was a little familiar. 4K plus 3K plus 3K equals 1WO. I burst. I'm going to die suddenly. Tomorrow's 2 updates will be posted after midnight, and it will be the same in the future. I will sleep for a while and see if I can post another chapter in the evening. Chapter 135. Naughty Child. By the way, what are the 3 starter Pokémon? Zyozhi squatted down and looked at the Vine Snake and asked in a daze. The Vine Snake turned around and showed him a side face. It thought the human cub in front of it was stupid. Although he smelled good, it still didn't want to pay attention. Zyomeo slapped his head. Don't you usually listen in class? It's just the initial Pokémon. It's just a Pokémon from other places, just like Squirtle and others. Oh, it's just like Bulbasaur, right? The method of cultivating Bulbasaur is very simple. Bulbasaur is most suitable for beginners. Looking at Zyozhi stumbling and searching for the few knowledge in his mind, ZHE also seemed to have the illusion of watching an animation live. Shaking his head. Big brother, what's wrong with you? Zyomeo looked at this handsome big brother curiously and shook his head. Nothing. ZHE couldn't say that the 2 of you were a couple. Big brother, can I touch this? That. Zyozzy scratched his head anxiously, and no words came out of his mind for a long time. Vine snake. Zyomao reminded from the side. Ah, yes, can I touch the vine snake? Zyozzy immediately received the hint and shouted loudly. Vine snake wrinkled its cute little face, turned around completely, and climbed onto Tetsua's shoulder with its vine whip with ease. Only a greenback was left to Zyozzy. Tetsuya laughed. It doesn't look like it's very happy. Zyozzy sighed. Zyomao laughed from the side. Hahaha, look at your stupid look. Vine snake is very smart. What did you say, stupid Zyomao? Last place. Say it again. The two people started quarreling again. Tang tang. Vine snake pushed Tetsuya with its little hand. Let's go to another place, to bask in the sun. These two are so noisy. Tetsuya also scratched Vine Snake's chin with his fingers calmly, and Vine Snake squinted his big eyes comfortably. Taking Snake away from the two little kids who were still naughty, Tetsuya took out a brand new Pokeball from his backpack. Okay, little guy, let's find a new place for you to live first. After stroking Snake's head lovingly, Tetsuya operated its original Pokeball, and Snake lost its binding relationship with the Pokeball. Come on, go in. Tetsuya raised the Pokeball to the level of his shoulder and signaled Snake. Snake stretched out a vine and lightly tapped the switch of the Pokeball, turning into a red light and immediately entered the Pokeball. Tetsuya pressed the switch again, and Snake, who had just entered not long ago, was released. Looking around, the place was empty enough, and he took out 3 smaller Pokeballs from his waist. Snake stared at his trainer's behavior curiously. What was he doing? Tetsuya enlarged the Pokeballs one by one, and threw them out one by one. Guys, meet your new family. Beepo. Dangoro. When the 3 Pokémon appeared, they all posed in the most handsome poses they thought. Even the most stable Mantle Rock inadvertently adjusted the rocks on its body. They are not blind and deaf in the luxury ball. They can see and sense what is happening outside. So they knew that the new partner was a cute female, so they naturally wanted to show their handsomeness. They looked at the actions of the 3 elves in front of him with amusement and sighed helplessly. Hey, who let them be his elves? A bunch of naughty children who have not grown up. He pointed at them one by one, and introduced them to the Vine Snake. Vine Snake, this big bird is Pidgeot, this red one is Blaziken, and this big blue guy is Mantle Rock. Every time they introduced one, Vine Snake extended its vine whip in a friendly manner and shook their wings, claws and stones. To be honest, if they had not been accustomed to the life in this world, this scene in front of him was indeed a bit curious. By the way, this little guy is still very cute. Zay was thinking, and subconsciously scratched Vine Snake's chin with his fingers. He felt that it was not like what was said in the rumors that Vine Snake was a very arrogant Pokémon. It was clearly a smart and well-behaved image. After the introduction, Vine Snake slid down from Tetsuya's body and jumped around on the other 3 Pokémon. Especially the huge bodies of Pidgeot and Nephilium, which were completely enough for it to play with. Of course, Vine Snake was still a little afraid of Blaziken, whose natural attributes restrained it. But as they played, the 4 Pokémon quickly became familiar with each other. Vine Snake circled around Pidgeot's body and played hide and seek with Blaziken. The afternoon sun was just right in this season, not strong, but warm enough. Tetsuya leaned on Nephilium's body and stretched lazily, patting its body. You guys should be evolving soon. Dangoro. Most people can't hear any emotions or fluctuations in Nephilium's cry. They felt its urgency. It's almost there. In a dozen days or half a month, I think you can evolve. He called out 0 in his heart and checked the physical condition of the Mantle Rock, which was in line with the expected development. It has only been about half a month since Lishuanzi evolved into Mantle Rock. With Zay's excellent cultivation plan and no cost investment, the growth progress and energy accumulation progress of Mantle Rock can be said to be different day by day, and it is constantly getting stronger. It will be possible to start evolving soon. By the way, he focused his mind on the Fusion Snake playing on the side, and the blue panel refreshed, and the information changed. Snake category, Grass Snake Pokémon attribute, Grass height 0.65 meters, average is 0.6 meters, weight 8.5 kilograms, average is 8.1 kilograms, Features: lush. In critical moments, when the physical strength is very low, the power of grass attribute moves will increase. Skills: impact, glare, squeeze, grass field, inherited, magic leaf, inherited, sweet fragrance, inherited, nature's grace, inherited, level 7, novice, potential, king cultivation plan. It is recommended to photosynthesize for at least 2 hours a day, accumulate sufficient energy, and improve vitality. Auxiliary materials: luozi fruit, milk and milk, woodbud powder. It is recommended to use leaf stone energy as a supplement, feel the grass energy, and improve the mastery of the grass field and nature's grace. Auxiliary materials: flower incense, train for body sliding and squeeze control. The venue is arranged as follows. Although this is the second time that Tetsuya has summoned Snake's panel, he is more and more satisfied the more he looks at it. First of all, in terms of height and weight, the vine snakes bred by the Alliance's special breeding base are naturally not bad, and are much better than their peers in general state. After all, the Alliance has a long-standing systematic plan for the breeding of the 3 starter families. Of course, ZHE is also very confident that, if he cultivates them from a young age, he should be able to do better. After all, he will be more targeted. But at present, this is already very good. Secondly, in terms of characteristics, the vine snake group only has the first characteristic of lushness and the hidden characteristic of singing a dissenting tune. His vine snake is different from the first 3 elves. It only has one characteristic of lushness, and no singing a dissenting tune. It also fits the character currently shown by this vine snake. This is actually something that makes ZHE relieved. In the previous life, even if he didn't play Pokémon battle games very much, he had heard a little about the famous singing a dissenting tune monarch. The singing a dissenting tune characteristic will reverse the change of ability, and it will decrease when it was originally improved, and increase when it was originally reduced. Using this feature, the rebel serpent in the game can use the grass type ultimate move Leaf Storm. After using it, its energy attack ability will be greatly reduced due to the reaction force, which can not only cause huge damage, but also further improve its energy attack ability and accumulate power for the next more powerful attack. Just by imagining, we can guess how high Serpent's energy attack will be after stacking multiple layers of states. However, in today's real world, the rebel feature is not as good as imagined, for many reasons. First, the special category of the rebel feature. According to research, the characteristics of elves can actually be divided into many types. The rebel is a very special category. Researchers in this world call it personality characteristics. Similar to it are the characteristics of doing things one's own way. As the name suggests, this characteristic is related to the personality of the elves to a certain extent. Elves with the characteristics of doing things one's own way, such as Slowpoke, Tutu, Lotkappa, Toshime, Meowth, etc., have many strange and confusing behaviors. Let's not talk about the famous Slowpoke. You may not even notice that it does what it wants. Many people think that its personality is so stupid that it cannot be more stupid. Others, such as the Lotkappa, dance all day long and don't care about the world. If the Lotkappa hears loud and cheerful music, it will run over and dance to the music. Even if it makes mistakes, it is happy. This is the origin of the lot in its name. Another example is a Dangshi cat, who is very vain and will wrap its tail around its body to make itself look bigger and sleep in other people's nests. The Meow cat is casual and self-centered. It usually acts alone and is often troubled by not being able to control its strong mental power. Even now, it has been found that the wobbly spot has both the characteristics of singing the opposite tune and doing what it wants, and the Tutu dog has both the characteristics of being moody and doing what it wants. The documentary shows that their personalities are just one word: absolutely. Back to Snake, the opposite of the tune, also known as the eccentric personality, has been found through research that Pokémon with this characteristic will be eccentric, withdrawn, and incompatible with others. If there is a Pokémon with such a personality, it will not only be a huge test for the trainer, but also a great torture for other Pokémon in the same team. Trainers still have to consider the harmony of the team. After all, Pokémon are biological individuals with their own independent thinking. Forcing a partner with an incompatible personality into the team will only destroy the original tacit understanding. Although ZHE is confident that he can train a snake with an eccentric personality who is opposite of the tune, it will inevitably take a lot of energy. Of course, he prefers to be obedient. This is the first reason. For the question about Bulbasaur, please see the comments. There are pictures. Of course, I'm not sure whether it is the official setting. After all, in the animation, Bulbasaur seems to crawl, or it may be huge in size, and it moves slowly, and looks like walking. Personally, I think it doesn't matter what you say. I think it's quite interesting, so I share it with you. Then again, unless it contradicts the official setting, or it is just a small difference, modification, or extension of the second setting, don't criticize me. I have said everything I should say in the comments on the launch. I'm trying to change the chapter delivery time to every day after 12 o'clock in the evening, but it takes time, and it will be fixed slowly. I will try to complete the goal before next Monday. Before that, I will roughly announce the time of the next chapter. Today, the second chapter should be around 3 PM, and the third chapter will be announced at that time. Sleep, wake up and write. Rewards and thanks are also included in the third chapter. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 136, Grass Type Main Force. The second reason is that the practicality of Leaf Storm is not as exaggerated as in the game. In the game, as long as you have pages, move points, the elves can release skills without limit, but it is not possible in reality. After all, elves are still creatures, but they have special energy, and they will also feel tired. Leaf Storm is a grass type ultimate move with a power of 130, and the energy required to fully release it is very huge. Take Blaziken as an example. Similar moves are Burnout, also known as Overheat. For it at present, releasing a complete Burnout skill is enough to drain it. After using it, the elves are basically in a state of being slaughtered, and it takes a long time to use it a second time. Otherwise, the so-called attribute ultimate move will not be called an ultimate move. This move is used in the most extreme situations to seek a comeback point, and it is basically not used in normal battles. Even if the characteristic of the opposition can make the elves change the side effects after using the ultimate move and improve their attack ability, it will be meaningless if there is not enough energy to release the skill. It is unrealistic to want to do a 6 continuous Leaf Storm like in the game. It is a hidden turnaround move and cannot be used as a regular skill. If Monarch Snake really has that ability, Zaya thinks that the ordinary skill A can also achieve the same effect, so there is no need to waste output. Third, it is the problem of skill matching. The elves of the Vine Snake series can learn the skills of growth, strengthening themselves, improving physical and energy attack capabilities, curling, concentrating to strengthen attack, defense and hit, self-motivation, motivating themselves to improve physical and energy attack capabilities, meditation, concentrating to improve energy attack and defense capabilities, and sword dance, dancing war dance, strengthening attack. If it is a Vine Snake with the characteristics of singing the opposite tune, then these skills are basically sealed permanently. Zaya can completely train the future Monarch Snake to have a high level of proficiency in these skills and strengthen himself during the battle. Its effect is not weaker than the Leaf Storm of singing the opposite tune, and it is more practical from a tactical point of view. Leaf Storm can still be used as a turnaround skill and become a trump card. Of course, this does not mean that the opponent tray is useless, but it is relatively not as powerful as imagined. After all, from another perspective, the opponent tray can effectively suppress the opponent's desire to add debuffs, negative status, to you. Otherwise it will become an aid to the enemy. This can also limit the opponent's moves. However, ZHE also believes more in his own strengthening. 3 dragons can't kill you in 1 second. You can't always pin your hopes on the opponent giving you a mindless status. No one is a fool. The Monarch Snake without the opponent tray can fight normally. Anyway, the increase or decrease of the status is inevitable, and the Flame Chicken also fights in the same way. Therefore, for the above reasons, ZHE is still quite satisfied with his own little cute vine snake without the opponent tray. Then in terms of skills, ZHE is even more satisfied. It has to be said that the Alliance training is the Alliance training. In terms of the comprehensiveness of genetic skills, it is much stronger than wild Pokémon. Even in terms of quantity, it is more than the champion qualified flame chicken. Of course, it's not such a simple comparison. We still have to consider the difference in genetic skills. The genetics of Blaziken are more troublesome than those of Snake, and he was a little confused. From his study of genetics, he could understand the green grass field, magic leaf and sweet fragrance. It's nothing more than that Snake's father should be Roserade. But the last one, Nature's Grace, it seems that Roserade can't be passed on to Snake, right? Did he remember it wrong? No way. Let's put it aside for now and ask the doctor later. Maybe his study is not enough and genetics is not the main direction he is trying to overcome. Snake's inheritance of green grassfield can be said to have made up for Tetsua's lack of endurance to a large extent. At least now he has a certain recovery ability in the wild, which is gratifying. Although it is not an orthodox healer like Chansey, it is also quite good. Of course, this was expected long ago, otherwise he would not want the 3 grass type starters. Although field skills are rare, for the 3 grass type starters produced by the Alliance, this skill can be regarded as standard. The skill of Magic Leaf is a good way to further make up for the weak attack ability of the early stage of the Vine Snake. With a power of 60, it is more than enough in the early stage of the battle when combined with the grass mixer. Not only that, the Magic Leaf with built-in energy lock is one of the few skills that never miss a target, and its strategic significance is still very high. As for the sweet fragrance and the grace of nature, these two are extra joys. ZHE also thought about it. Sweet fragrance is not a big deal. It can release a sweet smell and be used as an auxiliary skill. He has a plan and an idea for the battle, and he can experiment with it later. But the grace of nature is really beyond his expectations. After all, this thing is not in the skill list of ordinary vine snakes, and he really hasn't thought about it carefully. Can it play a role in cultivation? ZHE also recalled the effect of the grace of nature, which can produce different attacks according to different tree fruits. What is the essence of this skill? If we analyze it literally, it seems that it can be used to purify tree fruits. No, the premise is that it needs to be taken, not carried. If you use tree fruits of other attributes on Snake, it will only hurt it. Then, if part of the process of this skill is transformed into an in vitro process, can it be established? Nature's Grace should be a coefficient of 0.628 multiplied by a base of 30. Substitute it into the formula of grass type skills. If we calculate it with the energy fluctuation value of the simplest grass type Luozi fruit, then, Zaya frowned, calculating frantically in his mind, pointing his fingers in the void. The strange behavior attracted the curiosity of the 4 Pokémons. Pidgeot, Blaziken and Snake surrounded Mantle Rock and whispered to each other while looking at Zaya leaning on Mantle Rock. Pidgeot, curling his lips and pointing at his trainer. What's wrong with him? Blaziken, spreading his claws. I don't know, maybe he has cramps again. Mantle Rock, turning the stone. The boss should be thinking about the problem. Pidgeot, snorted. I always feel that he is thinking of something weird. Snake, weird things? What? Blaziken, like tying, binding, and bang. Tetsuya slashed Blaziken's shoulder with a knife. You think I don't exist, right? Can't you be more gentle when you say bad things behind my back? And you even came to me to say it. He picked up Snake and teased the little guy. Don't learn bad things from these guys. I don't know who you learned them from. He rolled his eyes at the other 3 Pokémon. Pidgeot, Blaziken, and Nat all laughed in their hearts at the same time. How dare you say such things? Sugar, sugar. Snake, who was being held, shouted happily. It felt that its trainer and seniors got along well. This atmosphere was the same as when it was at home. Very happy. Tetsuya looked at this cute little guy and temporarily put aside his calculations. Anyway, there is no rush. Judging from the ability of the little guy, he can't use the grace of nature as he imagined for the time being. The first task is to improve his strength. The level 7 is not the key point. This little guy has just passed the larval stage. The potential of the king level is enough to support its rapid progress with his own training plan. Little guy, you have to become the main force of the grass type. ZHE also touched the head of the vine snake in his arms. Sugar. Vine Snake said that he was very powerful, very strong. ZHE also teased Vine Snake with a smile. Fortunately, Vine Snake's personality is also suitable for fighting. If it is a relatively docile Pokémon like Chikorita, although they do not resist fighting and are eager to become stronger, they are not as sincere as Vine Snake. To a large extent, this also determines how strong a Pokémon can reach in the end. Humph. Half and half for each. Stinky Zyomeo, I will definitely defeat you. Zyos, he shouted in the distance. With Tetsua's eyesight, he could clearly see that the Pokeball they were fighting for was split into two halves and put into each pocket. This might be the bond between them, he sighed. Professor Oak, who was pulled out by his grandson Zyomeo, looked at the two children quarreling with a smile and turned around to see Tetsua and the Pokemons next to him. Professor Oak's eyes lit up and walked towards him. Tetsuya, are these your Pokemons? They look great. Professor Oak said, taking out a magnifying glass from the pocket of his white robe, observing the Pokemons and praising them. Oh, the height of the flame chicken is really great, and this mantle rock has a very good body density. Zyomeo and Zyozzy followed behind Professor Oak like a tail, observing the Pokemons. They had been curious and wanted to run over to see it, but they were just quarreling. Big brother, what kind of Pokémon is this? Zyozzy pulled Tetsua's clothes and pointed at the handsome flame chicken and mantle rock and asked curiously. Even though his grades were not good, Zyozzy still knew Pidgeot, the most ubiquitous Pidgeot in the Kanto region. But the other two were different. This is Blaziken, the final evolution of Chickadee, so handsome. And the mantle rock, the evolution of Ishigaki, is also very powerful. Zyozzy, these are all the things the teacher taught in class. How come you don't know anything? Are you sleeping in class? Zyomeo pretended to educate Zyozzy, but ZHE also found it interesting. Zyozzy blushed. Smelly Zyomeo, what is there to not know about this? I'm just asking. Chapter 3. It was about 9 o'clock in the evening. Thank you Ting Feng Union for the reward of 1500 starting coins. Thank you Kingu for the reward of 1500 starting coins. Thank you Bookfriend 201808180511262113 for the reward of 100 starting coins. Thank you for the reward of 100 starting coins on the spot. Thank you Sajimumu for the reward of 1500 starting coins. Thank you for your reward of 100 Kidian coins. Chapter 137. Its father. Tetsuya looked at the two naughty kids who were quarreling again with a headache, feeling a little distressed. He really didn't know how to deal with them. Fortunately, the two of them argued with each other for a while, and then focused their attention on his 4 Pokémon. By the way, Professor Oak, I want to ask if you know what the parent of Vine Snake is. Tetsuya suddenly remembered his doubts and asked Professor Oak. Huh? What's wrong? Professor Oak was a little surprised. This was just sent by you. I didn't ask her if there was anything wrong with this child. It looks healthy, and it's impossible for Professor Yu and the Alliance to give out a defective Pokémon as the 3 starters, and it's impossible for Professor Yamanashi not to check. No, it's just that, when I let Vine Snake experiment with skills just now, I found that its genetic skill ratio is a bit strange. Tetsuya told Professor Oak the 4 genetic skills of Vine Snake. Of course, what experimental skills are pure nonsense. He saw it with 0, but Professor Oak didn't know. No one saw whether he communicated with Vine Snake. Professor Oak nodded in understanding, pondered for a moment, raised one hand palm up, and punched the other hand. Ah, I remember now. This is because its father should be Flower Therapy Ring. Flower Therapy Ring, which Pokémon is this? Tetsuya searched his knowledge and found that he had never heard of it in his previous life for this life. Haha, it's normal that you don't know. This is a Pokémon found in an island area called Alala. Professor Oak smiled at Tetsuya's confused look. At present, the Alliance has not yet sorted out the information of the Pokémon there, so it is not open to the public. And that place, how should I put it, is a bit dangerous. Professor Oak's meaning was a bit vague, but Tetsuya could roughly understand it. Nodding slightly, He did not continue to ask. Flower healing ring, the current attribute defined by the alliance is grass type. It looks like a wreath. Its body is closer to a green fruit, and the flowers around it are not its body. It will transfer its body fluids to the flowers it carries, and these flowers can emit a healing aroma. It is an extremely good healing type of Pokémon. It just meets the requirements of inheriting the 4 skills of the vine snake. And from this point of view, this vine snake should have a high talent on the green grass field. Professor Oak explained the Pokémon flower healing ring to Tetsuya inside. Although it is not open yet, it is a matter of time, and the information of the Pokémon is not something that needs to be kept secret. Tetsuya was delighted. Isn't this another good news? It seems that he really needs to thank Dr. Yamanashi for his help. Does the flower healing ring belong to the plant egg group or the land egg group? Tetsuya asked another question involving genetics terminology. Plant egg group. Professor Oak answered him directly. Flower therapy ring is closer to the plant category than the animal category. Tetsuya nodded. There are requirements for breeding and laying eggs between Pokémon. It doesn't mean that any 2 Pokémon can lay eggs. According to research, there are 15 egg group categories. Each Pokémon can belong to 1 or 2 egg groups at the same time. Only Pokémon with any of the same egg group categories can lay eggs. The Pokémon that hatch are generally the original form of the mother, except for Ditto. The egg group of Monarch is plant and land, which is also the basis of his question just now. As for why plants can lay eggs with animals, don't ask him, he doesn't know. This is not scientific, but it is very Pokémon. Professor Oak held a notebook in his hand and kept recording the body shape and data of Tetsuya's first 3 Pokémon. This is his subconscious habit as a Pokémon doctor. Although he has no shortage of Pokémon data, he still can't help but record it briefly every time he sees one. Flame Chicken twisted its body unnaturally. It was actually a little uncomfortable, but its trainer's eyes signaled it not to move, so it had to obey. Of course, another important reason is that it always feels that there are elves staring at it and not letting it move. Dr. Oak quickly closed his notebook and smiled at Zaya apologetically. It doesn't look good. Sorry, I'm a little used to it. Zaya shook his head repeatedly. No, it's Smilna. After smiling, Dr. Oak gave Zaya his own opinion. I just observed your 3 elves. Mantle Rock is the simplest. It only needs to wait for evolution now. I don't have any good suggestions. The only thing it needs to do at this stage is to wait patiently. It's best to fight it occasionally to release the pressure, otherwise it will be very uneasy. Under the sun, it is a giant rock monster who takes a sunbath. When he said the last sentence, Dr. Oak suddenly became passionate. The people around him were calm, and Dr. Oak didn't feel embarrassed and continued to talk. The second is Pidgeot. You have trained it very well, including the habits of its wings and the length of its claws. It can be seen that it has a strong personal style. There are very few people who can train a Pokémon to this level at your age. It is very good. Judging from its momentum, it should be acquire seeking. Keep working hard. Finally, it is Blaziken. I personally have some small opinions. I suggest that you strengthen its training in fighting. Although it has a good talent for fire and its ability in close combat is also good from the perspective of physical development, you may be relatively biased in terms of energy. This can actually be seen from the hair on its legs. You can appropriately add a certain amount of lotus fruit to the food as a supplement to the fighting system. Blaziken itself can learn the ultimate fighting skill of the fighting system, the true energy bullet. If you don't have enough energy, you will be very distressed. Listening to Professor Oak's reminder, Tetsuya nodded repeatedly. He naturally paid attention to the several questions raised, but training Pokémon is not something that can be achieved overnight, and it still needs to be done step by step. It's just that Professor Oak reminded him to hurry up. As for the part in the middle where Professor Oak suddenly spoke passionately about the Senryu of the giant rock monster, he ignored it. Professor Oak would give lectures on TV programs every now and then, and he would always use such Senryu as an interlude. He also grew up watching Professor Oak's lectures, so he naturally didn't find it strange. Not to mention Zyosei and Zyomeo around him. Zyomeo was a little disgusted. Grandpa, can you stop talking about Senryu? Haha, Senryu can really show the characteristics of Pokémon, and it is a must for every fan. Professor Oak laughed with full energy. Xiaomao rolled his eyes, felt a little bored, and ran out with Xiaozi. Xiaomao, what are you doing? I haven't seen enough. Xiaozi struggled, but was grabbed by Xiaomao by the collar and couldn't move. What's so good about it? We will have our own Pokémon by then. Xiaomao pouted. Looking at his grandson's energetic appearance, Professor Oak smiled peacefully, said goodbye to Tetsuya, and returned to his research room. He was busy just now, but was pulled out by Xiaomao. Tetsuya looked at the sky and time, and was shocked. It was already past 4 o'clock. He quickly put the 4 Pokémon back into the Pokéballs, and walked towards Dr. Yamanashi's laboratory. He wanted to say goodbye and leave, and it was impossible for him to stay at the Oak Research Institute. He swiped his ID card to open the door. At this time, Dr. Yamanashi was still working attentively. Tetsuya hesitated for a moment, left a message on the table, and left. When he walked out of the institute, and left Pallet Town, and released Pidgeot in the wild to ride on it to his next destination, Dr. Yamanashi in the laboratory rubbed his sore shoulders and stopped working. When he turned around, he saw the note left by Tetsuya on the table. Grandpa Yamanashi, I'm leaving first. Thank you for your help, Bo. Take a rest while working, eat on time, and don't just eat desserts. Tetsuya Tamaki. Dr. Yamanashi smiled at the note and put the candy he had just taken out of his pocket back. In the evening. Location, Nibi City Pokémon Center. Hello, Miss Joy. I need to activate the Pokémon Encyclopedia. Zaya came to the front desk of the Pokémon Center and handed Miss Joy his red Pokémon Encyclopedia and ID card. Miss Joy behind the counter had a flash of surprise in her eyes, but she still took the two things from him very professionally and started to operate. Zaya's voice was not small. At this time, there were still many trainers in the hall, and they all heard what Zaya said. There was a sudden silence for a while, and then the whispers in the Pokémon Center became louder. Zaya didn't care. After taking out his bank card to pay the 500W fee, he thanked Miss Joy and left with the Pokémon Encyclopedia. As for the ID card, the Pokémon Encyclopedia is the best ID card. Since Zaya left, the trainers in the Pokémon Center stopped suppressing their discussions. Wow, what a young power seeking. This was the exclamation of a trainer. Someone next to him immediately retorted, are you thinking about eating peaches? This kid looks like he's only 16 or 17 years old. How could he be aqua seeking? That's right, definitely not. He must be the son of some powerful family. He missed the annual departure time and is now making up for it. How can he care about the 3 great families in the illustrated book? This was a rather sour tone. Humph, if you have the ability, you can prepare one for your son. Someone else sneered. For a moment, everyone in the Pokémon Center had different thoughts. Zahir didn't care what others thought or how they were jealous of him. He was full of joy in his heart. He walked to the front of the Nabi gym and called Jiro. Hello, Jiro, this is your brother Zay. Come out and pick me up. I'm going to rob your brother. Rob me? What do you want to do? But the voice coming from the other end of the phone was not Jiro's. Thanks to Peter 1998 for the reward of 100 starting coins. Thanks to Bookfriend 160,717,211,809,387 for the 100 starting coins. Thanks to Goodnight for the 1500 starting coins. Thanks to for the 100 starting coins. Thanks to for the 1500 starting coins. Thanks to Mijk for the 100 starting coins. Thanks to for the 1000 starting coins. Thanks to for the 1500 plus 699 starting coins for the character. Thanks to for the 500 starting coins. Thanks to for the 600 starting coins. Thanks to for the 500 starting coins. Thanks to for the 1420 starting coins. Thanks to for the 2000 starting coins for the character. Thanks to Goodnight for the 10,000 rewards. Thanks for the support. I added it, but why do I feel like I owe more? The first update tomorrow should be posted in the early morning, but I'm not sure about the time. I'll take a break first. Chapter 138 Robbery. Walking into the front hall, Zaya heard the familiar voice and looked at the contact he called. Yes, it was Jiro. What happened? Sorry, I called the wrong number. I'm very sorry. Zaya said these words very skillfully and hung up the phone. 3, 2, 1. He counted silently in his mind. I think you may need a beating. A steady voice came from a passage inside the Nabi gym, and Zaya Gang walked out slowly. No problem. Real life parkour Pokémon duel. I'm always here to accompany you. Zaya said. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Is that all you can do? Zaya Gang's squinting eyes became more focused. Zaya asked casually, didn't Jero say you went to your grandfather to train? Why did you come back so soon? Zaya Gang, who was leading the way in front, had a visibly paler face, then calmed down and replied, I just happened to meet you during the break. Zaya, who was walking slowly behind, didn't notice Zaya Gang's abnormality at all. What are you going to do this time? Zaya Gang asked Zaya on the way to his own training room. Take my leaf stone. Tetsua's answer was very concise. Zaya Gang raised his eyebrows. Take. No, did you capture a grass type Pokémon? Tetsua looked at Zaya Gang strangely. Yeah, Snake. Dr. Yamanashi helped. He told Zaya Gang about Dr. Yamanashi when he met him on the St. Anno, and Zaya Gang envied his good luck at that time. After all, even for Zaya Gang, it is difficult to meet the Pokémon professor. At most, others would talk to him for the sake of the elders. Zaya Gang didn't ask any more questions, walked to the training room, opened his small vault, and took out the leaf stone that Tetsuya had stored there. He threw it to Tetsuya casually. Don't you need the moonstone? Please exchange one for alliance coins and put it on my card. Do you have any way to exchange the other for a leaf stone? Tetsuya took the leaf stone thrown by Zaya Gang, took out a device that could fix the evolution stone and fixed it, and took the string at one end and hung it around his neck. It's okay. He felt it. It's quite light, but it's a bit uncomfortable. Then he saw another leaf stone flying towards him. Oh my god, be careful. After catching the second leaf stone in a hurry, Zaya looked at Zaya Gang in confusion. I happen to have one in stock, so just treat it as you exchanging it with me for the moonstone. Zaya Gang explained to Zay. As for the other one, I will tell others about it. Zay secretly opened the Zero to test it, and the quality was 88, which was more than 10 points higher than the quality of either of his two moonstones. He felt a little warm in his heart. Although the moonstone is rarer than the leaf stone, considering the scope of application and quality, the market price of this leaf stone is still much higher than that of the moonstone. Zaya Gang couldn't ask him to make up the difference, and even if he didn't have the Zero, he wouldn't know the quality of this leaf stone. He calculated that the quality of the other leaf stone awarded by the Saint Anu champion was also 86, and the two together were estimated to be enough to support the absorption of the vine snake until it evolved into a monarch snake. After all, its main function is to assist perception and occasional absorption, so it can last a little longer. But even so, it cost tens of millions, which made him feel distressed. The only advantage is that this thing is not as intuitive as the amount of money on the card, and he can still hold on. Come on, let's fight. Zaya Gang on the side, put on the protective gear and called Zaya. Zaya came back to his senses and looked at Zaya Gang with a strange expression. Are you upset? Zaya Gang's face was dark and red. I tell you, I'm not the same person as before. Zaya stood up with a smile, put the things aside, and put on the protective gear. 10 minutes later, Zaya locked Zaya Gang from behind with a lock and pressed him to the ground. This is not the same you as before. You held on for 3 seconds less, and you are indeed not the same as before. He sat on Zaya Gang's back and mocked. Zaya Gang's face became even darker, and he struggled madly. Click. The door of the training room was opened. Jiro walked in. His face was very calm, and he was not surprised to see Zaya in strange positions on the ground. Brother, Dad said that Grandpa is urging you to go over again. He urged Zaya calmly, and squatted down to poke his brother's waist. Okay, Zaya pressed down. Zaya responded weakly, and then collapsed to the ground. Zaya stood up, and let him go. I don't know if it was his illusion. He seemed to see a ghost coming out of Zaya's mouth. Zaya took off his protective gear dejectedly and walked out of the training room. His back looked so tragic, with a sense of wind whistling and Yeshu cold. It must have been a very difficult experience. Zaya sighed, and the determined Zaya actually needed to fight with him to relieve the pressure. Jiro nodded in agreement. It was so difficult that his brain was not normal. He actually thought that he could fight with Zaya. In the past, he had already seen how Tetsuya educated his brother in various ways. He always thought that Tetsuya's physical fitness was like a monster. After all, no matter how good a person's physical fitness is, how can he exercise in a gravity room every day like an elf? Not to mention those weird moves. I don't know where Tetsuya learned them. Tetsuya naturally didn't know Jiro's inner thoughts. In terms of physical fitness, he naturally knew that he was ahead of ordinary people even in this world, but he insisted on exercising every day. As for fighting moves, he didn't watch so many action movies in his previous life in vain. With the support of strong physical fitness, even fancy moves are very powerful. Jiro, do you have any extra rooms in your gym? Tetsuya asked Jiro, while taking off his protective gear. Yes, Tetsuya, are you staying in the gym today? Jiro put away his brother's protective gear for him and answered Tetsuya. Well, I just asked the Pokémon Center, and Miss Joy said that it's very popular today and there are no rooms left. Tetsuya hung another leaf stone around his neck in the same way, and swung it with satisfaction. Wearing a gold necklace around my neck is nothing. I have more than 60 million on my neck. Jiro was silent for a moment, pointing to the red illustrated book that Tetsuya was exposed to the outside and said, well, the owners of the illustrated book should have a special room reserved for them. They are not the same group as ordinary people, and they are usually not full. Is there such an effect? Tetsuya said that he really didn't know. As the second young master of the Nobijim, Jiro was naturally very clear about the role of the illustrated book. He nodded and changed the subject. But since you are here, brother Tetsuya, just stay here. The Nobijim has a special guest room. Okay. Tetsuya naturally agreed. Since there is one, it would be the best. He was too lazy to go back to the Pokémon Center again. Jiro quickly took Tetsuya to the guest room. Then I won't disturb you, brother Tetsuya. I'll have someone take care of the moonstone. Brother Tetsuya, have a good rest. Jiro said goodbye and left. After closing the door, Tetsuya lay on the bed and lazily released 4 elves. The 3 old masters consciously found a place they liked and began to rest, leaving the vine snake on the ground, not knowing what to do. Come. Tetsuya waved at the vine snake. Tang tang, the vine snake made a light sound. Use the vine whip to stand up from the ground and walk to the bed little by little. Tetsuya touched its little head. Great. This was what he said when he communicated with the vine snake in the afternoon. He hoped that the vine snake would try not to rely on its feet and hands in daily life, but use its body to slide and the vine whip to do it. Now it seems that the vine snake has taken his words to heart. Tang tang. The vine snake rubbed Tetsuya's chest, and it seemed to feel very comfortable here. Zay took a leaf stone from his neck. The elves are naturally very sensitive to their own energy. The energy in the evolution stone is very suitable for the elves to absorb and comprehend, so it will be very friendly. He picked up the device and operated it for a while, and the rope was immediately shortened to a length suitable for the vine snake. He put it on the little guy, and the leaf stone was just below the neck of the vine snake. Sugar. The vine snake curiously felt the energy source on its neck. It could feel that this thing was very good for it. Little guy, don't lose this thing. Be good. From now on, you can use it to comprehend the energy every day and strive to integrate the green grass field as soon as possible. You can absorb a little energy every day, just a little bit. Don't take too much. Too much will make you uncomfortable. About half less than the fruit energy when you eat at night. Zay carefully warned the vine snake. After all, it is still a child. If it doesn't know the importance of it, it's a small matter. If it loses it, I'm afraid it will absorb too much energy at once and hurt its body. Listening to Tetsuya's caring words and a hint of seriousness, Snake nodded with a tight face. The smart snake could naturally hear the seriousness of the trainer. After spending half a day together, it already recognized its trainer. After all, the predecessors were all very strong, and the trainer could definitely make it stronger, and he also cared about it. The most important thing was that Snake secretly swallowed his saliva, and the dinner was much more delicious than before. Tetsuya saw Snake's serious look, and nodded with satisfaction. This snake's personality was smart and steady, which made people feel more at ease than any of its predecessors. Sure enough, it fits me naturally, and our personalities are so similar. He waved his hand, indicating that Snake could rest like its predecessors. Tang tang. After rolling on the bed for a few times, Snake said that this top was very good. Then sleep on it. Tetsuya certainly didn't mind, and the fire chicken did the same thing before, and Snake was more comfortable to hold than the fire chicken. After checking the time, it was still early. ZHE also leaned against the head of the bed and began to study. Teng Teng she sat down on the edge of the bed, looking at his predecessors. 2 chapters today. The next chapter will be posted as soon as it is finished. Thank you for the 100 Kidian coins for wanting to hug me. Thank you for the 400 Kidian coins for Mr. Line Sky. Oh, by the way, I have to say something about the first order. 30,500 collections, 18:1 subscription ratio, not bad, but far from the line of extra chapters and the thank you speech. And then if there are more than 10,000 rewards, I will definitely add more. I will check the specific situation after half a month of cumulative rewards, otherwise I'm afraid that I will tire myself to death. For monthly tickets, 200 will be added for one more chapter, and refreshed every month. Chapter 139. What city is this with the same golden color? Exclamation mark. Vegeta was lying on the ground, using his beak to tidy up his feathers. Mantle Rock shrank into a ball like a green rock, and no one knew what he was doing. Flame Chicken stood in a corner, with his legs slightly apart, his eyes closed, and his whole body emitting blue light. Vine Snake stared at Flame Chicken curiously. This big brother, whose attributes were not naturally compatible with it, had a lot of fun playing with it in the afternoon. What is it doing? Training Wava Guide? A strange wave sounded in Vine Snake's heart. It could understand the meaning of this wave very well, but it was startled. Then a lot of light was emitted from its eyes. What is this? It's so fun. Resisting the urge to scream, Vine Snake muttered in his heart, can I learn this? Flame Chicken, with its eyes closed, sensed Vine Snake's current thoughts, and continued to reply to it with Wava Guide. I'll ask the boss later, that is, the trainer. I don't know, but not all Pokémon can learn it. This is very difficult. There was also a hint of complacency and pride in the wave. Vine Snake's eyes rolled around, and looked at the trainer. However, seeing that Zay was concentrating on looking at something, the little guy sighed and said, ask later. He is a good kid, and cannot disturb his trainer. Sitting on the bed, with his little feet sticking out of the bed and curled up, Vine Snake was a little bored. Everyone seemed to have something to do, except himself. Oh, no, the trainer seemed to have asked him to use this green stone to comprehend skills just now. Vine Snake touched the leaf stone on his neck with his little hand. He clenched his little hands and said, let's work hard from tonight. 2 vine whips slowly extended from his side and rested on the leaf stone. Green light was emitted from Vine Snake from time to time. This was the energy of the grass attribute. Sometimes the green light rippled and covered the entire room. The other 3 elves couldn't help but hum comfortably. This is a green grass field. The physical strength and status of the elves within the skill range will be restored, and the power of the grass attribute skills will be increased. Zay focused on the text on the screen in front of him, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up into a smile. Come on, little guy. Flame Chicken encouraged Snake through the Wava Guide. Snake nodded slightly. The next morning, Tetsuya said hello to Jiro and left the Nabi gym to continue his journey. The one who is too stupid is Slowpoke's yawn. Hi. He fell asleep while yawning and danced there. Hey ya, rabbit dance magic Pokémon dance 1 2 3 capture yo stepping on the intercity maglev train that was playing the old song Pokémon dance. Tetsuya took the ticket and found his seat and sat down. It must be said that compared with the general Pokémon transportation within the city, the intercity technological transportation is really expensive. Even though Nabi City and Golden City are not too far apart and are both big cities, this ticket cost him 10,000 Alliance coins. His heart ached. If he had known earlier, he would not have wasted this money to experience it. He had ridden all kinds of transportation in his previous life, but the ticket was already bought and he couldn't return it. The departure time came and the maglev train slowly started. Following the exclusive line in Nabi City, the maglev train drove out of the city and into the lush forest. Tetsuya leaned against the window, admiring the scenery outside. The gentle wind from the forest blew in, blowing Tetsuya's slightly long hair. Squinting his eyes, this is exactly what traveling is all about. You can't always rely on Pidgeot to travel. At this time, Tetsuya had long forgotten the heartache at the beginning. As for riding and walking, it is also very tiring, especially in the forest, covered with dense grass, which is not as comfortable as sitting in a car. The maglev train passed by, startling a bunch of poppies. Well, it's not Spearow, otherwise the train would be attacked crazily by them. In the distance, the monkey monster was swaying on the branches. The little ratata and the walking grass were looming in the grass. Of course, there was also the caterpillar, twisting its body and crawling hard. Tetsuya yawned and went to bed a little late last night. The main reason was that the little guy, Snake, was too noisy. It's not bad, but it has been training its skills for too long. It used the green grass field from time to time, and Tetsuya's spirit suddenly switched between excitement and depression. If it were not for his good health, he felt that he could not bear it. Finally, when the little guy was tired, it lay down beside Tetsuya and fell asleep, and Tetsuya fell asleep at the same time. It was rare that the elves who had just passed the larval period had such a great interest in exercising themselves. Tetsuya could not discourage the vine snake from exercising, which was not conducive to its growth. The maglev train drove slowly, and after a long time, it finally arrived at the destination of this trip, Golden City. Golden City is a huge city with many connections in the Kanto region. It is also the most prosperous city in Kanto and enjoys a high reputation all over the world. The huge headquarters building of the Silph Company stands in the center of the city, which is very eye-catching. Tetsuya walked out of the station and stretched slowly. Zzzz. The sound of construction next to him kept coming, and Tetsuya hurriedly left the scene. It is said that this is a cross-regional suspension train that is under construction to connect Kanto Golden and Johto Manjin. After completion, it will travel between the two cities 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, with a maximum speed of 550 km per hour. As for the trains between cities in the region, considering the need to reduce energy consumption and distance, the speed is far less than it. Walking on the streets of Golden City, glass high-rise buildings stand in a row, reflecting the golden sunlight, and the color of the whole city is like gold. ZHE also suddenly realized why Golden City is called this name, which is in line with the current scene. The pedestrians on the road are shoulder to shoulder, giving ZHE an illusion that he has returned to his previous life. When he came to the Pokémon Center in Golden City, there were obviously more trainers here than in other cities. ZHE also walked to the counter, took out the red illustrated book, and started to check in. After getting the key and putting it in his pocket, he picked up a city introduction sheet next to the counter and walked to the rest area with great interest to sit down and read it. The original Golden City had 2 official gyms, which was also the most peculiar and unique among all the cities in Kanto. They were the Fighting Gym and the Psychic Gym. The former owner of the Fighting Gym was Woody, who called himself the Karate King, and the former owner of the Psychic Gym was Yang, the father of Nancy, who is now honored as the Psychic Queen. The 2 gyms were at peace at first, because Yang had a very peaceful personality. Even though he was stronger and had more advantages in attributes, he opened the gym with the attitude and idea that, since the Alliance had no objection, there would be 2 gyms. As for Woody, he also knew the situation, so he kept silent. After all, he was the one who took advantage. But with the birth of Yang's daughter, the current Psychic Queen, Nancy, everything changed. She showed a very high psychic talent when she was very young. Yes, that's right, psychic, because Yang himself is a powerful psychic, and even his lover is, but not as powerful. Yang can teleport without the help of Pokémon, and can even teleport people around him at the same time. It can be said that he is a human-shaped psychic elf. It is normal for their daughter to have psychic powers, but the talent of the Super Queen Nancy is so terrifying that she can't control it. Once it explodes, it is possible to completely destroy the surrounding environment, including herself. This forced the owner of the gym, Yang, to gradually shift his energy from gym management to the suppression of his daughter's superpowers. Wood's Fighting Gym took advantage of this opportunity to rise. During that long period of time, there was a situation in Jinhuang City that only knew about fighting gyms, but not super gyms. Suddenly, one day 3 years ago, a fierce explosion sounded in the super gym. No one knows what happened that day, but the next day, the owner of the gym, Yang Ji, announced that he would pass on the position of the super gym leader to his daughter, Nancy. Everyone thought it was ridiculous. At this time, Nancy was only 16 years old, and it was not long after she was allowed to have a spirit. The owner of the gym, Yang Ji, had no problems himself, so how could he give way to Nancy? Her strength was far from meeting the standard. Such behavior undoubtedly attracted the attention of the alliance, and a special investigation team was sent to investigate the matter. After 3 days, the investigation team gave the following evaluation. Miss Nancy has unparalleled superpowers and is very powerful, so it is natural for her to be the gym leader. There was still an uproar, and many people still didn't believe it. They believed that it was the gym leader Yang Ji who used his powerful superpowers to control the members of the investigation team and made them give such an evaluation. But on the second day after the investigation team left, 16-year-old Nancy brazenly challenged the owner of the fighting gym, the Karate King Woody. The stakes were the status of the only official gym in Jinhuang City. Woody was naturally overjoyed. He certainly didn't believe that a mere 16-year-old Nancy could beat him. There was no reason not to accept this situation, where he was sure to win. And after the victory, he could legitimately become the only official gym in the largest city in Kanto, and fame and fortune would come rolling in. So, on the third day after the investigation team left, the battle between the two began. For that battle, all those who went to watch the battle had only one evaluation. Nancy, the well-deserved superpower queen, was the Gardevoir among humans. Garv is also known as the Super Queen, because the energy collision between the two sides caused too much fluctuation. The video is not complete, but it can be vaguely seen that the Super Queen Nancy is emitting light, which complements the alakazam in front of her. In the subsequent battle, Nancy relied on this alakazam to push down the 6 Pokémon of the opposite Wu Gym Master. When the incident happened, everyone was speechless. Except for a few people who still insisted that this was a shocking scam. Most people knew that a truly strong man had risen. Seeing this, ZHE couldn't help but exhale. This is outrageous. Even novels dare not write like this. I, a time traveler, have a golden finger, 16 years old, nearly 17 years old, 3 elites, Nancy, a native, no chip, 16 years old, a single Pokémon push the king team. Do you think it's incredible? A faint female voice came, and ZHE also raised his head stiffly. In front of him was a doll. Ding ding ding. Golden City. Thanks to book friend 150,505,104,446,832 for the 1500 starting coins. Thanks to Zarxio for the 100 starting coins. Today I will update twice as usual. Tomorrow's 2 updates will be posted as soon as it's past midnight. I'll try. If it doesn't work, I'll at least update once. This chapter has 3184 words, and the lyrics are about 60, which is a good word count. Memory Awakening. Pokémon Dance appeared in the 20th episode of the TV version, which is the ending of the episode of Ghastly in the Girl's Gorge. Those who have seen it should have a deep impression. It is also the first time that a clear currency appears. Before that, only the bill appeared for a moment in the 5th episode. It seems, in addition, the bill we saw seems to be, and the overseas version is $, but the value is the same. The price of money in the Pokémon world system is actually benchmarked against our yuan. One reason is that the starting price of a taxi in Maya City is 710, which is similar to the starting price of a taxi in Tokyo, Japan. I wrote about the 50 Alliance coins Doodly special car at the beginning, partly because it is said to be more valuable than our yuan, because RMB is valuable, and partly because I think riding a Pokémon in the Pokémon world is roughly equivalent to riding a bus here, and riding a taxi in the Pokémon world is roughly equivalent to riding a horse here, and traveling between cities is equivalent to flying. It should be understandable. I personally think that in the Ganges, if you ride a horse to school, just ignore what I said. Funny. Nancy's official age should be 21, corresponding to Zyos is 10. Zyos he is now 8. So Nancy is 19. Chapter 140. Nazi. The people around were still talking and laughing, as if they didn't sense the doll and its words, as if only Tetsuya could see and hear it. His back was instantly covered with cold sweat. "I'm an atheist, he muttered in his heart. But the next moment, in the blink of an eye, the doll in front of him disappeared. His face was uncertain, and he was scared. Was it a wild ghost type Pokémon that was causing trouble? Impossible. This is Jinhuang City, the location of the psychic gym, which can be called the base camp of all psychics in the Kanto region. What kind of wild ghost type Pokémon can be so brazen as to play a prank here? You know, the compatibility between psychic and ghost is very poor. Even the repulsion between wild Pokémon is even worse than that of evil. Even if evil is the natural enemy of psychic. This may be because compared to the repulsion of the energy of evil Pokémon and the pure evil emanating from it, psychic Pokémon who can sense the inner fluctuations dislike ghost Pokémon even more. After all, wild ghost Pokémon feed on human negative emotions, not just evil. Trainers also tend to try their best to avoid having Pokémon of these two attributes in their teams at the same time. Even though the ghost type Pokémons that are cultivated artificially no longer feed on negative emotions, they will not cause as much disgust as the ghost type Pokémons in the wild, and they still don't like each other. Although they are not like the two Pokémons, Skank and Snake, who fight as soon as they meet and cannot coexist, it is difficult to improve their relationship. Only a very small number of trainers' teams can have Pokémon of these two attributes live in peace, and it is rumored that there are only a handful of examples where the two types of Pokémon have a good relationship. Again, Pokémon are individuals with independent thinking, and everything cannot be regarded as a theorem. Of course, ordinary people can't have this kind of trouble, because Pokémon of these two attributes are very difficult to obtain. Ghost type Pokémon have a very long lifespan and are very smart. Generally speaking, ghost type Pokémons in the wild are either obediently growing or old monsters that have lived for hundreds of years. Although there are many of them, it is not an easy task to subdue them. They are the epitome of bullying the weak and fearing the strong, and they will disappear immediately if the limelight is not right. Not to mention the psychic Pokémon, they will run away immediately if they sense bad thoughts from humans, making them more difficult to capture. Moreover, their numbers are relatively rare. The more psychic Pokémon that are more common usually live in groups. I believe that no trainer is willing to seek death. For example, Ralts, its parents are usually either two Gardevoirs or one Gardevoir and one Lido. Do you think the psychic queen and the noble and pure psychic fighter are joking? If it is not a wild Pokémon, then it was captured by the trainer? It is impossible. This behavior can be regarded as a provocation. No one would do this without a big grudge. ZHE also believes that he should not have anyone to make enemies with. Therefore, although he really doesn't want to admit it, combined with the memory of his previous life, he can only come to the conclusion that the doll just now is Nancy. He rubbed his head painfully. It is not good news to be targeted by Nancy. No matter what rumors, the temper of this psychic queen is not very good. But why is she paying attention to him? ZHE is puzzled. Forget it. If Nancy really wants to attack him, he can only lie down with his current strength. In the final analysis, his strength is too poor. Zaya feels very unhappy, but there is nothing he can do. Continue to watch the story. After Nancy defeated the master of the Wood Gym, the Superpower Gym became the only official gym in Jinhuang City, and the Fighting Gym, which had been extremely glorious in the past 10 years, quickly declined. But it must be said that the master of the Wood Gym is still very perseverant. Although the gym is extremely poorly managed, he still persists. However, there are rumors recently that the master of the Wood Gym suddenly disappeared, and someone saw a person with the letter R on his clothes in the master of the Wood Gym. But the Fighting Gym quickly came out, and the official alliance to refute the rumor, saying that the master of the Wood Gym went out to travel and train himself. Before that, he had passed the position of the gym leader to his friend RC's disciple, Nobuhiko, who was called the Karate King. No one has any objection to this. On the one hand, the Fighting Gym is no longer a formal gym, and there are not so many requirements for the strength of the gym leader. On the other hand, the fighting master RC is still very famous, and the disciples he taught are all very powerful. Zilean is not an unknown person who suddenly appeared. Since the superpower gym was taken over by Nancy, the previous gym owner, Nancy's father Yang Ji, has gradually disappeared from people's eyes. However, due to Nancy's continuous development of the superpower gym, the status of Golden City in the superpower community has become higher and higher, and few people have paid attention to Yang Ji's affairs. ZHE also scratched his head. Does that mean that, if he wants to challenge the gym in Golden City, there is only one choice? Originally, there was nothing to do. Anyway, the battle was also the staff of the gym. But the scene of the doll just now always made him feel a little bit grudge. Mainly because he was afraid of something going wrong. ZHE also hesitated. How about changing a gym to challenge? There are so many official gyms, and it is not necessary to take the Golden Gym. It can even be said that most trainers will not challenge the Golden Gym because it is too difficult. He just insisted on challenging these gyms because of a thought in his previous life. Changing to another one is not a big deal. He had never planned to go to the Tokiwa gym. Just as Zaya was thinking, he suddenly found that the surroundings had become quiet again. He looked up with a bad premonition. The people around him silently focused their eyes on him. Everyone's eyes were emitting blue light that symbolized superpowers. Come to the Golden Gym. Everyone said this sentence in unison, and the sound echoed in Zaya's ears. He looked at the scene in front of him and felt terrified, as if this group of people were zombies surrounding a normal human being. Then, the blue light disappeared, and everything returned to its original state. The people in the Pokémon Center were chatting happily, as if nothing had happened. Asterisk 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 asterisk. A series of words kept flashing in Zaya's mind, and the little man in his heart who looked like him was frantically beating another doll that looked like Nancy. In the Golden Gym, Nancy with long blue-green hair wore a slightly short red tank top on her upper body, white trousers on her lower body, and a belt with 6 luxury balls tied around her waist. There was a faint blue light in his eyes, and a hint of bad breath flashed in his eyes. HMPH, a voice echoed faintly in the empty space. Back at the Pokémon Center, ZHE didn't notice anything unusual at first, but he soon stopped his inner drama. From the situation just now, it seems that Nancy can sense his thoughts. Damn. He suddenly realized that something was wrong. Then his face changed, and he forced himself to empty his mind. He began to recall the knowledge he had learned in his mind. Then he breathed a sigh of relief. The worst thing didn't happen. Psychics can only feel simple changes in mood, that is, emotions such as doubt and anger. However, with the high IQ of most psychics, most of the time they can deduce other people's thoughts based on things, which seems similar to mind reading, just like what Nancy showed just now. But it is impossible to truly achieve the legendary mind reading and know clearly what he is thinking in his heart. For example, he is thinking about Zero now and is worried about being discovered by Nancy. The emotions that the other party can feel, attention and contemplation, and it can be inferred what he should be worried about now. Combined with the facts, the other party could only infer that he was nervous to see her and considered it, but could not conclude that he had Zero. It was a blessing in disguise, and he subconsciously relaxed himself. But just now, it seemed that he had stabbed her in the heart. Zaya forced himself to be calm. It was okay, it was a small matter. This time, a bitter smile really appeared at the corner of his mouth. It seemed that he had no choice but to go to the super gym. As for running, didn't you see the situation just now? Zaya felt that the entire Golden City was almost like Nancy's own back garden. In this case, where could he run to? Ding dong, the sound of the watch prompting information sounded. This special prompting sound made Zaya pull the corner of his mouth again. He opened the watch and saw, "Dear trainer Tetsuya Tamaki, the Golden Super Gym battle you have scheduled will start on time at 11:15 in the morning. Please be sure to arrive on time. The challenge rules are as follows. 1. Challenger. He sighed first. After he received the illustrated book and became a direct trainer, the notification was different. It was respectful and interesting. Then ZHE looked at the time. It was 10:40 in the morning. Should he thank the other party for leaving him so much time? Well, he hadn't made an appointment for the gym battle yet. Did the other party even arrange this for him? ZHE was in a bad mood. He felt like a puppet. He stood up and checked his elves. ZHE put the introduction sheet aside and walked out of the door of the elf center. It was 11 o'clock in the afternoon. ZHE walked to the golden gym. He didn't care about the appearance of the gym as he did before. He pushed open the door of the gym. When he entered the gym, it was quiet all around. Only the red paint on the wall twisted and formed arrows pointing in the direction. ZHE frowned and turned left and right in the direction indicated by the arrows and entered a huge venue. Looking at the high platform at the other end of the venue, Nancy was sitting on a huge chair next to a closed-eyed Alakazam. ZHE squinted his eyes, just about to ask a question. "Nice to meet you. Please take care of me, Tetsuya." A faint female voice came, very soft, but it spanned a long distance. Tetsuya's words were stuck in his throat. No, this is not what he imagined. Thanks for the 100 starting coins for the saved reward of this name. Thanks to Kunshin 527 for the 100 starting coins for the character Serona. Thanks to *CLAWPRINT* for the 100 starting coins for the reward. Chapter 141 Predicting the Future. In Tetsuya's imagination, Nancy shouldn't be holding a whip or something, swinging it domineeringly, and then. Such a gentle Nancy, whether it is from the rumors or from his impression, is not quite the same. I think you can think of it, Tetsuya. Nancy slowly stood up, walked down the platform, and came to the command platform at one end of the venue. Predict the future? Tetsuya uttered these words with difficulty. To be honest, it was hard for him to believe that there was really someone in this world who could do this. So, even though he knew from his previous studies that extremely powerful psychics and psychic elves could predict the future, he didn't dare to think about it. It was not easy to accept the travel to the elf world. Before seeing these things with his own eyes, he was asked to believe in such a strange thing, which was simply destroying his worldview. He could understand that the mythical beasts had this ability. He could also accept that some powerful elves could perceive fragments of the future, but could people really do this? Moreover, the objects of predicting the future were usually people who were closely related to themselves. Now, he believed it. Yes, that's right. Nancy leaned forward and lay on the railing of the podium. 3 years ago, I predicted what would happen today. Nancy looked at Tetsuya, fiddling with her hair. Tetsuya's eyes moved slightly. So what did you predict in the past 3 years? Nancy smiled. It's you, but the future is constantly changing, so. She put her right index finger on her lips. This is a secret. Tetsuya closed his eyes, calmed down, and opened his eyes again. So, what is the purpose of calling me here? It's 11:15 now. I'm the gym leader trainer of the Golden Psycho Gym, Nancy. The gym challenge for Tetsuya Tamaki from Tokiwa is going on now. The gym leader will send out his Pokémon first. Nancy muttered to herself, then waved her hand forward with great momentum. My Pokémon is Alakazam. She completely ignored Tetsuya's question. Behind him, Alakazam on the podium still had his eyes closed, his arms slightly closed, and the 2 spoons on his hands crossed. Swoosh, in just a moment, Alakazam teleported from the high platform to the battlefield. You are. There was interrupted by Nancy before he finished speaking. No kidding. The rule is that I only use Alakazam, and you can use all your Pokémon together. As long as you defeat it, the badge is yours. Zaya looked at the strength stage of Alakazam displayed on the 0 panel with an unpleasant face, and made a final struggle. This does not meet the requirements of the League for Gym Challenges. Not to mention Nancy, he felt that his words were a bit powerless. League. Nancy smiled. They won't care about this. Don't worry. Don't worry. Zaya said that he couldn't worry. Rubbing his cheeks, it seemed that there was no other way. In this case, go, Flame Chicken. Zaya threw the luxury ball. Even if the winning rate is 0, at least he had to try. As for winning, sorry, on the panel given by 0, Alakazam's current strength stage is champion. MO. As soon as Flame Chicken appeared in the field, its body immediately changed into a fighting posture. Burning flames continued to spurt out from the wrist, which was an expression of excitement when it felt a strong enemy. The rough wave guide told it that the yellow big-headed elf in front of it was terrifyingly strong. Alakazam slowly opened his tightly closed eyes, but an invisible wave spread throughout the entire venue. Boom, Flame Chicken flew backwards and hit the wall beside it, losing its ability to fight. I give up. Tetsuya took back Flame Chicken and said coldly to Nancy, "This was a completely unnecessary battle. Look, isn't this different?" Nancy smiled happily. "What do you want to do?" Tetsuya frowned and questioned Nancy in the distance. Nancy tilted her head and disappeared from the spot. The next second, she stood right in front of Tetsuya, almost within a few feet of him. Suddenly, Nancy's face came up and looked at Tetsuya almost face to face. Tetsuya's pupils shrank slightly, and he subconsciously took a step back. Ha 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 ha. Nancy laughed, her body shaking. Tetsuya was stiff. He always felt that the Nancy in front of him seemed to have a bit of a brain disorder. Hey. A faint sigh came from a corner of the venue. Both of them heard the male voice. Nancy was still laughing happily. A middle-aged man in white clothes appeared beside Tetsuya, picked up Tetsuya with one hand, and the next moment, the two disappeared in the superpower gym. After a long time, Nancy's laughter stopped, as if she was mumbling to herself, and as if she was talking to Alakazam beside her. "I saw him. Should I do it?" Nancy's cold voice echoed in the battlefield, and Alakazam beside him closed his eyes again. Sharona. On the other side, in a residential building in Jinhuang City, Tetsuya and the man in white who had just disappeared suddenly appeared in the living room. Tetsuya shook his uncomfortable head. "Is this teleportation?" He quickly looked at the man next to him, Senior Yang Ji, who was the gym leader of Nancy just now. That's right, the man in white next to him was the previous gym leader of the psychic gym, Yang Ji, Nancy's father. There are only a few people with superpowers who can teleport people, and not all of them have the courage to challenge Nancy's majesty. "I don't know." Yang Ji sighed. "I'm a failed father." The bitterness on his face was clearly visible. Nancy's superpowers are too strong. She can see the future 3 years later. I can't do it, so I don't know what she saw. ZHE was silent for a while and asked Yang Ji, "In this case, can I ask what superpowers are?" Although there is a simple introduction to superpowers in the knowledge of the Alliance, its essence is always vague. For other things, such as the power of wave guidance, there is only a simple description of the wave guidance in my heart. Now, a superpower who can be called extremely strong in the world is in front of him, so he naturally has to ask clearly. As for Nancy, for some reason, he always feels that Nancy has no ill will towards him. Even in the gym just now, he didn't feel any danger. It should be related to what will happen in the future. He muttered in his heart. Yang Ji sighed again. "I'm sorry, I don't know exactly what superpowers are. To me, superpowers are a very idealistic thing. Often when it comes to superpowers, everyone thinks that it is an ability that only a very few people have, but it's not the case. The external manifestations of superpowers are such as telekinesis, but I personally think that a trainer's love for elves from the heart is also a superpower." Yang Ji spoke a lot, and ZHE also summarized his words with his own brain. That is, his superpowers are innate, and he will use them subconsciously, so he doesn't know. Good guy. ZHE almost couldn't help but want to applaud him. But considering his strength and identity, he decisively held back. "In short, Nancy's feelings for you are very special. I don't know what she saw, but for the future, the superpowers who predict the future don't see a segment or a fragment, but repetition and reincarnation." When Yang Ji said this, a trace of pain flashed in his eyes. After the two talked for a while, Yang Ji sent Zaya back to the Pokémon Center. As for the problem with Nancy, both of them felt that it should be fine for the time being. With Nancy's ability, it would be very easy for her to continue looking for Zaya. Since she did not stop Yang Ji from taking Zaya away, Zaya could rest assured, because he could not run away anyway. Zaya listened helplessly to Yang Ji's comfort. Although this was true, it was really unpleasant to hear. Before leaving, Yang Ji also said to Zaya, "If you have time, you can definitely go to the fighting gym. Nobuhiko is still very powerful. It's always good to learn more." Zaya nodded thoughtfully. After taking the recovered flame chicken back from Miss Joy, he returned to his room. Lying on the bed, Zaya looked at the ceiling with lifeless eyes. To be honest, in just these 2 short hours, the things he experienced shocked him more than anything before. From crossing over, to graduating from school, to obtaining Pokémon, to doing bounty missions, to accumulating strength and connections, etc. All of this was within his plan. Even if there were some small errors in the middle, it was not unexpected. This is why he can be ahead of most people at his age, as an orphan. Otherwise, he would not be able to succeed if he only relied on the chip without his own unremitting efforts behind the scenes. Apart from anything else, if he had not deliberately planned his use of the black market, he would not have been able to become a member of the Alliance recently. But today, Nance's matter completely confused him. Bing Boo, several voices sounded, and Pidgeot, Blaziken, Mantle Rock and Snake came out of the Pokeball. Tang Tang. Snake touched its trainer weakly with its whip. In the 2 days of knowing each other, it was the first time it saw Tetsuya in this state. There was a period of silence. Tetsuya turned over and held Snake in his arms, sucking the fragrance of Snake like a cat. Vine Snake was startled by its trainer and felt a little tickled and chuckled. KO. Then I heard Tetsuya let out a fierce scream and patted his face. Looking at Blaziken, "Are you okay?" "Oh my god." Blaziken raised its claws to show that it was fine. Although it was defeated by the big-headed monster in an instant, it said that it would get back at the big-headed monster sooner or later, and it would remember this grudge. Tetsuya was silent for a while. "Very good, but be careful." Blaziken looked at its trainer's serious expression. "Next time when you raise your claws, don't just raise the middle one. The second update and the third update is expected. If there is one, it will be posted at around 11 PM together with the 2 updates tomorrow. Thank you Cal_0 for the reward of 100 starting coins. Thank you DY Raven for the reward of 100 starting coins. Thank you Fallen Angels Tiermark for the reward of 100 starting coins. Don't worry, according to my outline, it's very long. I'm still in the novice stage, and even the main storyline hasn't been fully laid out yet. I'll only explain it once, because it involves spoilers, but some people accuse me of being watery, which is not okay. Including the gym story you read in the last chapter and the characters that appeared, including Nance's abilities, as well as the dialogues, and even the explanations related to the elves, are all related to the subsequent plot. Use your imagination, my dear readers and friends. If it's really watery, I can write a chapter in more than an hour, not 3 hours at all. I combined all kinds of messy details from the game plus animation plus anim special edition to think of these things, which is very troublesome. To give the simplest example, many people may not have a deep impression of RC who appears in the story. Let's talk about the simplest relationship. This guy's Xiaomao's master, and several of his apprentices are gym leaders. Even why Nancy said that it was you, not something else, that's because in the game Masters, this is Nancy's line. The original part of what Yang Ji said is actually Nancy's line. I won't say anything else. Spoilers. I tried to write a retro-style journey with many detailed elves, characters, and events along the way, so please take your time and don't rush. Chapter 142 Fighting Gym. Blaziken was so shocked that his cry turned back to that of a flamingo. Shouldn't you be glad that I didn't lose? Why are you still complaining about me? Zaya laughed. He quickly adjusted his mentality. Anyway, I never thought that I was the protagonist of this world. It's obviously Zaozi who is the protagonist. He thought to himself. If you are not strong enough, you just need to keep improving yourself. Just like Blaziken said, you will get it back one day. Tang Tang Snake was gasping for breath in Zaya's hand. He laughed too hard just now and couldn't calm down for a while. Rubbing the little guy's head, Zaya snapped his fingers. Come on, guys, let's go to another gym. Since the gym leader Yang Ji said that just now, he also had this intention, so why not take advantage of the free time to go to the fighting gym to learn. Putting Snake on his shoulder, Zaya put the other 3 big guys back into the Pokeball and walked out of the room. Arriving at the location of the fighting dojo, Tetsuya looked at the slightly shabby exterior of the dojo in front of him thoughtfully. Pushing open the door and approaching the dojo, the hall was dark. Hello, is anyone there? Tetsuya shouted at the top of his voice. The voice echoed for a long time, but no one answered. Could it be that no one is here, but the door is open? The fighting dojo is very small. Even the hall is only about 100 square meters. Tetsuya looked at a door that was faintly visible in the distance, and a faint light was revealed behind the door. Bang, bang, bang. Tetsuya slowly approached and heard the sound of fierce collision. As if hearing Tetsuya's arrival, the people inside also stopped their actions and pushed open the door. I'm sorry, the fighting dojo has temporarily stopped the dojo challenge and can't issue badges. I'm very sorry. In front of Tetsuya, a sturdy man in a fighting suit wiped his sweat and explained to him casually. Hello, Master Nobuhiko. Master Yosuke introduced me here. My name is Tetsuya Tamaki, and I'm from Tokiwa. He hurriedly explained, but then he thought it was wrong. Given the relationship between the two families, wouldn't he be asking for trouble if he said that? But Nobuhiko on the opposite side raised his eyebrows. Oh. Yosuke introduced me, then come in. Then he turned around and walked in again. Tetsuya was a little confused. He almost thought he was going to be kicked out just now. How come Master Yosuke and Master Nobuhiko have a good relationship? But now is not the time to think about this. He hurriedly followed Nobuhiko into the room. In the room, there were 3 Pokémon resting on the side. One Pokémon had a pink head and body, golden pupils, brown hips and shoes, and white tape wrapped around his hands and stomach, but no hair. It was the fighting Pokémon Fearless. The other 2 Pokémon were its 2 evolved forms, Fast Punch and Flying Kick. Fast Punch Lang was wearing a samurai armor similar to a skirt, which was extremely hard and could serve as a protective function. On his head was a substance similar to hair, his whole body was brown, and he was wearing boxing gloves for boxing matches. Flying Legs Lang looked more like crossing Cheyenne in the myth of his previous life, but his hands and feet each had a part in the shape of a spring, which was his weapon of attack, and could be freely extended and retracted. The 3 Pokémon saw their trainer walking in with a stranger, and they also greeted Zaya in a friendly manner. Zaya smiled at them as a return gesture. Nobuhiko, who had changed into a vest in the lounge, came out. Fearless, take them to the backyard to continue training. Fearless stood up, nodded silently, and led the way out, with Fast Punch Lang and Flying Legs Lang following behind obediently. Fearless, who seemed to be in a degenerated form, seemed to be more like the boss among the 3 Pokémon. Fearless wants to evolve into a war dancer, but the conditions are not clear yet, so he restrained his desire to evolve. Nobuhiko watched Tetsuya watching the 3 elves leave, with a thoughtful look in his eyes. Naturally, he knew what he was thinking, and explained it briefly. He was used to people often wondering. Fearless had been with him for the longest time, but based on respect for its own ideas, Nobuhiko did not force it to evolve. It was also because of the longer time that Fearless was still the strongest one, even though it was not superior in terms of size. Tetsuya nodded in understanding. War Dancer was the 3rd evolutionary form that Fearless had recently discovered, but the probability of its appearance was extremely small. At present, researchers are still studying the corresponding conditions for its evolution into 3 different forms. Fearless wanted to evolve into a War Dancer with a 100% probability, but he had to wait for the research results to come out. Speaking of which, this was the first time he really saw an elf that didn't want to evolve. After all, evolution often means more powerful power for elves, and few elves will resist evolution and become stronger. However, the choice of evolution or not is also an expression of the Pokémon's belief as an individual. If there are Pokémon who really don't want to evolve, almost all trainers will obey their wishes. This is a tacit understanding between humans and Pokémon. Nobuhiko knelt at the table beside him, brewing tea leisurely. Tetsuya sat cross-legged carelessly. Although kneeling is also a common posture in this world, he is not used to it. In his previous life, the ancient Chinese predecessors told him very clearly that kneeling is not good for health. Fortunately, the requirements for sitting posture in the Pokémon world are not strict, otherwise he would probably be said to be ignorant of etiquette since he was a child. I've heard of you. Nobuhiko's voice sounded, and he scalded the teacup with tea. Tetsuya expressed doubts. Teacher AC said that he heard about you from Professor Oak and Professor Yamanashi. They said you are quite outstanding. Nobuhiko poured the brewed tea into the teacup, handed it to Tetsuya, and motioned him to taste it. Thank you, Master Nobuhiko. Tetsuya hurriedly took the teacup and took a sip. It was okay, not as bitter as he imagined. Master C asked me to help Senior Woody to look after the training ground, but I personally don't like it. Zinayan's huge body moved very delicately. My practice is still not good enough. They suddenly felt a little sad and angry. What happened to everyone today? It's so ordinary. Yang Ji is like this, and Zinayan is also like this. Zinayan's strength is poor? Just kidding. Zinayan is known as the king of karate. How can his strength be poor? Although he has been practicing with Master C, he often travels to train himself and is very famous in various regions. It is rumored that his trump card strength has been instructed by Shiba. Others may not know, but how could they not know that Shiba's strange strength is always restraining his own strength to play the role of training, and is Shiba's true trump card spirit? If his strength is average, how can he get Shiba's guidance? The guidance of a huge gap in strength is like talking to a chicken and a duck. He can only comfort himself that the other party is not ordinary, but just has high standards and high requirements for his own strength. Let's not talk about that for now. It's just that you're lucky. I'm planning to leave here and go to the Libo mountain in Johto to train recently. Nobuhiko said indifferently. Tetsuya was also helpless. Is it really okay for you to just say that? Then the request of the master of the Wood Hall. He reminded the other party weakly. It's okay. I'll find a disciple to help me guard here. Anyway, not many people come. You are the first one to come here this month. Nobuhiko said that this was not a big deal. Wood couldn't beat him to death. Although Wood and RC were good friends in terms of relationship, in terms of seniority, Nobuhiko, as RC's disciple, was a little higher than Wood. By the way, why did Yang Ji ask you to come here? Nobuhiko poured himself another cup of tea and asked Tetsuya while sipping it carefully. Senior Yang Ji said that you are very powerful and asked me to come and learn more. Tetsuya honestly repeated Yang Ji's words. TSK. Nobuhiko laughed disdainfully. These people with superpowers just like to talk nonsense, inexplicably. Tetsuya pulled his face and smiled. He didn't understand. He was just a child. Nobuhiko carefully looked Tetsuya up and down. His sharp eyes made Tetsuya feel itchy all over, feeling very uncomfortable. Then he drank the tea in the cup. Come with me. Tetsuya followed him to the locker room. Nobuhiko casually took out a black and white uniform and threw it to Tetsuya, then walked out of the locker room, leaving only a very concise sentence. Change, come out. Tetsuya changed into the uniform, which unexpectedly fit him. Although he looked like a big and strong man, Nobuhiko seemed particularly careful, and even his clothes felt like freshly washed clean clothes. He walked out of the locker room, and Nobuhiko was standing on the fighting stage in the middle of the room. The whole room was a dojo type, surrounded by the fighting stage, and scattered around with wooden stakes, sandbags, etc. Nobuhiko waved to Tetsuya, and Tetsuya immediately walked onto the fighting stage. I don't know what that charlatan wants you to do, but since you're here, I'll teach you something. Nobuhiko stood with his hands behind his back, looking like a hermit, if he wasn't a muscular man. First of all, you should know that, after reaching the elite level, the trainer's command is roughly divided into 2 schools. Tetsuya nodded. Of course he knew, but he didn't know it at the beginning. This was not taught in the Alliance school. He was told, after joining the Nibe gym. Even if he wasn't so talented, he might not know it until he became a direct trainer. This is why the Alliance stipulates that civilians can only apply for a Pokémon after reaching the quasi-elite level. In fact, he had doubts long ago. Although most of the humans in this world are extremely strong, their endurance, strength, agility and even dynamic vision are superhuman in their previous lives, but the magic of the elves is far beyond that of humans. Except for the fact that humans have almost maximumed out their resistance to attribute attacks, the rest is not as good as the elves. If it weren't for the invention of the Pokeball, humans would still be afraid of the existence of the elves. They used to be called magic beasts. If the Pokémons were not generally not interested in humans who do not have much energy in their bodies, and only occasionally attacked humans out of their vicious habit of predation in ancient times, it is estimated that the humans in this world would have perished long ago. After years of training, the average human's body is at most comparable to that of a fighting Pokémon who has just been born, and they cannot use skills. Those who are slightly more talented can barely reach the strength of about level 5. For those with excellent talents like Nobuhiko, with the guidance of a master, the strength is only about equal to that of a Pokémon of level 15 in more than 30 years. Not everyone can defeat a powerful Pokémon with their physical body like Shiba. Tetsuya is gifted. At only 16 years old, his physical body is almost the same as Nobuhiko. For trainers, when their Pokémon's strength is not exaggerated, their own reaction speed can still keep up with the rhythm of the battle. However, as the Pokémon's strength increases, the physical fitness of most people cannot support them to continue to command. With his intelligence, Tetsuya discovered something wrong, so he has been insisting on training his body. Otherwise, even if he had great talent, his body would not be so strong now. But ordinary people are not like him, so what should they do when they cannot command? Usually, this situation is divided by the king level. Most of the king level elves, whether in terms of movement speed or skill release speed, have exceeded the reaction of normal humans in this world. This world is always dominated by people with average talent. They pondered and finally found a solution. That is not a solution. Prediction. It sounds incredible, right? Isn't this equivalent to gambling? Every trainer with a king level elf has extremely rich experience in combat command, and the bond between him and his elf is extremely strong. In this case, some people have put forward the hypothesis that, even if they cannot see the situation on the field clearly, they can rely on their command experience and understanding of their own elves to make a prejudgment and read the command first. At the same time, they can also use the elf's own judgment of the battle situation to fight in tacit cooperation. For trainers who use this method, they are generally called intuitive schools. That is, relying on experience and intuition, occasionally commanding at critical moments. If successful, they can seal the victory with one stroke. Don't think that this style is not strong. If it is not strong, it would have been abandoned long ago. The bond between trainers and elves is very magical. The command of elves by truly powerful intuitive trainers is not inferior to that of the second style of trainers, psychic style. The superpower here does not refer specifically to the superpowers of the psychic system, but refers to the general term for those extraordinary abilities, such as psychic power, wave guidance, evergreen force, superpower, etc. It's just that most of these special abilities are similar to superpowers, and superpowers are relatively common, so they are named after them. There is no need to say much about the command method of this type of trainer. The most popular basic function, telepathy, is enough to support their command. In real battles, although the number of the latter is smaller, it does not mean that they have special abilities and have a higher winning rate than the former. In fact, the classification of the league is meaningless. The words that came out of Nobuhiko's mouth surprised Tetsuya. Where did this come from? Fast Fist Lang, also known as AB Lang, Flying Leg Lang, also known as Showa Lang. The first one is the official translation. The one in brackets is not. This is one of the few official translations that I think is more appropriate. Tomorrow's 2 updates are in the early morning. I'm writing, which is very annoying. If I had known to postpone the additional updates, I would have to stay up late again. Thank you Chen Luayu for the 100 starting coins. Thank you Yas Hishikawa for the 100 starting coins for the character Tamaki Tetsuya. Thank you Zyangu Shovel Shit Officer for the 200 starting coins. Thank you Geo Mayo for the 100 starting coins. Thank you Beichigan Tao Kunbun Angsing for the 100 starting coins. Thank you Bookfriend 201705231249249493 for the 100 starting coins. Thank you Miu for the 100 starting coins. Thank you Wuxing Quikian for the 100 starting coins. Thank you Emengs for the 400 starting coins. I recommend a book as requested. Elf, Choose to Kick the Dog Away at the start. The title and introduction should be very clear. Everyone DDDD. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 143, Guidance. Uncle Master, you've asked Yangji what superpowers are, right? Nobuhiko's expression was calm. Tetsuya nodded subconsciously, but Yangji's words only showed that he didn't know what superpowers were. No, wait. He narrowed his eyes and recalled Yangji's words. A trainer's love for Pokémon from the bottom of his heart is also a superpower. If that's the case, the so-called intuition of the former school of trainers is also a superpower. Almost. Nobuhiko was surprised that Tetsuya reacted so quickly. The so-called intuition can also be explained as direct feeling. In fighting terms, you can think of it as the mind's eye. What we generally call intuition is actually largely the result of our spiritual connection with Pokémon. Tetsuya pulled the corner of his mouth. Before today, he must have doubted this nonsense, but now, he more or less believed it. What did he do wrong to require science in the Pokémon world? Although for the people in this world, Pokémon are science. This is not without basis. Remember the description of the power of Wava Guide? Wava Guide exists in my heart. After many doctors' research, the Alliance found that everyone in the world has more or less residual special energy in their bodies, whether it is Wava Guide, superpower or superpower. It's just that in most people's bodies, this energy is pitiful, and they can't control it. It may be that with the passage of time, the human body is not suitable for the retention of energy, which leads to this situation. For example, Wava Guide, only a very small number of people can use it freely, and such people are often called Wava Guide messengers. However, as the bond between humans and elves continues to deepen, and the strength of elves becomes stronger, the resonance between the two can actually awaken these energies. So in the battle command process of intuitive flow trainers, you will suddenly find that there are several times when they have a flash of inspiration and make extremely exquisite commands, and even the movements of the elves are synchronized. Among them, the strong ones are always inspired and synchronized. Do you think this is realistic? This is not read first. It is because they awaken the energy and have a spiritual communication with the elves. So, in essence, intuitive flow is also a superpower. Zay covered his head with a headache, a little bit unable to accept it. No, I have been here for 16 years, and you told me that this is a fantasy world. Everyone is like a dragon. So, this is why the battles of the king level are generally not open to the public. The highest you can see on TV are the battles of Quasi Kings. Unless it is a show match. Like the King Challenge. In fact, what you see are all processed videos. Otherwise ordinary people can't see it clearly, let alone appreciate the battle. Zinayan looked at Zay with a smile. He felt like a prank. When his master RC told him about this, he actually couldn't believe it. So they are all human-shaped elves? Zay quickly calmed down. I can do it. I'm fine. I can accept it. So what does Zinayan Sr. want to teach me? He asked. Oh, boring. I accepted it so quickly. Zinayan sighed inwardly, and then said, teach you how to evoke these energies more effectively, which is the so-called secret book. Zinayan's face immediately became more serious. Originally, the secret book is not to be passed on to others, but we owe Yangji a favor. Since he asked you to come here, he wants me to teach you. You must remember that you must not teach it to another person in any way or form. Silence. If I take you as my master, is it okay? And I can also accept apprentices to continue teaching. After thinking for a while, Zaya felt that he had found the point. Zinayan was also stunned for a moment. Hey, this seems not bad. With one hand supporting his chin, he thought that Zaya's physical fitness is very high, which is suitable for their school. He is also very good at elf breeding, and will be very strong in the future. The key is that he is still a civilian and an orphan. Wait a minute. Zinayan said hello in a panic, and ran back to the locker room. After a long time, Zinayan came out with a strange look on his face. He had just contacted his master RC. RC said that he was also stupid. Thinking about it carefully, this seems to be really good. With a clean background and excellent talent, they are suitable for their school. The key is that the supporters behind them are Nibi, Oak and Joai. The latter two are unlikely to conflict with them, and they dare not. As for the former, they actually have a good relationship with Nibijim. RC on the other end of the phone was silent for a while. Wait a minute, I'll go ask Professor Oak, and contact Wupio and Wuneng by the way. Master RC, what's wrong? Next to him, a boy's voice sounded, a child with brown hair. Nothing, Xiaomao, you should exercise on your own first. I have something to find Professor Oak. RC, wearing a training suit, explained to Xiaomao, and walked hurriedly to Professor Oak's laboratory. Xiaomao frowned, but Master RC rarely did this. Tetsuya Tamaki, is it the big brother from last time? Xiaomao was thoughtful. RC didn't avoid him when he called just now, and he heard a lot of content. If senior brother Nobuhiko accepts him as a disciple, then wouldn't I be his uncle? Xiaomao smiled. In Professor Oak's laboratory. That's the situation. Professor Oak, what do you think? RC explained to Professor Oak, helplessly. You are attracted to him, otherwise you wouldn't have come to me, right? Professor Oak smiled. Indeed, I'm attracted to him. With your understanding of him and us, you also know how suitable he is for the secret book of our school. I didn't react before, but now I think that kid is really suitable for us in every aspect. RC sighed and admitted it decisively. He couldn't hide it from the old man in front of him. He even felt that this situation was arranged by Professor Oak. You know, when Professor Oak was young, he was also a muscular man, and he was also familiar with their secret books. Then accept him. How good. It just so happens that your school hasn't accepted disciples for a long time. You can accept disciples on behalf of the master. Professor Oak operated the computer in front of him and said casually, what about Nabi? It's okay, Wupio will know. RC was stunned for a moment, then reacted, okay. Then he walked out of the laboratory in a swift and decisive manner, and gave instructions to Nobuhiko. Dr. Yamanashi walked out of the small room slowly. How is it? Are you relieved? Dr. Oak glanced at his senior with a bad temper. Dr. Yamanashi smiled slightly on his serious face. That matter should be decided, right? Well, the Alliance has approved my proposal. When? Immediately, the sooner the better. The two communicated. In the fighting gym in Jinhuang City. Hey. Nobuhiko sighed. What's wrong? Tetsuya was curious and confused. He knew that Nobuhiko had just gone to make a phone call, but why was he saying, hey? Nobuhiko sighed again. Tetsuya's curious heart was itching. No, you should tell me. Master RC said that you should worship the master as your master. Nobuhiko's mouth was full of bitterness. In the time it took to make a phone call, he had a cheap uncle master. Master? Tetsuya was stunned for a moment, then quickly calculated in his mind that Nobuhiko's master was RC's master. If he became a disciple, that meant he was RC's junior brother and Nobuhiko's uncle? His eyes lit up. This was a good idea. How do I become a disciple? He seemed very excited. Nobuhiko exhaled. Uncle is uncle. Then his expression became very serious, looking at the excited Tetsuya in front of him and said, my teacher means that he will accept a disciple on behalf of the master. But he is busy now, so the process of becoming a disciple will be postponed for the time being, and it will be made up later. I will teach you for a while. A gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and suddenly, in Tetsuya's perception, he was full of momentum. What I must tell you is that there are not many rules in our school, but you must not commit crimes and violate morality. Otherwise, you will be exiled at the least, and at the worst. Nobuhiko did not continue, but both of them understood. Tetsuya smiled. Of course not. Nobuhiko nodded. He still believed it more or less. In just a short time, his master has already investigated Tetsuya, otherwise it would be impossible to make such a simple decision. Don't go to the black market anymore. It's a pity that the Pokémon you sell, except for Bardiai and Pichu, are all ferocious types like Arbok. The former two are also doing well, otherwise your character is not up to standard. Nobuhiko said sullenly. I know, this is also my bottom line. Tetsuya naturally has no objection. Otherwise, he could have used Zero to catch all kinds of good Pokémon in exchange for money. Nobuhiko's face was slightly relieved. He also knew that it was not easy to be an orphan. Next, I will teach you the secrets of our school. You may have to stay here for a while, and then go on a trip. Okay, but I have to take the breeder examination later. Tetsuya replied. It's okay, it shouldn't affect it. Nobuhiko calculated the time. Then let's get started. First of all, the so-called secrets are actually the summary of people's methods of awakening the energy in their bodies over the years. According to the different energies, there are many different schools. Take the Dragon Palace as an example. They occupy the Dragon Cave behind them. Every descendant of the Dragon Palace will enter it to feel the energy. Our school is more inclined to the development of the physical body, which is why the teacher wants to accept disciples on behalf of the master. From the current point of view, your physical fitness is far superior to that of ordinary people. Even I'm not as good as you. But high physical fitness does not mean that you have enough control over your body. The first step to feel the secrets of our school is to have enough control over your body. It does not require you to control it to a certain extent, but you can't be as stiff as you are now. Come, follow me. In the fighting gym, Zaya kept following Nobuhiko and posing strange postures. Do you remember what Zima said to Zaya? If there is a big secret technique, it should be the connection between Pokémon and human minds. In the next period of time, part of the main storyline will be involved. Of course, Tetsua's role is still not too much. There is no way. He is weak and has no human rights. Don't think it's fantasy. This is really a derivative setting of the original work. Psychics and superpowers are very obvious, not to mention Zaya's wave guide. And the most basic thing is actually the special body of the natives. In the worldview of the elf world, humans really evolved from elves, just like the theory of evolution. The time for the next update is uncertain. I will work hard to code and post it when I finish it. Chapter 144, Cutting Off the Invisible. Inside the Golden Gym, Nance's eyes glowed blue, with a hint of blush on her cheeks. That's it. The voice of muttering slowly echoed. At this time, Nobuhiko was fighting fiercely with Tetsuya. The two men were shirtless and wearing boxing gloves and kept attacking each other. Speed up. Speed up. Nobuhiko shouted, constantly dodging Tetsuya's fists and occasionally punching Tetsuya. For trainers, boxing is an extremely effective sport to train their reaction ability. The Pokémons fought on the field, just like two people fighting. Although Tetsuya is slightly stronger than Nobuhiko in terms of physical fitness, from the current situation on the field, Tetsuya can be said to be being hammered by Nobuhiko. Nobuhiko almost dodged all of Tetsuya's attacks, and the occasional one or two punches he took were harmless, and in turn he attacked Tetsuya fiercely with injuries in exchange for injuries. Okay, take a break. Nobuhiko casually slapped Tetsuya's attacking fist, and breathed a little. Compared to Nobuhiko, Tetsuya's condition was not so good. He was panting heavily, and felt sore in various parts of his body. Tang. Vine Snake looked at his trainer with heartache, and looked at Nobuhiko angrily. This was a bad guy. Fortunately, the people in this world are strong, and have amazing recovery ability. After just a few minutes of rest, Tetsuya felt less pain in his body. He touched the little guy's head. Vine Snake, use the green grass field. Tang. Vine Snake nodded with a tense face, then stretched out the vine whip and placed it on the leaf stone on his neck, closing his eyes and feeling it carefully. At present, Vine Snake's strength is not too strong. It is difficult to use the green grass field with its own ability. It needs to use the energy of the leaf stone as an aid. After a whole night of training last night, Vine Snake's release speed has been much faster. After waiting for about a few minutes, a green ripple appeared on Vine Snake's body, covering a large area. Tetsuya sat next to Snake, feeling his body recovering, feeling very comfortable. No wonder many researchers believe that humans evolved from elves, otherwise how could the recovery skills of elves be effective for humans? However, there is a lot of debate in the academic community about this view. Tetsuya couldn't care less. It had little to do with him. Okay, thank you, little guy. Feeling that his body was almost healed, Tetsuya thanked Snake and asked it to stop. Snake took a breath, and when he heard the thanks from his trainer, his eyes narrowed happily again, and he waved his whip, indicating that you're welcome. Okay, then continue. Nobuhiko looked at the interaction between Tetsuya and Snake, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and ruthlessly interrupted them. Tetsuya nodded and continued to fight with Nobuhiko. Pay attention to control. Have you forgotten the movements I just taught you? Feel the muscle force and control of the movements just now. The movements are just for a better feeling. It doesn't mean that you can only control your body by doing fixed movements. Feel it. Nobuhiko kept shouting to correct Tetsuya's mistakes. Time passed by minute, and the training finally came to an end. Sweat dripped down his cheeks, and Tetsuya felt exhausted. Fusion Snake handed him a towel with a vine whip, and he wiped himself hard. Not bad. Nobuhiko drank a glass of water in his hand. Your understanding is okay. But this is just the first step. I said, our style is very difficult. Tetsuya gritted his teeth and nodded. That's it. It's okay. Nobuhiko nodded with satisfaction. You can rest anywhere. There are vacant clean guest rooms in the gym, or you can go back to the Pokémon Center. It's up to you. But I want to see you here at 5 o'clock tomorrow morning. Tetsuya took a sip of water and took a breath. This is nothing, just a little earlier than usual. Okay, I'll go to the backyard first. It's the first day, so I'll practice less. Nobuhiko looked at the time and walked out of the room. Tetsuya dragged his sore body back to the Pokémon Center. He'll stay here today. Everything is here. He'll carry the space backpack over tomorrow morning. After forcing himself to finish dinner and feeding the 4 Pokémons, Tetsuya fell asleep on the bed. Under the moonlight, the 4 Pokémons in the room consciously quieted down. They didn't want to disturb Tetsuya and gradually fell asleep. The school where Nobuhiko belongs, which is also the school where Tetsuya is currently studying, is called Cutting the Invisible. It is said that the first person who created this secret book used a scythe. When the two work together, they can cut off all objects, including invisible objects. Although the name is strange, it is the oldest fighting school in the Johto area, and it has not been broken yet. It is not like the Genzo Ryu, that has no successors. The second half is Nobuhiko's original words. It can be seen that he is very proud and gloating. Tetsuya also wanted to say that he didn't know what the Genzo Ryu was, but he gave up. The cutting formless school emphasizes a strong body as the foundation. Through the control of the body, the grasp of breathing and the concentration of the mind, combined with the bond between the elves, awakening the little energy in the body. After understanding it, it no longer has that kind of fantasy meaning. Tetsuya feels that it seems a bit reasonable. He thinks he may be crazy. Only by training yourself can you communicate with the Pokémon that needs to fight, so that you can master the method of defeating the enemy. This is the motto of the school. The most critical point is the body, and Tetsuya's body makes Nobuhiko envy it. In his words, Tetsuya is at his peak, and his physical fitness may not be inferior to that of Hiba. This is a very high evaluation. However, the latter 3 requirements are still Tetsuya's shortcomings. As for the bond, he is quite confident, or it can be said that this is the confidence of every trainer. The secret book that Nobuhiko taught him is to train his control ability through different fixed movements. There are many categories, such as judo, kendo, aikido, karate, etc. It can be said that, while exercising the ability to control the body, every disciple of the slashing formless school is an extremely strong fighting master. However, because people's energy is limited, most people will still choose a direction to focus on after mastering the basics, which is enough to achieve the purpose of controlling themselves. But people with excellent talents, such as C, are proficient in 3 different fighting techniques, which makes it easier for them to concentrate themselves, and they can also enter the state faster in the battle and use their intuition to defeat the opponent one step ahead. In higher level battles, leading by 0.0005 seconds may be the key to winning or losing. Concentrate, concentrate. Tetsuya muttered in his sleep, waved his hand, and lifted the quilt, but the quilt automatically swayed and covered it back. Putting his hands together, thank you, brother Nobuhiko. Nobuhiko smiled bitterly and shook his head. You're welcome, you're really a freak. He sighed. Tetsuya in front of him learned all the basics in just over 20 days. He had only expected him to learn the basics at the beginning, so he thought it would not affect the exam. As a result, now, the progress is beyond his imagination. You know, he spent more than 4 years to lay the foundation. 4 years. Is this the difference between a true genius and an ordinary person? Nobuhiko was very disappointed. although the progress was faster in the later stages because the principles of the movements were the same, and Tetsuya's strong physical fitness also helped a lot. It still could not cover up his superb talent. You can now concentrate your attention after concentrating for a period of time. As long as you keep your breathing and body in this state, you can keep doing it for a while. The next step is practice makes perfect. Keep shortening the time needed to concentrate and keep prolonging the duration of your state. At the same time, you can't let go of physical fitness training, otherwise you will probably lose energy for a long time after a battle. As for the connection with the elves, it depends on you. Otherwise, simply concentrating your attention is only effective to the qua-seeking level. It will be difficult to keep up if you break through. Remember, don't try to remember it deliberately after the first success. Let your body get familiar with this state naturally, otherwise it will only backfire. Zion talked incessantly. Compared with his rough appearance, he was very delicate inside. They nodded obediently and listened to Zion's instructions. Although many things he said were repeated over the past 20 days, he was still his uncle in terms of seniority, but after so many days of getting along, he still respected Zion very much. Oh, forget it. I don't have anything else to teach you. You have to rely on yourself. Nobuhiko sighed and said to Tetsuya. This was not the first time he taught someone. He had taught others some basic fighting techniques before. This time, he really experienced what it meant to teach the apprentice, to starve the master to death. Tetsuya directly squeezed him dry. As for the remaining experience, everyone is different. Giving him instructions will only harm him, so now Nobuhiko has nothing to teach. Tetsuya bowed respectfully to express his respect and gratitude. He did soon discover that he was very talented. One of the reasons was that he had a photographic memory, which was also effective for these movements and concentration. Because there were fixed postures and effects, as long as he did it right once, his body and brain would remember it, so he learned so quickly. Remember to find time to go to the Azure Gym in the Johto area. Master C is the gym owner there. Make up for the apprenticeship gift. Before Tetsuya left, Nobuhiko explained it to him again. Okay, then, brother Nobuhiko, see you next time. Tetsuya waved to Nobuhiko and left Golden City along the main road. Nobuhiko looked at his receding back and stretched himself. He decided to take in an ordinary apprentice. A genius was not suitable for him to teach. He would teach slowly, and after that he would have to go to train, he thought, and turned back to the gym. Thanks to the little book fan with a distorted view for the 100 starting coins. Thanks to Mega Dianzi for the 500 starting coins. Calculating, the number of words owed is 10,000 plus 3,000. 10,000 rewards plus 1 update, plus 3,000. 200 monthly tickets for every accumulative. 1 update. Chapters 134 and 139 are additional updates, with 3,000 plus 4,000 words, so there is still a shortfall of 9,000 words, which is the amount of 3 normal chapters. Tomorrow will definitely be 2 updates after midnight. No matter what, there will be no additional updates. If there are no manuscripts saved, it will be easy to mess up if additional updates are added. By the way, do you have any opinions after reading this, my friends? I feel panicked because no one said anything. Is there anything wrong with my setting? Chapter 145, Passionate Blood. Zaya left Golden City and set out on a journey again. His next destination was the Crimson City, which was known as the Natural City. Crimson City was most famous for its hunting zone in the surrounding Pokémon conservation area. The nature reserve was naturally not to be entered at will, otherwise Miss Junsha and the protectors of the Laramie tribe who were guarding nearby would let you know the painful price. At least you would be arrested and locked up for a few days. The hunting zone was a place that many trainers wanted to go to, because in it, you could capture the Pokémon you wanted, and the price was only a small part of the fee. Of course, there were many rules that you needed to abide by, and it was not as simple as it seemed. Zaya was walking on the road, holding the city introduction produced by the official league in his hand, reading it with relish. The content inside included the historical introduction of each city, the current development status, the special attractions, etc. It can be said that it is a must-have product for every trainer who goes out to travel. Well, so the hunting zone doesn't seem to be as good as I imagined. He muttered to himself. Putting the revised introduction into his backpack, Zaya looked at the surrounding environment, which was desolate and full of yellow. This is a rocky mountain environment, and the surrounding area is already very desolate. Because it is the only way from Golden City to Light Red City, there are almost no Pokémon around, except for a few Geodudes. As for why he didn't fly around on Pidgeot, compared to the boring mechanized collection of gym badges, Zaya wanted to experience the different customs and practices of various places, which is also one of the purposes of every trainer's travel. Moreover, the flight route is fixed. If you accidentally fly out of the range defined by the Alliance, the air elves in the wild will not be polite to you. This flying experience is not very good. If you accidentally fall from the sky, it will be really embarrassing. Of course, if you have enough strength, no one will stop you from flying around, and you can fly however you want. Zaya walked in this yellow with the vine snake on his shoulder. When a faint voice came, and Zaya's ears moved. The devilish special training for more than half a month was not in vain. In the past, he would never have heard this sound, but now it is different. His senses are stronger than before. However, this voice seems very familiar. ZHE also thought about it. Isn't this the cry of his cheap nephew Zilion's fearless boy? There are still such elves living here? He walked towards the place where the sound came from. Of course, the premise is that he released the flame chicken. He was still very cautious. Although the fearless boys are basically below level 20 and will evolve if they are higher, it is still better to be careful. After approaching, he also heard a man's voice. Sure enough, he said that there would be no wild fearless boys here. Fearless boy, come on. Only by constantly attacking can you defeat your opponent. Keep attacking. When you evolve into a fast puncher, your hands will be your best offensive weapon. Come on. ZHE also blinked and stepped up his steps. Who is there? Come out. The middle-aged man was also very alert and turned around to be on guard. Excuse me, I'm Tetsuya Tamaki from Viridian City. I'm currently traveling to collect badges to participate in the tournament. Tetsuya walked out of the large rock in front of him with Blaziken and Serpenter. The man's face relaxed immediately when he saw the two Pokémon. Of course, he knew the three Pokémon of the Alliance, which was also one of the proofs of his identity. People who have two Pokémon are basically not bad guys. However, he still did not relax his vigilance. Please prove your identity, otherwise please leave here. I'm training, don't cause unnecessary misunderstandings. Tetsuya took out the Pokémon from his pocket and opened it. This Pokémon is for Tetsuya Tamaki. Come on, Pokémon trainer. In addition, this Pokémon cannot be reissued once it is stolen, so please pay more attention. A message from Professor Oak of Pallet Town. The Pokémon flashed, and Professor Oak's highly recognizable voice came from it. The middle-aged man let down his guard the moment he saw the Pokémon, and laughed when he heard the voice. Haha, sorry, I was too nervous. He touched the back of his head, feeling a little embarrassed. The Pokémon Encyclopedia is the best proof of identity. It can be said that, as long as you take this out within the jurisdiction of the Alliance, basically everyone will let down their guard against you. So far, no one has been able to forge a Pokémon Encyclopedia, so it is still quite safe. Nothing, I just heard that you seem to be training Fearless Boy, and I came to see it out of curiosity. ZHE also showed a harmless smile. The middle-aged man relaxed more and introduced himself a little. My name is Shandao. I live in the nearby Daohan Gym, and I'm training my Fearless Boy with the goal of winning the P1 tournament. The P1 tournament is a fighting competition. The participating Pokémon generally have a certain close combat ability. Unlike ordinary Pokémon battles, many skills are restricted. Because it is a small competition, it is held every 3 years, and was just held last year. It is very energetic. ZHE also sighed as he looked at the Fearless Boy who insisted on training. Shandao smiled on his honest face. For Pokémon trainers, this is the best compliment. You can say I'm a wimp, you can say I'm ugly, as long as you praise my Pokémon, we are good friends. It's that simple. Yeah, it's awesome. Shandao put his hands on his hips, looking at Fearless, a happy smile on his face. I just heard Uncle Shandao, do you mean to train him into a fast puncher? Tetsuya looked at the scene in front of him and asked Shandao. Ah, yes, because this kid himself prefers to attack with his fists. Shandao nodded decisively. Although for the P1 fighting competition with many restrictions, the body of the flying legs is more advantageous, but the fast puncher is not bad either. Is that so? Tetsuya nodded, and then changed the subject. But Uncle Shandao, you can't win by just training offense, right? Shandao scratched his head. As for defense, Fearless is not particularly good at it. I think we can wait until it evolves into a fast puncher and try to block with those fists. He probably heard that this trainer named Tamaki Tetsuya should want to give him some pointers. Of course he was very happy. He was not from a wealthy family and had no experience in training elves. He was just working hard with passion. The person in front of him was a trainer of the Alliance with a picture book. He must have a lot of knowledge in training, he thought. Zaya looked at Shandao in front of him and sighed inwardly. This is the current situation of the elf world. Most people still have a little knowledge of elves. They only know the appearance of the common elves, the corresponding names and related attributes, and even the skill tables they can master are not well mastered. It is no wonder that there are so many elves at present, except for some outstanding people who can remember them completely. The artifact of the elf picture book is not available to everyone, not to mention the deeper level of elf cultivation. More people insist on becoming trainers with passion and love for elves. If you want Fearless Boy to evolve into Fast Puncher, you must start defensive training from now on, they said to Shandao and Fearless Boy. Fearless Boy stopped the ongoing training and looked at this stranger. It was very curious. Tetsuya smiled at it and continued to explain to Shandao. Uncle Shandao, you may not know that the way of evolution of Fearless Boy is quite special. If you want to evolve into Fast Punch, you should focus on defense training when you are Fearless Boy. If you want to evolve into Flying Kick, you should focus on offense training. As for War Dancer, you need to balance attack and defense capabilities. This is the research discovery of the Oak Research Institute. It has not been spread yet, so you may not be very clear. This is indeed what the Oak Research Institute has recently discovered and just announced. After all, it is not an easy task to study a specific way for a Pokémon to evolve. It requires eliminating many situations, and just cultivating Pokémon is a big trouble. It is because the Oak Research Institute is rich that it can often conduct this kind of evolution research. This is also one of the reasons why Dr. Yamanashi has been working there. He is an expert in evolution. If he changes places or studies on his own, he will not have so much data for reference. Originally, the research on this issue had not yet reached the scheduled time, but due to the personal request of Nobuhiko and RC, Dr. Oak brought it forward. Recently, Nobuhiko is also working on the evolution of his own Fearless Boy. Ah. Shandai opened his mouth wide. He really didn't know. It's okay. It's not too late now. You just need to change the way you train later. Zaya comforted Shandao. Okay. Shandao nodded repeatedly and expressed his gratitude. It's okay. I'll leave first. See you again if we are lucky. Zaya told Shandao roughly how to do defense training, and then turned and left. Shandao looked at Zaya's back and was very excited. He said to Fearless Boy, then we have to work harder to make up for the training. Fearless Boy nodded vigorously. Zaya turned his back to them with a smile on his face. This Shandao should be the one that Zayasi will meet in the future. But it's really not easy. After 8 years of persistence, the Fast Puncher that was cultivated for more than 8 years is not the opponent of the Infernape that Zayasi has just captured. If possible, when Zayasi really sets out in the future, Zaya still wants to persuade him not to give his Pokémon to others to cultivate. Zay felt very uncomfortable when he saw these in his previous life. Since he can change, he must try it. Thanks to the book friend 20210424133343520 for the reward of 100 starting coins. Thanks to guess if I have any tickets for the reward of 100 starting coins. Thanks to come and go for the reward of 100 starting coins. Chapter 146. Vine Snake's first battle and arrival at Light Red. Stepping back onto the road opened up by the Alliance. Crossing the rocks, crossing the river, walking through the grass, the surrounding environment gradually became full of vitality. Except there. ZHE also looked at a towering chimney in the distance, which was constantly emitting black smoke. There was the tidal power plant in Heian City, the location of the largest power plant in the Kanto region, and the main source of electricity for many cities. It was also, because of the existence of the tidal power plant, that many factories were concentrated in Heian City. The vast water and waste residue discharged by these factories polluted the sky, rivers, and sea. According to the investigation of the Alliance, there are almost no wild Pokémon living around Heian City. ZHE was far away here, and he could feel the ominous smell emanating from there. Shaking his head silently, he gradually shifted his direction a little, trying to avoid there. There was almost no trace of human survival in Heian City. Although there was a Pokémon Center, most trainers would choose to stay away from it as much as possible. Few people were willing to endure the smell. Anyway, the light red city was not far away. Speeding up his pace, ZHE also quickly walked through this area. Sugar. The vine snake, which had been covering its face with its tail on Tetsua's shoulder, finally moved its tail away. For a Pokémon with a keen sense of smell, the journey just now was almost fatal. Not long after walking a short distance, Tetsuya immediately found that there were signs of wild Pokémon activities here. Little guy, are you ready for your first battle? Tetsuya turned his head and said to the vine snake. The level of the Pokémon nearby was just right for the little guy's first battle. Sugar. The vine snake called out very imposingly. Tetsuya threw out the Pokéball containing the mantle rock. Please, do some screening. He said so. The mantle rock responded dully, emitting a yellow light all over its body, sensing the surrounding environment. Dangoro. The mantle rock indicated that it had found the first opponent for the vine snake. One person and two Pokémon soon came in front of it, a small electric type Magnamon. A very good opponent, a grass type against an electric type. Even if there is a lack of experience and a level gap, it can still win. Vine snake, use bind. Zaya gave the order to the vine snake that had just climbed down from him. Not far away, a vine suddenly stretched out from under Magnemite and tied it tightly. Kuoi Magnemite screamed, a little panicked. For a gentlest Pokémon, like it made of inorganic matter, most Pokémon in the wild are not aggressive to it, unless it takes the initiative to cause trouble. Few Pokémon will attack it by surprise. It is a little confused now, and its little head is full of doubts. But the structure of its body makes it subconsciously use all its strength to float up. There is a round ball in the middle of Magnemite's body with an eye on it. There is a horseshoe magnet on each side of the body with opposite magnetic poles, and there are several screws. These body parts can be rotated at will. Magnemite can emit electromagnetic waves from the left and right parts to shield gravity, so that it can float in the air. However, when it is still in a resting state, it still falls to the ground. This is the case just now. It was tied to the ground by Vine Snake's bind skill. Feeling Magnemite struggling to break free from the vines, Vine Snake also struggled to control it. Hold on for 2 seconds, then release, then rush forward with the Vine Whip, and use the impact. Tetsuya commanded. Vine Snake nodded. As the vines relaxed in the next second, Magnetron's body rose rapidly. Vine Snake rushed up at once, and while Magnetron was still adjusting the magnetic force to control its body, it used the Vine Whip to support the ground, jumped into the air, and hit Magnetron hard. Kuoi Magnemite's body came into close contact with the big tree behind it. Its body radiated a bright yellow light, and an electric current flew towards Vine Snake after charging. Vine Snake looked at this scene in panic, a little at a loss. Vine Whip, block it. Tetsuya's voice came from his ears, and Vine Snake subconsciously blocked the 2 Vine Whips in front of him. The next moment, the current passed through the gap between Vine Snake's Vine Whips. Vine Snake let out a soft cry. Fortunately, the damage of the electric system is not high for the grass type, and the physical strength is still okay. At this time, Magnemite was already floating in the air. It was very angry and ready to teach the green elf in front of it a lesson. Use the whip to tie its magnet connection and throw it to the ground. Zay quickly changed his command method and listed the steps in detail to Vine Snake. This was also the first time he taught the elves how to fight, not from childhood. They had started to cultivate their fighting habits not long after the elves were born, and they could understand the command very well, but Vine Snake obviously couldn't do that. Vine Snake nodded, and the whip stretched out from both sides of its body. According to Zay's command, it wrapped around the left and right sides of Magnemite's body and then exerted force violently. Magnemite was still imagining that he would condense energy and give the opponent another electric shock, and the feeling of weightlessness came immediately. Kuoyet exclaimed, and it felt a sharp pain in its body. Vine Snake used the whip to lift Magnemite up and throw it down one after another. Soon, Magnemite lost its ability to fight, and its eyes turned into circles. Mantle Rock used Sandstone to control an orange fruit and put it next to Magnemite. Tetsuya picked up Snake and patted his head. "You did a good job. I was wrong in the command just now. Tang tang." Snake narrowed his eyes and accepted the trainer's praise. However, it also said that it was its own problem. It would be fine if it used the Vine Whip to directly hit the electric shock. It shouldn't be stupidly blocking the front sideways. Mantle Rock, continue. Tetsuya fed Snake an orange fruit to restore its strength and said to Mantle Rock, "If the tacit understanding is not enough, it will be improved slowly through command battles. It will be almost enough to fight all the way to the Crimson City." Mantle Rock led the way silently, and it has found the next opponent. Next, the weak Pokémon nearby ushered in a painful period. A human commanded a green snake and beat them one by one. Some Pokémon were very unhappy after being provoked and defeated and called their parents to find the human. As a result, the human released a Pidgeot and the whole family was blown away. The originally quiet forest was in a turmoil until the sun went down, and then it returned to peace. Outside the city of Crimson, Zay looked at the peaceful and tranquil city in front of him and took a deep breath. The environment here is much better than the forest just now. He had already put away the Mantle Rock. "Little guy, you can rest soon." The Vine Snake on his shoulder nodded listlessly. The afternoon's battle had exhausted it, not only physically but also mentally. They chuckled. The Vine Snake's talent was still very high, and the tacit understanding between him and Tim had improved significantly during this period. For some of his simplified commands, the Vine Snake could react quickly. Arriving at the Pokémon Center in Crimson City, he handed the Vine Snake and the Mantle Rock to Miss Joy for recovery. The Mantle Rock was also very tired. After all, it took a lot of energy to sense the Pokémon. Ding-ling-ling. The next moment, the door of the Pokémon Center was pushed open. "Miss Joy, please help me recover the Pokémon." A female voice came. Some trainers looked over in surprise, while others were already used to it. "Axing, I've told you many times to keep quiet in the Pokémon Center," a Joy said helplessly to the girl, who was shouting loudly. "Hey." The girl named Axing stuck out her tongue. "I'll know next time." "Which time did you remember?" Another Joy stood up and took the Pokéball from Axing. Tetsuya's eyes widened suddenly beside him. "I know, Green Sister. I'll pay attention next time." Axing pulled the Joy and said coquettishly. Joy tapped her forehead unhappily and walked into the treatment room with the jellyfish. "Why, Green Sister's hair is green. Is it strange?" Axing looked at Tetsuya, who was surprised at the sight and naturally knew what he was thinking, and asked fiercely. "Well, it's indeed the first time I've seen it." Tetsuya nodded honestly. What surprised him just now was this. The Joy who walked in, her hair was green. This is not rare in the Joy group. It is simply unique. You are surprised by something you have never seen before. A Crossing did not explain to Tetsuya and turned away. That's just her personality. Don't be angry. It's just because of her physical condition that she is green. Joey on the side was also helpless and said to Tetsuya, "No, I was rude." He apologized. "It's normal. Everyone will be surprised to see green." Several Miss Joeys laughed. This is also a fun thing after work. Every trainer who has just come to the Crimson City will always express shock. A Crossing. Today is another day of hard training to become a gym leader. Several trainers who are obviously stationed in Crimson City joked with A Crossing, who sat over. "Yes, that's right." A Crossing raised her head proudly. "Hey, do you know where that guy came from?" She asked several old acquaintances in front of her. "That handsome guy, I don't know, but he has a picture book. Are you interested in him?" A middle-aged trainer teased A Crossing. "He has watched this child grow up since he was a child. Does his own child also want to eat grass?" "No, just curious. Why don't you act like an adult?" A Crossing rolled his eyes at him in annoyance. Ha 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 ha. Everyone around laughed. Zay, who was not far away, looked at them strangely. Are the people in Crimson City so easygoing? Crossing asked quietly just now, and the Pokémon Center was quite noisy, so he didn't hear it. Hey, little handsome boy, do you want to come over and sit for a while? A man dressed like a standard trainer greeted Zay, ignoring Crossing's obstruction. Chapter 147 Crimson Ninja. Tetsuya hesitated for a moment, nodded and accepted the invitation, and went to find an empty seat near where Axing and his group were gathered. Hello, I'm Tetsuya Tamaki from Tokiwa City, and I'm currently traveling. He briefly introduced himself. Iga, Kaguya, Muji. Except for Axing, the other three people gave their names. Axing, introduce yourself. The middle-aged uncle named Kaguya urged Axing. Axing's earlobes were slightly red, and she was a little shy about her bold performance just now. I'm Axing, a ninja born in modern times. My goal is to be a master of poison-type Pokémon, and defeat my brother, to become the new leader of the Light Crimson Gym. The atmosphere was a little awkward for a moment. Ahem. It was the young man named Muji who called Tetsuya over who started the conversation. Tetsuya, you should be challenging the gym. How many badges do you have now? 4. Tetsuya took out the box where he collected badges and showed it to the 4 people. Oh. Very impressive, Nibi, Hualan, Kuai, and Rainbow. These are all well-known gyms. Several people sighed. These badges can also show Zay's strength. The difficulty of the 8 gyms is slightly higher than that of other gyms. Oh, no, I haven't beaten the Golden City gym. Zay smiled bitterly. It's normal. It's a superpower type. The difficulty of the Golden City gym is already recognized as super standard. Hearing several of her acquaintances say this, Crossing was a little unhappy. What do you mean, is a light red gym worse than the Golden City gym? Several people smiled dotingly and hurried to comfort her. I almost forgot that this little ancestor couldn't stand others not praising the light red gym. Even if it was the Golden City gym that restrained her family nature, she was not convinced. My brother must be more powerful than that Nancy, Crossing said confidently. Several people hurriedly nodded in agreement. You are right. So you came here to challenge the Crimson Gym this time? Iga asked Tetsuya. Yes, of course. I also want to visit the nature reserve and the hunting zone. Tetsuya took back the badge box and said, if you want to go to the hunting zone, it's better to go there first. The Crimson Gym and the nature reserve are both on the outskirts of the city, which is more convenient. After challenging the gym, you can go to the nature reserve to recover. There is a Miss Joy who lives there. Several people enthusiastically planned a route for Tetsuya. The nature reserve is not allowed to be entered at will, but the owners of the Pokédex like Tetsuya can also visit it if they apply in advance. Come on, Crossing, your Vash, Muddy and Nidorina have recovered. Joy, who was called Green, came over with a tray and Pokéballs. Also, this trainer Tetsuya Tamaki, your Snake and Mantle Rock have also recovered. 5 luxury balls were placed on the tray. Okay. Thank you, Sister Green. Crossing jumped up from her seat and took her 3 Pokémon. Zaya also expressed his gratitude and put the 2 Pokéballs back on his belt. Why don't we have a battle? Crossing rolled her eyes and challenged Zaya. Crossing, that's so rude. Jahi hurriedly stopped her. Although it is common for trainers to challenge each other, and there is no need for any reason, it is a bit rude to challenge each other the next second, after chatting just now. Zaya politely refused. It's too late, and my Pokémon has just recovered, so I still need to rest for a while. His reply made a Crossing frown, but soon, the clever girl thought of something again, ran to the front desk in the way of ninja running, and acted coquettishly with Joai, and no one knew what she was talking about. I'm sorry, Crossing has been spoiled, since she was a child. Several people smiled bitterly, and explained to Zaya. From the 3 people's talk, Zaya gradually understood the situation of the Crimson Gym. The current owner of the Crimson Gym is Aju, Crossing's brother, and the previous owner is their father. During a mission, the previous gym leader disappeared inexplicably, forcing Aju, who was only in his early 20s, to take over the position of gym leader. It was helpless to say that it was just a normal ninja mission, but this happened, and everyone was very sad. Fortunately, before the previous gym leader disappeared, the light red gym had just passed the Alliance's once-in-a-decade gym qualification review, which prevented the light red gym from facing the crisis of revoking its qualifications. In the past 7 or 8 years, Aju has trained hard, combined with his outstanding talent and family background, and finally barely reached the king level. It is also for this reason that Aju neglected to discipline his sister Axing. In addition, when his father was in trouble, Axing was only less than 10 years old. Aju loved his sister very much and was reluctant to discipline her, so Axing's personality became a little self-centered. However, because the light red gym has always been the Igarayu ninja, the opposing school is the Kogarayu teaching policy, his personality is not that bad, but he occasionally seems a little spoiled. To put it simply, he is a bit like a bear child. She often trains in the city of Asakusa, and the residents love her very much, whether it is her own ninja training or her elf training. After all, the previous gym leader protected them, which was a favor. Axing, who lost her father, also made people feel a little pitiful. In addition, although she is self-indulgent, she can distinguish right from wrong. Overall, she is still a very cute child. They naturally would not take such a small matter to heart. But I remember that the daughter of the Aju gym leader is also called Axing, right? They asked the 3 people. He thought he had recognized the wrong person at first. Yes, it is because of Axing's willfulness that she insisted on giving her niece the same name as herself. It's not a big deal, so the Aju gym leader agreed. As for the future, when the child grows up, you can call her by her surname. Anyway, the child has the same surname as Aju, Koga, and Axing has the same surname as her mother. Several people shrugged their shoulders. This is the business of the Asakusa gym. Although few people do this, it is not something that cannot be done in this world. They nodded slightly. There are so many people with the same name in the Pokémon world. Let's not talk about anything else. Just talking about Joey and Junsa, there are so many duplicate names that acquaintances have to add prefixes when calling them. Otherwise, who knows who you are talking to? Ignoring the sneaky A crossing over there, they started chatting with the 3 people in front of him. The best way to understand a city is to chat with the locals, who will know a lot of small details. Zay was also quite interested in listening to their popular science. That is to say, the locals of the Crimson City can enter the hunting zone 3 times a year, unlike us outsiders, who can only enter once a year. He sighed. This can be said to be a welfare for residents, but it is not written in the city introduction, but it is reasonable. No wonder there are always more trainers leaving the Crimson City every year than in other cities. This limit is also to prevent too many trainers from entering to capture Pokémon. After all, the number of Pokémon inside is limited, and it is impossible to accept too many people. Yeah, it's pretty good, but entering doesn't mean you can capture the Pokémon you like. Not to mention the ones you like. Even if you want to capture just one, it's very difficult. Muji sighed. Indeed, the Pokémon in the hunting zone are all very cunning. You can't capture them by fighting Pokémon. You can only rely on food and personal charm, which is too difficult. The 2 people next to him echoed. Is it difficult? ZHE also recalled that in his previous life, Zyossi captured a whole group of 30 Kentaurus in there. This was too difficult. The key is that this group of Kentaurus is very fierce. They either fought against the Orange League's chief trainer Yuji, or singled out the future Xiaomeo's Nidoqueen, and could even fight against the future Battle Tower Lord Lilla. It's outrageous. You can tell the strength of these people from their names. Then have you ever captured any Pokémon in there? ZHE asked curiously. He lives here, and has the opportunity to enter 3 times a year, so there will always be some gains. Of course. Several people said proudly, and released their own Pokémon. They are a Sandshrew, a Jigglypuff and a Furball. Jigglypuff and Furball are the Pokémons of Kaku and Iga. Tetsuya couldn't tell that these 2 uncles still have the heart of a girl. Their Pokémons are so cute. Iga and I don't aim to be strong trainers, so we only have these 2 little guys as our Pokémons. They have been with us for a long time. Kaku said, but Muji wants to travel in the future. He found a like-minded Sandshrew and nurtured it for a long time before evolving it into a Sandshrew. You 2 should have a lot of common topics. Muji waved his hands repeatedly. I know my own strength. I can't even beat Akio, let alone Tetsuya, who is a genius. In the exchange just now, they also knew that Tetsuya was only 16 years old, and they sighed again and again. It can only be said that he is worthy of being a direct trainer of the Alliance, and his talent is exaggerated. For ordinary people, it is not easy to collect all 8 badges, but for Tetsuya, it is just a small matter. Brother Muji, why are you saying bad things about me again? R-Crossing appeared behind Muji like a ghost, with her hands on her hips and said angrily, why do you say she is weaker than this guy named Tamaki Tetsuya? Does being pretty mean being strong? Muji begged for mercy again and again. Several people laughed together. Humph, let's see who is stronger later. Seeing Tetsuya laughing at Muji, R-Crossing's mind suddenly flashed with such thoughts. Okay, I should go back, otherwise my brother will say something about me again. As she said that, R-Crossing threw a grey ball on the ground. Bang! The smoke dissipated, and R-Crossing disappeared. Tetsuya coughed, this thing is a ninjutsu, how did they hold it in? R-Crossing, I've told you many times not to use smoke bombs in the Pokémon Center. Only the Joey's shouted, with helplessness in their tone. Thanks to book friend 33,021,204,467,026 for the reward of 200 starting coins. Thanks to Zaya Fengqianghua for the reward of 100 starting coins. Thanks to Yuki Love Redding for the 500 Kidian coins. Thanks to Super Go for the 100 Kidian coins. R-Crossing is Aju's sister in the anime and Aju's daughter in the comics. Here are 2 people. Chapter 148 The Legend of the Mini Dragon. The 4 of them didn't recover until the smoke cleared. Fortunately, this is the Pokémon Center in Crimson City. The ninja features make its internal ventilation system extremely good. Otherwise the smoke bombs of the Crimson Gym wouldn't be so easy to dissipate. Several people shook their heads helplessly and continued chatting. Oh, by the way, do you know the legend of Caesar? During the chat, Jahi suddenly mentioned something special. Tetsuya's heart moved. The legend of Caesar, the one with the mini dragon? We should all know it. After all, this is a secret that is not a secret, but Tetsuya should not know it. Muji said with a smile. I really don't know. What legend? The type of urban legend? Tetsuya asked with pretended curiosity. No, it's not an urban legend. It's just that Caesar, the manager of the hunting zone, took a photo with Dratini, so everyone said that there are Pokémon like Dragonite in the hunting zone. Iga shrugged and didn't take it seriously. How could there be Dratini and Hakron in there? These people are just daydreaming. If there were Dratini in the hunting zone, it would have been strictly controlled by the Alliance long ago. How could they enter there? Kaku and Muji nodded in agreement. Even if there really is one, although Caesar has a bad temper and always likes to scare people with guns, he is not stupid enough to expose it. That's Dratini. I guess that guy made it up to satisfy his vanity. Or it's just a way of publicity that director Bayoba came up with. With this legend, many more people come to visit the Crimson City. Anyway, no one has really seen a Dratini so far. I think it's just a fake legend. Iga's tone was quite disdainful, and it sounded like he had something against Caesar. ZHE also responded with a smile. The topic passed quickly, but he was still thinking in his heart. According to his memory, there should indeed be a Haxorus and a Dratini in the hunting zone, which means that this legend is actually true, and that Caesar is really that stupid. But it's hard to say. After all, judging from the reactions of the 3 people in front of him, this behavior seems to really prove the saying that the most dangerous place is the safest place. Caesar did this, but not many people were willing to believe it was true. After all, Dratini, Haxorus, and Dragonite are quasi-god Pokémon in Kanto. They are extremely rare. Even those living in the wild are mostly recorded by the Alliance. How could a Dratini suddenly appear in the hunting zone, their own territory? Hey, I heard that director Bayoba looks the same as Slowpoke. Is it true? ZHE didn't delve into it. He didn't know where the Dratini was, and he couldn't get it now. Money is tempting, so he simply threw this question aside and started asking about gossip. Yes, Director Bayoba is also called Director Slowpoke. He really looks exactly like Slowpoke. Iga took over the conversation excitedly. As expected, gossip is human nature. Several people began to share the gossip they knew with great interest. However, Zaya ran away halfway through the conversation, saying that he was hungry and wanted to eat. They were talking about the gossip in the city, but he didn't know anything about it and couldn't participate. The next morning, Zaya was running on the road in Asakusa City. "Good morning." Suddenly, Axing appeared beside him. He replied calmly, "Good morning. Equals, asterisk, alas, weren't you scared by me?" Axing, dressed as a ninja, asked Zaya in surprise while running. "No, I noticed you." Zaya replied indifferently, "You are so familiar. Didn't you leave early yesterday? How is it possible? I use the Igaryu's Kamakakashi. How could you have found me?" A crossing couldn't believe it. "Is my ninjutsu training so bad?" Normally. Hearing this, a crossing stopped abruptly. Normally, these two words echoed in her mind. "Ah. You are looking down on me." She jumped up in anger. But Tetsuya was very fast and had already turned a corner and disappeared. A crossing, "You lost your composure." A masked man in purple clothes appeared behind a crossing. "And don't be lazy, brother," a crossing said coquettishly. The person who came was Aju, the owner of the light red gym. Aju looked at her sister helplessly. "Brother, how did he find me? I'm obviously very powerful." A crossing asked her elder brother. "Not only you, he also found me." Aju recalled the look in Tetsuya's eyes when he looked at her hiding place before he left. "He is a very powerful guy. No wonder Nancy talked about this guy with him." Huh. A crossing opened her mouth wide and couldn't believe it. "What? I told you that gym trainers must not only have strength, but also have extensive knowledge and sufficient connections. The one just now is called Tetsuya Tamaki. He is the latest trainer of the Johto Asia Gym / Formless Flow Senior AC. Karate King Nobuhiko has a very high opinion of him. And Dr. Oak and Dr. Yamanashi are also very optimistic about him. Don't you know Zaya gang? Didn't he tell you about it? Didn't the latest updated information that you need to pay attention to have been sent? I asked you to remember it." AG looked at her sister with a headache. Obviously, the whole family is not stupid. Why is her reaction so slow? "Slightly. I don't know what Zaya gang is doing recently. He always disappears. That news, I'm still reciting it. It's updated every day. How can I remember it? And brother, are you thinking about bad things?" After sticking out her tongue and acting coquettishly, A crossing stared at her elder brother with dangerous eyes. The two siblings continued to practice for a day. On the other side, Zay had already run into a forest and started his exercise for the day. With his legs slightly spread out and parallel to his shoulders, Zay controlled his body to make one strange move after another. It was quiet and he was very focused. Boom. In the distance, there was a loud noise, but he didn't pay attention to it, and his mind sank to the bottom of the sea. Boom 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 fuck. Zay opened his eyes angrily. Is there anyone coming to such a remote place so early in the morning? He walked towards the place where the sound came from. Only a familiar male voice came. "It's a bit big, you bear with it." Passing through the bushes, Zay looked at the acquaintance in front of him and greeted, "Muji, you come to exercise so early in the morning." In front of him was Muji and his Sansun King. "Ah, it's Zay." Muji turned around, holding a spike in his hand, which seemed to have just been pulled out from the Sansun King. The Sansun King grinned behind him, feeling a little painful. "You're here so early too." "I'm training Sanshru with rock type skills." Sanshru got hurt by mistake just now. He was a little embarrassed. "Did I bother you?" No, I'm just curious and came to see." ZHE also waved his hand. "You should also pay attention to moderation in training. Excessive training is still very harmful to the body." After listening to ZHE's kind advice, Muji nodded. "I know, but there's nothing I can do. It's better to get hurt than to die in the wild." ZHE also expressed his approval. "It's true. One sweat and one gain." The two exchanged greetings, and ZHE left. "This place can't stay. Sanshru training rock type skills is still very noisy, which has a great impact on his concentration. Sure enough, I haven't practiced enough. I have to work hard. Otherwise, how can I concentrate on the battlefield surrounded by the cheers of the audience?" ZHE also encouraged himself. He found that he still had a lot of shortcomings. The surrounding area of Kyanhang City is full of forests, Otherwise it would not be called a natural city. ZHE quickly moved away from there and found a good place. After releasing the flame chicken to warn and comprehend the wave guide, Zaya continued to train. 2 hours later, after finishing his training and having breakfast, Zaya came to the hunting zone, a venue in the north of the Crimson City. Looking at the green gate in front of him, Zaya swiped his illustration to identify his identity, and then the gate opened and walked in. This is the first level. The gate is connected to the database of the internal computer of the Alliance. There are records of all trainers who have come to the hunting zone. People from other cities have a maximum of 10 opportunities to enter, and local people have 15 opportunities. There are not many people inside, and it is soon Zaya's turn. When he came to the front desk, a bald man shouted to him, "I'm Caesar, the administrator here. If you want to enter the hunting zone, you must pay 50,000 Alliance coins first." The uncle in front of him can be seen at a glance that he has a bad temper, and it is indeed the same as his memory and the evaluation of the 3 people yesterday. After accepting the money handed over by Zaya, Caesar handed him a basket with 30 hunting balls with a dark face. Hunting balls, a special Pokeball that has been developed, can only be effective in the hunting zone. Once out of the range, it will automatically lock, and the success rate of capturing Pokémon is extremely low. Attention, in the hunting zone, do not use combat to capture. Only the elves can choose whether to go with you or not. We have surveillance. If you are found to have harmed the elves inside, my Thunder Brothers are not vegetarians. Seeing Caesar pointing his so-called Thunder Brothers at him, ZHE was also speechless. No, it has long been a well-known secret that there are no bullets in your gun. Can you stop posing? Okay. He replied perfunctorily. ZHE couldn't do that, and he knew the consequences of doing so very well. Every year, someone tries to capture in combat, always thinking that they will not be discovered. The result is that Junsha invites them to have tea, and they are permanently deprived of the right to enter various places similar to hunting zones. The captured elves must be released and recorded in the files. It can be said that there is no benefit at all. ZHE didn't care about Caesar and pushed open the door and walked into the hunting zone. Although there were no bullets, it was very unpleasant to be pointed at with a gun, and he didn't want to look at that guy. Before leaving, I glanced at the cabinet in front of me. There was indeed a group photo. In the photo, Caesar's hairline was obviously better. He was smiling happily. Next to him was a blue and white dragon-like mini dragon. Why dragon-like? Because ZHE also thought this guy looked more like a snake. Entering the hunting area, what came into view was a sea of green. Chapter 149 Hunting Zone. This is one area of the hunting zone, and the whole area is grassland. The entire hunting zone is mainly divided into 4 areas, based on terrain and environment, namely grassland, mountain, river and comprehensive ecological zone. Different Pokémon live in each area, not only limited to the races in Kanto, but also some from the nearby Johto and Hone regions. In the distance, a group of Kintaro are running wildly. This Pokémon is the male counterpart of Miltank, that is, all Kintaro are male and all Miltank are female. Just like Nidoran and Nidorina. The appearance of cattle is nothing special except for the 3 tails and 3 dots on the forehead. They are energetic and fiery. Once they start running, they will not stop until they hit something. You rarely see people using it as their mount inside the city, because you don't know how much money you will lose. However, this is a Pokémon that is extremely suitable as a wild riding Pokémon, because they have great endurance and can cope with various terrains. The 3 tails of the leading Kintaro kept waving. This is the boss of this tribe, and he can command his subordinates through 3 tails. It is also thanks to the fact that Rhinoceros prefers to live in mountainous rocky areas. Otherwise, the biggest casualties of these 2 equally stubborn Pokémons every day are estimated to be caused by running and colliding with each other. Rhinoceros is the degenerated form of the Tyrannosaurus that Tetsuya had captured before. Of course, if they really collide, it is estimated that Rhinoceros will have an overall advantage, because their bodies are covered with invulnerable grey armor, and the hardness of their bones is 1,000 times that of humans. There was a record that a group of rhinoceros broke into the city and knocked down 7 or 8 buildings under the impact, and the speed of the entire group did not slow down. The only problem with this Pokémon is that their brains are not very smart. It may be because they keep rushing forward and bumping into things with their heads covered, so they can only remember one thing in their brains. Once they start to rush, no matter what the reason is, they will quickly feel indifferent and forget it, and they will not stop until they fall asleep. It is said that the bigger reason is because they have 4 short legs and cannot control the direction. Although they are single-celled, they are not very popular among trainers. Zay was walking on the grassland. He didn't expect to capture any necessary elves from the hunting zone. After all, most of the elves here are still relatively common species. On the one hand, there is no need to capture them here specifically. On the other hand, the Alliance will not allow too many high-quality elves to live here. There are definitely some, but the number will definitely not be large. In comparison, it seems more reasonable for him to go to the river to find high-quality Magikarp to cultivate. Of course, if he encounters an elf he likes, he will naturally not let it go. It's just food temptation. He is still very confident in his craftsmanship. He walked aimlessly on the grassland. Pa! A small elf bumped into Zay's leg, rolled over, and then stupidly stuck out its tongue. What's wrong with this coyote dog? It's a bit stupid. Zay looked at the coyote dog in front of him, and always felt that it was very similar to some kind of pet in his previous life. Coyote dogs are very small canine spirits, with grey fur all over their bodies, and dark grey textures on their faces and limbs. The most prominent feature is their canine teeth, which are very sharp and form a sharp contrast with their petite bodies. Not far away, a group of coyote dogs and big wolf dogs were playing and fighting there. Several big wolf dogs looked over here and didn't care. Humans come here every day, and they have long been accustomed to it. As long as they don't force their offspring to be subdued, they don't care. The coyote dog in front of Zay lay down, and its tail kept wagging. He squatted down and stroked it. It must be said that this kind of spirit with soft hair is comfortable, and canine spirits are worthy of being one of the best partners. Coyote dogs have a keen sense of smell, excellent bite force, and the ability to chase desperately before the opponent is tired. Its evolved big wolf dog is the standard of many security personnel, because the big wolf dog is united and loyal, and its strength is also excellent. And there is often not only one. The great wolf dog will obey the trainer they recognize in groups, and the number may even reach double digits. The orderly teamwork ability and high obedience make them very popular. Of course, raising them is also a considerable expense. The appearance is an enlarged version of the coyote dog, but the tail, back, and limbs have more black hair. Speaking of which, it seems that raising a coyote dog is not bad. The single evil attribute makes it not restrained by too many elves. Only fighting and insect elves have outstanding damage effects on it. The fairy attribute is not clear. In terms of skill configuration, the number of skills that the great wolf dog can learn is not even the 3 starters. The 3 fangs are lightning fangs, flame fangs, and frozen fangs. They are proficient in them because of their physical characteristics, and the attack range is very wide. In terms of characteristics, whether it is intimidation or sprinting, they are quite practical. Needless to say, the hidden characteristic of excessive self-confidence is good. Those who have used it say it is good. The only problem is the qualifications. Most of the great wolf dogs have limited qualifications, and it is not easy to evolve. But for Zay now, this is not an unsolvable problem. The most important thing is that the wolfhound is very handsome and feels great. Zay admitted that he was moved for a moment. Whether it is Thunder Beast, Delubi or Wolfhound, this kind of dog type Pokémon is really easy to make people want to raise. Then little guy, do you want to go with me? He asked while stroking the coyote. It is very likely that this child has taken a fancy to him. No wonder. The coyote paused with its tongue sticking out, retracted it, and rolled its eyes at Zay. I just want you to touch it, and I feel very comfortable. What are you thinking about? Zay read these 3 sentences from its eyes. His hand stopped abruptly. The clown turned out to be me again. But why did he say it was again? The coyote shook its tail and turned away. This human is so rude. Zay stood up and shrugged. Okay, he is narcissistic. but fortunately no one saw it. 100 meters in the sky, a flying machine in the shape of a popcorn hovered above Tetsuya. The bird Pokémons that flew by ignored it. It was just another iron frame. It was boring. In the monitoring room of the hunting zone, a group of staff members laughed. This is the nth trainer this month. This coyote dog really messes with people's mentality. It seems to be the 8th one. That little guy seems to be addicted to being touched. You can laugh, but be careful. Keep an eye on your people. Yes. While laughing, the supervisor did not forget to remind them. Tetsuya was completely unaware that there was such an instrument above him. He thought the monitoring was the kind that monitored the fluctuations of Pokémon coming out of the Pokéball. This is how it is done in some areas of many cities. The flying instrument in the sky was not only small, but also flew high. In addition, it was similar to the shape of a popcorn, so he really didn't notice it. After getting away from the group of big wolfhounds just now, Tetsuya continued to walk. It's a pity, otherwise the wolfhound is really suitable for him. Compared with Houndour, which is called Hellhound, ZHE also thinks that the wolfhound is more in line with his aesthetics. Soon, he walked out of the grassland area. He really didn't have any desire to capture cute Pokémon such as Jigglypuff, because it was too troublesome to cultivate them. As for the other Pokémons living in this area, such as Nidoran, and Scatterpunk, he also had Nidoking and Nidoqueen a name. As for Scatterpunk, to be honest, before he fought against the Stinkflower on the battle road, he had thought about cultivating a Bell that evolved from Scatterpunk as his own grass-type Pokémon. From the perspective of support, Bell is more suitable for this system, and its strength is not bad. At that time, he felt that he could stand the test, but of course, the result was that it didn't work, so he gave up quickly. Instead of cultivating Pokémon with malice, it is better not to do so. Pokémon can feel the joys and sorrows of people. If the trainer can't really love them from the bottom of their hearts, they will also be very unhappy. The next area is a rocky area. Walking in it, you can see the burrowing sand shoals emerging from their holes, the one-horned rhinoceros hitting the rock wall, and a large jaw ant in the desert area. They suddenly stopped. Large jaw ant? Question mark? Wait, he didn't see it wrong. He retracted his forward steps. He almost didn't notice it, and subconsciously skipped it. It really is. A Pokémon with a huge jaw, an orange shell and 4 short legs was digging a hole in the desert area. The round head was so big that it was disproportionate to the body. It was a ground type large jaw ant. Of course, if it was just a ground type, he wouldn't be so surprised and stop for it. The key lies in the evolution of the large jaw ant, the ultrasonic larva and the desert dragonfly. The attributes of both of them are ground plus dragon. The latter is a real focus. You have to know that dragon type Pokémon are extremely rare, and most of them have high qualifications. Don't you see that Pidgey had only inherited a tornado related to the dragon type, and his qualifications are at the king level? Of course, this is also related to its own excellence. Although the Kanto quasi-god Dragonite is nicknamed obese because of its fat and honest body that has evolved after mutation, its strength is unanimously recognized by everyone, and it is also because of its dragon attribute. Looking at the rod-tailed scale-armored dragon, the fierce bite land shark, the 3-headed evil dragon, the double-axe war dragon, etc. All of them are powerful and rare in various regions, and the strength of dragon-type elves is naturally self-evident. Even if the desert dragonfly is considered to be the shame of the dragon clan like the red-faced dragon, the desert dragonfly still beats the red-faced dragon in terms of appearance. What's more, the desert dragonfly can fly and carry people, which makes it even more ahead of the red-faced dragon, and its strength is not weak. The juvenile large-jawed dent of this elf actually lives here. At this time, the monitoring room has long been in chaos. Thank you for the 100 starting 233 starting coins for the silent reward from Yikan. Thank you for the 500 starting coins for the reward from my dragon baby. Book friend 201905262009343999 rewarded 100 starting coins. Chapter 150 Little Guy. Long before Tetsuya discovered the mandible ant, the monitoring personnel had seen it and immediately reported it to their supervisor. The appearance of the dragon type Pokémon Desert Dragonfly here was no small matter. To put it in a bigger way, it was their dereliction of duty. Assholes, what did I tell you to remember to check regularly and at fixed points every day? Did you do it? Mandible ant, that's a mandible ant, not an iron ant. Who can tell me how it lives in there? Didn't any of you find it? Why did the Alliance keep you? The supervisor blushed and scolded his subordinates. Supervisor, this is the information of that trainer. An employee hurriedly came from outside with a file in his hand. The supervisor took over with anger. I tell you, it's not a big deal that the giant ant was captured, because it was captured normally. Besides, it's a good thing for the Alliance to have one more powerful trainer. But you didn't realize it. It's your dereliction of duty. Everyone in charge of the rock area, I want to see your report and inspection before tonight. Extremely detailed ones. I will report this to the Alliance, not to mention you. I will be responsible for it. The supervisor looked unhappy and flipped through Zaya's file. Damn, there's no way to win him over. His backers are stronger than them. He closed the file and continued to scold his subordinates. The employees were helpless. The giant ant's living habit is to build a garlic pounding bowl-shaped nest that is absolutely impossible to escape from, and wait in the nest for prey to fall in by themselves. They can stay underground for a long time, and not drinking water for a week is a small matter for them. Unless you are lucky and the giant ant comes out by itself, like now. It is a fantasy for people to find it without knowing it. And the rocks in the desert are all holes. Who knows what is hidden inside? His supervisor was usually very easy to talk to. This time, it was because the giant ant was too precious that he got angry. No matter who took the blame, it was impossible for him to have a good temper. Okay, calm down. An old man's voice came. Hello, director. The employees greeted him. It was the director of the hunting area, Baoba, who was notified by the supervisor. The supervisor directly admitted the mistake to Baoba, who looked like Slowpoke. Sorry, director, this is our work error. I will submit a detailed report to you and the Alliance for reflection, and I will also resign from you. That's not necessary, Baoba shook his head. Who could know about this? If it was a more precious Pokémon, it might have been discovered long ago, but it was the giant ant. Besides, it's still unknown whether he can subdue this giant ant. Baoba said, looking at the one person and one Pokémon on the screen in front of him. Everyone nodded subconsciously. Yes, the giant ant is a Pokémon with a very bad temper and a strong sense of territory. No one had discovered it before, which meant that no one had mentioned the matter of subduing it to it. If you rush into the area rashly, you are just looking for death. Give orders. A team of guardians will go to the scene. Do not disturb, just be prepared. If the other party has subdued it, just evacuate. If not, capture it. The supervisor on the side was very straightforward in making arrangements. He didn't care whether they could do it or not. It would be better if he couldn't do it, so that they would at most be reprimanded, and their jobs would still be saved. Everyone looked at the screen together and prayed secretly. Zay was also embarrassed. As soon as he approached the big-jawed ant, the big-jawed ant opened its mouth to intimidate him. Although in terms of level, his body is comparable to a level 15 elf, but fighting is not just about the body. It is too much to let him fight against the elf, at least for now. As for giving up, of course it is impossible. The desert dragonfly, because the sound of flapping its wings is like the beautiful singing of a woman, is also called the desert elf, and is even called the king of the desert. The sound of flapping wings is breathtaking and confusing to the elves, which is its great weapon. It can flap its wings to lift up the sand in the desert to hide its body. In the wild, it often hunts with the rogue crocodile. The big red eyes are attached with a hemispherical structure to prevent wind and sand from blowing into the eyes. Apart from anything else, the linkage between the giant rock monster and it is enough to make Zhe excited. Of course, he can't give up. Even if it costs a lot to raise dragon type Pokémon, at most he will be in debt and pay it back later. It's not so easy to meet a dragon type Pokémon. He took out an energy cube from his backpack. This is the favorite flavor of ground type Pokémon that he had prepared long ago. As a trainer, although he didn't think about taming any Pokémon, he had to be prepared for everything in advance. Isn't this useful? He threw it carefully at the big jaw ant. The big jaw ant, who was digging a hole, naturally did not forget to be distracted and alert the human next to it. The memory he had at birth told him that this creature was not a good thing. Hey, why did he take out a yellow cube and it smelled strangely good? Hey, why did he throw this at me? It smells really good. The big jaw ant sniffed and swallowed his saliva. It hadn't eaten delicious food for a while and had been living on sand for the past few days. Fortunately, there were no predators, black-eyed crocodiles, that preyed on it, so it dared to come to the ground so brazenly. Yes, although the final evolution form, the rogue crocodile and the desert dragonfly are mutually beneficial working partners, the black-eyed crocodile liked to prey on the big jaw ant when it was young. The method is to attack the big jaw ant when it turns over and can't get up. Because the jaws of the big jaw ant are too heavy, once it accidentally turns over, it is difficult to recover. The big jaw ant seemed to move a few steps towards the energy block that Tetsuya dropped on the ground. Tetsuya was overjoyed, very good, and then hurriedly stepped back a few steps to show his friendliness. The big jaw ant saw it, and it was simple-minded. How could it know that there was a trick? It was full of joy in its heart. This human is still quite well behaved. It moved a few steps towards the energy block again, and then stared at Tetsuya. ZHE then simply retreated a few meters away. The big jawed ant shook its head in satisfaction, and took a bite of the energy cube. Oh, this is a delicacy among the elves. The unique crunchy taste of the ground type energy cube burst in the big jawed ant's mouth. The big jawed ant swore that it had never eaten such delicious food since it was born. Although it is also ground energy, this thing is much better than soil and sand. Dang dang. This time there are 3 small cylindrical particles similar to assorted meat, brown in color. This is elf food. Because energy cubes cannot be eaten too much, it is easy to feed them. What if they run away if you give them too much? The big jawed ant came forward to sniff it and felt that it was okay, not as fragrant as the one just now. But since it was given by the kind human, it should be good, it thought, and swallowed 3 elf foods in one bite. Well, it is indeed not as delicious as the yellow one just now, but there are more. The big jawed ant's small head can still distinguish the difference between 1 and 3. In its simple cognition, it is normal to have few delicious things, otherwise it would not have to eat soil every day. Tetsuya threw out 3 Pokémon food again, but this time it was a little closer to him. The jaw ant approached Tetsuya happily. He was getting more and more excited. Suddenly, he paused and narrowed his eyes. What was this? Question mark? He looked around calmly, and in his perception, there were suddenly 5 or 6 more people around him. People from the hunting area, but they showed up too late. Tetsuya was well prepared. After all, the park must have a record of Pokémon like the jaw ant. Such precious Pokémons cannot be raised here. He once suspected that there must be someone watching over the place where the mini dragon existed. Now it seems that his estimate is definitely correct. He also planned to capture it before the other party came. Anyway, as long as it was not captured violently, they would have nothing to say. But now, Tetsuya looked at the jaw ant that was still 7 or 8 meters away from him. Damn, I should have known not to be so far away. The big jawed ant looked at the human not far away in confusion. What is he doing? Should he continue to feed it? It's still hungry. They decisively withdrew his hand that was feeding it. Since he was here, it was unnecessary. It was a very unwise choice to offend the hunting zone. Although it was possible that the other party would not stop him, he still didn't care. There would be opportunities in the future. He turned and left. The big jawed ant was even more sluggish. No, why did you leave just like that? Zay's figure disappeared, and a man dressed as a captain behind the rock ordered through the radio, "Go, capture the big jawed ant." Although he was very confused as to why the other party suddenly stopped, the order he received was like this, and the other party's reason for action had nothing to do with him. In the monitoring room, Director Baoba, who had been unhurried, had a dark face, and the supervisor collapsed directly. "Is this the elite you said will never be discovered?" Director Baoba narrowed his eyes and looked at the supervisor. "It's only been a short time since we got close, and they've already discovered them and evacuated. This is 100 times more serious than him catching the giant jaw ant. What will others think of us?" Director Bayoba is very angry now. He was not angry when the giant jaw ant was not discovered just now. Supervisor G was trembling all over, half angry and half desperate. He was angry that the stupid Guardian Team 1 was discovered. As Director Bayoba said, this is much more serious than the giant jaw ant. Didn't he say that he had learned hiding skills from Jansha? That's it? That's it? What was desperate was that his job was likely to be lost. Report to the supervisor. Report to the director. Mission accomplished. The door opened, and the captain of Team 1 saluted, holding a Pokeball with a giant jaw ant in his hand. But there was no praise, only the supervisor's eyes that wanted to make trouble for him, and the director's back. Gee, get ready. Back to Zaya. He had crossed the river area and came to the final comprehensive area. He was very sorry that he didn't catch the giant jaw ant, but it was not something he didn't expect. It was just that the zoo's reaction was slower than he thought. It was probably because the distance was too far. ZHE thought so. Yes, it would take more than an hour to walk from the entrance to here. Even if they were fast, it would take time. If they rashly used high-tech transportation here, the elves would be furious. Little guy, you better be careful. ZHE bandaged the elf in front of him carefully. About joining the group. Some questions accounts show that there are risks and cannot be passed. They are automatically filtered. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.